Yes, Chap, Ron, hey Blazor, hey Kebez. Unite Hollow. Inflammary, say Sarah, the Almighty Jonathan, Sinigari Knight, Tisquablo. Belly is witchcraft. Three strikes. I only needed two. Doesn't matter, thanks for the 44 months. I think I do this, especially with dropkick. Wait. Did I kill a super elite? Have one good potion. Decent damage. A lot of gold. Today we are having Anasia, Tiffany, and Binks. The chat. Binks is a Marvel Snap streamer. Tiffany says trans rights. I've never gotten to chat with Tiffany before, so that'll be fun. And Panacea plays Slay the Spire. The very game that we play. Give May a Gundam. Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea. Have you met May? No, that sounds resoundingly unsafe. That's okay. Ash Plus is good in both fights. Exodes. Hey, May. There's a movement, May. I have movement to get you a Gundam. You want to explain yourself? I wonder if I have to take a Volve over Dark Embrace because of Slime Boss. I've gotten a lot of stuff, but none of it does much against Slime Boss yet. Something I think that $53 donation to support Free2Luv. And Dark Embrace is certainly not very good right now. Usually I would just take Dark Embrace here. Take Evolve and we get to be a little less respectful. I don't think I have to go to the shop if I do it this way. May wouldn't be worse than the average Gundam Pro Tag. Is that the bar now for whether we give people giant death robots? We have to think about responsibly controlling our giant death robot distribution. Twitch chat. I think because I took Evolve, I don't have to take Combust. You don't think I've seen Gundam? I've heard a lot about Gundam. I dated someone who was very into Gundam. I heard all about the story. I have not actually watched it though. That is true. And now I could take Combust as well. Big Shark, thanks for 43 months. DJ Mayhem, thanks for the $10 donation to support Free2Luv. I've dated a lot of people. I haven't dated that many people. I have generally been dating for much of my life, though. I gotta beat Lagavulin. What even is the difference between Ascension 6 and Ascension 20? I've just reached a point where I can't tell at all. Like, I think I knew vaguely what was going on at Ascension 0, like how all the fights are different, but now I just have no idea. The AI is still different, right? Are the numbers the same yet? When did the numbers become the same? Like Ascension 17 or something? But they became like more the same, right? But they're not quite all the way the same yet. I believe that, man. First stream you get to watch with your newborn, getting her started on Spire early. Oh my gosh. Congratulations, Luna Firetail. You have Ascender's Vein Ascension 20? I think you got that at Ascension 10, if I remember right. That one I actually knew about. Maybe Evolve Plus is better here than usual because there are fewer slimes. It's kind of weird, but I think it actually scans. Because you don't really need a Wolf Plus against the Max Ascension slime boss, because you'll get 5 slimes here and you'll just have a full hand anyway. Two to 4 increases damage, 7 to 9 increases health, 17 to 19 your new move sets. Oh wait. And what do the other ones do? Hey Boofer. Never mind, no spoilers. We'll find out together. I don't actually remember what the one I'm playing right now does. What weakened me? Oh, green slime on the turn it didn't die, right? I ended up taking 0 in that slime boss fight. So, that's cool. Reckless Charge plus, with Evolve plus and Dark Embrace plus. Sever Soul plus Headbutt plus. Oh, wait. I'm having my Smelly Cat era. Raspy voice arc. Am I really? I might just straight up be sick. I don't know. I certainly wake up feeling like a zombie? Is that the word? I think mostly it's just that I rolled out of bed very recently. We'll get there. Time to have 50% HP. I have 1,000 gold. What the fuck is going on? Ascension 6 is the one where you get 1,000 gold. Makes a lot of sense. Confident am I that I'll make it all the way to Ascension 20 without skipping there? Well, you can't skip. The game doesn't let you go to the next difficulty unless you've unlocked the previous one. Okay. Does silence make my deck better? Probably. Am I getting cancelled for being a billionaire? Let me tell you something about whether 1,000 gold is a billion gold. Also, I have to not die. This is interesting. So unlucky. Never feed. How much gold have I given to the merchant over the years? Enough to be part of the, like, frequent spenders plan, I would say. And yet I'm not? I don't know what's up with that. Sever Soul's back. Who is that? Thank you, Drew-esque. Why not feed for lethal there? Did I not feed in that fight? No, it was not deliberately a meat on the bone thing. It may have accidentally been on. You think I got out about 30 minutes ago? Wow. That would have been nice. I don't want to hit this because I want to take 6. And also I want to feed. Do I do this or not? 53 out of 105. Doesn't actually heal, does it? Part of all feels like it was worth the money. Discording in bed? Do I seem like I have bad sleep hygiene to you? Music is quieter than usual. So am I. You should not do that, man. I suspect you already knew that. So do I go here with, you know, 1,300 gold, or do I go here? Probably here, right? Oh my god, it's another shop. Well done, DJ McMahon. Great workout there. Lazar is pretending to be MTG bot, May. As somewhat of a Blazor expert myself, I can explain this to you. I do feel like, with double Dark Embrace, double Feel No Pain, I probably want the Ironclad card pool, not a different card pool? Can we do it anyway? I don't know. I have some pretty good relics. And 108 health. Alright, whatever, fuck it. I no longer have 108 health. Run dies before first card reward. I don't think that will happen. Things would have to go impressively poorly from here. Maybe though. I don't know. Is 85 block enough this turn? I guess I want to play this too. Put a fundraising total on the screen, look how fancy. Hell yeah. Look at me. Look how fancy. I missed a sub. Thank you for the 42 months, unexpected pineapple. Sorry I missed your sub. Did the debuffs turn out already? Hell? Oh shit. Is it a good 1,000 cuts? It's objectively not. But I do really like that card. We could take Blasphemy. Blasphemy is pretty good with 5 apparitions, actually. Hey, a hump. Yay! If you have 2 apparitions played, you don't die to Blasphemy. 1 is not enough. Stack? Stacks on stacks? Hold on. What is that song? I don't think this... Yeah, this doesn't have stack in it. Were you watching when Jorbs picked Prismatic Shard and then dropped the beat? Jorbs, no. Jorbs, you can't do this. Why won't she finish it? Why won't you finish it? It's okay, we can just listen from the start again. Someday I'll perform this at a child's birthday party, and I will be so cool. Cat girl percent. What is cat girl percent? She does explain exactly why she doesn't finish it. That's a good point, May. That's really on me. I should have been paying attention. Alright, good turn. Tranquility? It's just a 0-cost exhaust rock. Seems pretty good. How do I do against Time Eater? I don't fight Time Eater. Use a game. Oh my god. That's so much gold. I guess I could have played blind. I'm intangible. Doesn't really matter then, does it? Oh, I kind of want this one. Tranquility has retain? Oh my god. What a great card here. I never considered Tranquility Plus's applications in this sort of deck before. I didn't buy a Sundial for some reason. How did I go through this run with 4,000 gold and get offered Sundial with this deck and not buy it? Like, I know how it happened. I was there. But I'm still kind of stunned. I exhaust the curse with more than 3 plate. I could not. That is the tricky part, is not drawing normality at a very awkward time. Although there aren't really very many awkward times with this many. Ooh, we'll get normality back. With this many apparitions and relics. Got enough gold there? What do you want me to do? Drive slower? What a massive outplay there. That one? That one? That one, maybe? Omamori just wanted card remove to get to do something. Omamori is a team player. Omamori recognizes that we've already won the run and wants the rest of the team to get to do something. Thanks, Omamori. We should all be a little bit more like Omamori. It would have been funnier to get normality there, huh? Goes to show you can always improve as a content creator. Going out to sign. That card's probably pretty good here. What is this for? What does this get? Are we just apparition? Feels like it could have been better. Maybe something to exhaust this. Maybe Burning Pact? I still have a normality though. Boom, 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 boom. Not that one. This one. Oh no. Feed, you're not in my hand. Why do I still not have feed? I guess I just wait. Seems very difficult to feed again, but not impossible. You're a humor genius? Which of the humors? It was very necessary to do this, otherwise I would have lost the run. Accuracy any good here? That's what we were hoping for from the question marks. Why did Phoebe only see the hypnotherapist one time? That one's not explained. Was the hypnotherapist? Did it take too long? The world is so confusing. A lot of you probably didn't realize that this was your favorite archetype before today. What is this archetype called? I don't know. That was turn 1. My deck has 50 cards. Error! Thanks for the $50 donation to support Free2Luv. I don't actually like the taste of the donut that much. Oh shit, my food is here. Alright, I'll go get it after we finish this run. No idea. Seeing red upgrade? Is there an upgrade that matters? Paso Calavero! Thanks for the 34 months. Just completely ruin the deck instantly with one click. Just lose the run. An option. Trust me, Incense Burner will go off. What is this song? How is this man this sad? Is this man particularly sad? I didn't even know this man was particularly sad. Sometimes I don't realize how sad singers are. They don't always sound obviously sad until you actually listen to what they're saying. I mean, they do sound obviously sad, but so does everybody else, you know? So cannot even be trusted. Probably should have kept the 0-cost card, actually. What a game. Oh, calipers. That'll be good here, maybe. I am pretty sure this is a good Recycle Plus deck. Oh no. I don't have any energy. What a disaster. Calipers, though. Is YouTube JORBS on vacation? No new videos lately. Is that true? I don't know if that's true. It's true. Huh. Oh no, where's YouTube JORBS? I think 1000 Cuts is essential to the deck, so I should probably keep that one. Wait. I just took a bunch of damage. What's going on with my deck? Alright, I don't think I take any more damage. I did exhaust a bunch of apparitions. That probably didn't help. That one. I don't really know what's going on, but I think we'll be okay. I exhume Apotheosis. I did not. Would that have been good? Maybe I should have. Didn't think of it, to be honest. My new love is Recycle in this deck. What a card. Wow. That is quite a card. Deck needed a rage. Hey! I was fine the entire time. I had Incense Burner. It would have needed a rage without Incense Burner, though, to be sure. Yum. How do you write that in the notes? We just say ironclad and win, I think. That's all that needs to be said. The gameplay speaks for itself. Cyberboy 2000. Thanks for the $50 donation to support Free2Luv. Oh, I underestimated Prismatic Shard. It was actually really good. Got like skim and recycle, and it took about 8 other cards for no reason. You're not exercising while eating? You gotta strong max your life. You're leaving gains on the table. MPZ, thanks for 58 months. It's a little bit too likely if I go this way that I die. But I do want to go that way. Maybe we have to play it safer. Weird. I'm pretty sure it's not allowed to do that on High Ascension. Not attack 2 turns in a row. Take a flying knee or a prepared? Or a Caltrops, actually. I'm allowed Caltrops. And it's a Hexago stack. I wouldn't describe these as the best silent damage cards, but hey, they're damage cards. See? Caltrops has dealt 3 damage. Caltrops would be good here. Fine. Oh no. We got the bad order. I think this is pretty painful. Ninja! Take an endless agony with a bullet. Or a kunai, I think. 1,000 cuts. Got that. Thanks for the 66 months. Oh. I see. I can't tell if this deck is good or not. I'm confused. I think it's probably okay. Has 1,000 cuts, how bad could it be? I don't know, let's find out. Hello? I don't think I want that. I don't know, I'm confused. Do I want that? I have one Blade Dance, one Cloak and Dagger, neither upgraded on a 21 card deck.
I already have 1,000 cuts. I don't think I want that. I think it's fine. How am I doing? It's 27 months. Missed a sub streak. It's okay.
I feel like that's more for you. Something to have fun with.
None of Unzorn things with 23 months.
That's so not. Penguins walk funny. That is just not.
No. Just no. I would take an upgraded prepared, but I don't know if I take an unupgraded one. Use some card draw in this here deck. An acro or something. It is Endless Agony. It makes Ring of the Snake draw extra sometimes, yeah. Oh no. Such damage. I just want to point out, I still have the fairy in a bottle. I spent most of the act on 2 HP, but I never actually broke it. Gremlin Horn is only uncommon. This also gains max HP. In fact, more max HP. Something to think about, maybe. You're just taking gold. Bigger and heals, thanks for the 50 months. It might be better to take one there, huh? Everything seems kind of awful. Watch out. That book has a knife. Yeah, it happens. Oh. Okay, good. No! I don't buy Chemex. Hey, it's Piak, thanks for the Prime. I don't know if I can play it. Probably I just call this, honestly. Thanks, ISBX. I'd rather this didn't attack me. Man. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, I'm super fine. How am I preparing for the new year? I'm raising money for charity. Happier Spring. Seems alright. There are another 2 Act 2 Elite fights. It's a decent backstab. I think I'm okay without it. You again. Is Akabeko Bottled Flame viable in this deck? There aren't enough enemies that dealing 55 on turn 1-2 is actually good against. I have to rest again? It's a lot of resting. I don't think I have to. competition. Airplane cloud. Link up blog page. This is a $25 donation to support Free2Luv. We're taking one less damage there. Probably should have taken one less damage there. Think I have enough of these? Should I not take this to try to make the run interesting? Took it to make the run go faster. I don't think it does. You have to click a lot of cards if you have 5 apparitions. You have to click apparition 5 times. I believe I only have 3 dexterity. That feels impossible. I guess I'd kill these. Did I end up not needing to kill them? I'm confused. Maybe I did need to kill them to draw the cards? I don't know. I don't know. It worked out though. I would somewhat prefer to not be tangible. Suzu does feel a lot worse when you are more reliant on potions. I agree with that. Did you just call it soju? Doesn't feel like that's its name. Zero Plus, how are you? I go Flash of Steel Finesse or just double Finesse with this much dexterity? Who is it? It wasn't Time Eater. I think it's just double Finesse. Letter opener would be good here. Settle for an acrobatics. Take an acrobatics. I feel like I don't really want the curses here. Didn't I fight Hexaghost in Act 1? I feel like my deck did better in Act 1. I blame the apparitions. How I've been feeling about 5 intangibles. It's a lot of intangibles. I don't know if I have any real developed thoughts. Yeah, just in general. Calipers. That be good here? I don't know. I wonder if I even win this fight. This is cool. Would a well-laid plans be good here? It would. On to dev. It would be conceptually good if this were enough to win. Please, game. Okay. I mean, ultimately I took, what, 0 damage? 1 damage? So ultimately that was fine. Then I got a shuriken. But I don't feel great about it. Was that Brandy Carlisle? I was going to see Brandy Carlisle one time, but then she was sold out, so I never saw her. But I did all of the pre-show hype, you know, like watching her songs online and stuff. How does that make me feel? Well, now I'm self-conscious. The hell? Ow. You got to see Brand T sing karaoke once. Brand is a friend of yours. Don't know what that means. Decisions do change. Different difficulty levels, yep. Bag. A giant head's back. Hey, Poopa, I'm doing well. I think Anthony is probably doing family stuff this week. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, he's invited. So much more strength than I did last time. Rare wheel question card, gosh. Which is allowing me to select between 4 upgraded attacks. Why are they all upgraded? No, weird. I could be taking sucker punches. I have considered that I could be taking sucker punches. Oh, haven't hit the Ascension that makes upgrades less likely. That is true. Still pretty unlikely to get all of them. Venom. Just a footwork. Just a footwork seems reasonable. Do I have like a molten egg and I just didn't know? Maybe I have a molten egg. I don't know if I care about Venom. It's okay. I think I'd take an upgraded one. I already have the Shuriken. Another Blade Dance? A Terror Plus. I think Blade Dance. I know I'm not fighting Time Eater. I have Kunai Shuriken. Feels like I should take it. How many of the relics can I currently name? 3. It, like... That isn't how, like, brains work. Sorry, I'm just unlocked by that question. I don't know. I would have to try naming them, which would take a while. That is probably the answer. Sour cream in burritos. Why not, I say. I'm generally pro things in food. Alright, here's the letter opener. Let's see how it does. I'm more excited about the Acro Plus. I think that one's good. Do I remember when Akabeko did 3 damage each combat? Did it used to make your first attack only deal 3 more damage? I think I had forcibly removed that memory from my brain. But like, now that you've mentioned it. My reaction to seeing Akabeko for the first time is priceless, precious. It sounds like it was a real good one. Nice try, writhing mass. A backflip plus. I still don't have a well-laid plans for a runic pyramid. I looked at a lot of cards. I don't know that I could have really looked at more than this. I'm probably meant to play Blade Dance. It feels like I would be meant to play Blade Dance. Achievement for having every single class card in your deck at the same time. There's definitely not an achievement for that. Sounds very difficult. Magic Fish thinks it's 21 months. I'm scaling. Dorian thinks it's 26 months. Of course. I had to do something. Okay. I still have Fairy in a Bottle. I'm a big believer in this Fairy in a Bottle. I think it's going to make it. I think we're bringing it home. Have Courier. Mind Bloom event stops your current HP from ever going up. I don't know if I meant to burst Blade Dance or Apparition. They both seem pretty good. Got on one more block. Whoops. Have a pantograph? Okay. It's okay. The apparitions deal 2 AoE damage plus 5 for every 3 played. So they're really good cards here. Apparition is an attack card. Am I getting rid of Endless Agony? Am I playing Cloak and Dagger? Sure. Blade Dance, no! Need 7 decks from Kunai in 1 turn. Alright, good luck. Don't hold your breath. I don't think I want to play Wraithform yet. Oh. Okay. Can't play Dark Shackles here or I lose? Actually, I might not lose, but I don't know. Let's not risk it. Yeah, they hit for how much? It's pretty good. Good card. Shiv. You can't play this or I lose again? I think I would actually just win, but, you know. Actually, I can play it. It has an artifact charge. Nice. Would playing it make me lose? It would give the heart a tremendous amount of strength. I would have won anyway, though. I was just intangible for every time I got attacked for the entire fight. Go figure. Silent at low difficulty feels a lot like silent at high difficulty. If I had 5 more infinite blades, gosh, if only. Have I got any beta art to work? I haven't been trying very hard. I think I looked at it yesterday and it didn't work. I really want to make a mod for the game that lets you cycle through lots of different art options for cards and pay like $10,000 to artists to make new arts for the cards. But there are 2 problems. There are 3 problems, actually. 1, I don't want to do the work. 2, I don't want to spend the money. 3, what if I don't like the art as much as the art that's already there? You know? Per card art shuffle. Like the art changes every time you play it. I think that would be confusing. I don't think you want that. But I guess it could be an option. All right. Good stream. Oh. We're raising this money this week. This week we're raising money. Money this week raising we are. We this week are raising money. Raising money raising. We are. This week we are. For Free2Luv, which is a charity which funds art programs for children. It is headquartered here in Seattle, Washington, where I live. It is lovely. They serve kids all over the states and also many other countries in the world. They teach a message of love and acceptance to the children, love and acceptance of themselves, and love and acceptance of others. So, if you have any charity match left at work for the year, or just to feel like charitable giving in general, it's through Twitch, which is partnered with PayPal's charity program. So there's nothing extra coming out of your donation. Like, it's basically a direct donation to the charity. And the money is being put to lovely use. I think that self-acceptance and love is an important thing this holiday season. Also, for every $5,000 raised, I am letting chat pick the cards for a run. We did Defect yesterday. I think chat picked 4 claws and I removed 3 claws or something like that. Maybe it was only 3 and 2. I don't remember exactly. And I'm having a variety of guests on. At 1 p.m. in an hour, Panacea will be joining today. And then Tiffany, who says trans rights, will join at 3 p.m. And Binks will join at 5 p.m. Panacea is another Spire creator. Binks is a Marvel Snap player who I'm looking forward to meeting because I've never chatted with Binks before, but we have a lot of mutual friends and he reached out and said he would like to help support the cause. So that is slated for today. There's no way it was 3 and 1. I definitely removed 2. Definitely at least 2. By the end of the week, there will be 10k readily available for me to spend on card art. I'm not getting the money ever. It's being donated to a charity. It is not ever touching my hands. You want to hear from a member of the charity? Gosh, that would have been a good idea. You can check out Free2Luv.org to read about their programs. Read their blog. Free2Luv founder awarded L'Oreal Paris Woman of Worth. Overcome anxiety. Wait, I should have read that. I paid for a therapist instead. This would have been cheaper. What should you do if you see someone being bullied? Stand up for the person being bullied. Get the person being bullied away from the situation. Find help. Spend time with the bullied person. Check in with the person who was bullied. Don't tell the person being bullied it's their fault they're in the situation. Don't make fun of them. Don't stay silent. Make sure you don't begin bullying the person bullying in the spirit of standing up or protecting the person being bullied. Well, that was only 4. I was expecting 5 don't do's as well. Panacea, thanks for the $50 donation to support Free2Luv. What are their tips for overcoming anxiety? Hold on. Oh, what does depression feel like? Feels like a dark follower. Like trying to live life while walking in mud. Nothing. You feel nothing. It feels like the lead blanket the dentist drapes over you during x-rays? No. That's from someone who doesn't appreciate weighted blankets. That's actually my favorite part of going to the dentist. What is this? Have I actually not done any of these? No, I just have a thing preventing me from getting achievements. Which means that I can't beta art stuff, right? I would need to edit the text file. Or isn't there a mod that lets you get achievements? But I don't think any of these are it. What's the name of the mod that lets you get achievements? I do research on charities that I raise money for, yes. This one has won a lot of awards. Community has won a lot of awards, reached a lot of people. Achievement. Disable bypass mod. And it stands for things that I think are important. In a way that I think is important. I have to go to Slay the Spire first. And then I look for achievement disable. What's it called? I played about 1 act with the Hackmaster mod, and holy shit, that is not what I want to do with my life. Achievement enabler. I didn't find it. Achievement enabler. Does it have a space? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's case sensitive. Weird. All right. Yeah, I do a lot of research before I suggest that lots of people should give money to a charity. So... is it going to come on screen again? The game's been open for like 10 seconds. Hello? There you are. Alright. Start each run damaged. Hey, Bob Penguin. I don't know what I meant to click on. You go shopping. Going shopping seems okay. When was the last time I played Low Ascension Slay the Spire? I have no idea. Yesterday, somebody asked me when the last time I played a like AAA game was, and I said that I'd played Assassin's Creed Odyssey last year, and I had actually played it in 2018. So like, expecting me to just like get the answer to a question like that right is optimistic. Yes, I can take a hologram. I don't know. Does it actually make my deck better? Wait, it doesn't die? Oh god. This shop does not spark joy. Ogling, it's a $5 donation to the support. It's Free2Luv. Shop does not spark joy. Ooh. Bottle lantern. Only 2 dazes per sentry. Probably fine-ish. Better to hologram compile driver again? I don't know. Probably not. No. We did it. GG. It's not a bad super elite for this defect deck. Gotta take those. Got snooped. What has Snoop got to do with this? Echo from? Which chat really liked Echo from yesterday? Equilibrium? Looks like the other stuff isn't very good, so why not? I have a lantern and a Centennial puzzle. Possible that that matters somehow. It'd be cool to be able to channel an orb. I'm just gonna rest. Just rest and take 2 elites. The upgrades don't do that much. Do I think translating playstyle in a greedy way from Ascension 20 to low Ascension is optimal? Is optimal Ascension 20 play optimal for something else? No. It's optimal for Ascension 20. Definitionally. Yes, Dr. Sharp, PhD. Glad I could help. Barrage? Seems terrible. Blizzard? Pretty bad. No frost orbs. Turbo. I'll take an early turbo. I'm not trying to be greedy. I'm just making the play that will make me win the run most. Which is different at this difficulty compared to other difficulties. Because the difficulties are different. Winning at all costs is the very definition of greed. Maybe you're right. Gosh, apparently I don't know how to play this game. Wow. This turn's very difficult. Kebab, thanks for $50 donation to support Free2Luv. Appreciate it. Holy shit, this turn's difficult. I'm just gonna take 2 and stop thinking. Greedy is such a weird word. So weird to call some things greedy. Different people mean different things when they say that. Sure. A good turn 1? I have a very good turn 1, which bodes well for my defect run. Defect likes having a good turn 1. Toxic Egg, cool-headed. That deck just got significantly better. I need to recycle. Wait a second. Can't play Echo Form. Oh, I didn't draw it. Easy game. I guess I could have just played it too. In fairness. I would call it aggressive. What I think people are calling greedy. But that is also a weird word, so certainly I can understand why you might not call it that. But I definitely wouldn't call it greedy. I think that calling it greedy is like meaningfully wrong and kind of confusing. Ambitious. I don't know, you could call it ambitious. I wouldn't. One of the big problems with all of this is you are trying to like assign value judgments basically to something that is either making the number, like the number being your chance to win, go up or down. And in this case, it's making the number go up, and then you're assigning like a negative word to it, which is very strange. It is a strange thing to do. Kind of confusing. Sure. Of course, Holy Elaine. Oh, if people mean fun, then that's like a completely different thing. I am not playing in the way that I consider to be most fun. I am playing in the way that I consider to be most likely to win. Good Guard Serpent, thanks for the $150 donation to support Free2Luv. Thank you. Plan to do it, Carados. I generally try to do charity events around times of year where, like, I don't know what the right way to say it is. For a lot of people, the holidays are an excellent time of year, but also for some people, they're an awful time of year. So it's like a higher variance moment in human experience or something. So it feels like a good time of year to be around for people. Beam Cell Plus. How about a Beam Cell Plus? Seems fine. I've been getting this event a little more often than I would like. Which is, you know, more than 0% of the time. Glad you agree, McGuard's a band. I don't like this deck. Keeps on having really confusing turns. Taking all for one or call it in the offer shop you consider greedy. It may in fact lower the winner over the course of many games. Well, then it's just bad. You can just call it bad. If it makes you lose more, it's just bad. Sorry, should I read the rest of the comment? I guess so. But for the game where you end up getting claws, steam barrier, etc., the win rate of that instance may go higher than the average of playing normal. Okay, but mean, if your win rate on average went down, it's just bad. It's not greedy. A Hamburglar! Thanks for the $50 donation to support Free2Luv. I appreciate it. I don't really want Equilibrium Plus. I don't really want Loop. Static Discharge? Static Discharge is like okay. Oh my god. I think I only just barely clicked on that correctly the third time I tried to. Of course, Girlum. In your internal lexicon, you would personally define greedy and satisfy as prioritizing long-term power over short-term benefits, and aggressive without qualifiers, roughly strategically predicated on the immediate challenges not being a serious threat, not synonymous, but quite broad overlap. Greedy is prioritizing long-term power over short-term benefits. Huh. Well, I wouldn't say that I'm doing that in these runs. So, I don't know. Where does that leave us? You prioritize long-term weakness? Nice. Why does this thing keep attacking me? It keeps attacking me all the time. I don't think I need Echo Form for the fight. It'll be awkward if it turns out I did. Glad to see I've learned to pick up Echo Form from Chatron. Yeah, me too. Corruption on floor 0. Most of us hope for Dead Branch Corruption combo. Gosh, my experience of playing this game is just very different from everybody else's opinion of what playing this game is, apparently. Or not everybody else's, but the things that people are saying in chat. Reprogram Fusion Tempest. Another reprogram. Ugh. I don't know about that. These are nice relics. I feel like these are relics that often result in me just randomly dying to slavers. So, here we go, I guess. Is this greedy? Look at all these voids that I'm shuffling into my deck. When will I get an achievement? I turned on the mod. Aggregate plus. How many cards do I actually have? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with a runic pyramid. So it will regularly make me 0 energy. I might take it anyway. I'm going to take it anyway. Is this a shuriken? Feels like it wouldn't be. Alright, let's take all the health into 2 more elite fights. This combos with aggregate. Here's how aggregate can still be a good card. No void? I rebound it? Probably. Want zap in my next draw pile? Static discharge? Maybe? Alright. Rebound turbo is kind of sweet. Some stuff that I have done, because the difficulty is different. I have cared less about making an extremely streamlined late game deck because I'm not challenged nearly as much in late game and I have a bunch of potions, which I believe is the exact opposite of what most people are calling greedy. I have prioritized taking messier damage cards to fight elites earlier, which I don't know if you would call that greed or not. I think the part where I'm like taking damage cards I wouldn't usually bother taking is not greedy, but fighting elites early is greedy, so I'm not sure. Events are better, so I've been going to events more sometimes. I don't actually know if that's true. That doesn't seem like it interfaces with greed. What is your greed interface rate? You'd call greed fighting elites when it would kill me on a higher ascension. But why does it matter what it would do on a different difficulty level? How does that decide whether it's greedy or not? I'm not playing on a different difficulty level. I feel like we should probably evaluate plays at Ascension 6 as though we're playing Ascension 6, not as though we're playing a different difficulty. Philanthropic plays. Never heard of them. No. It's fine. Synced things for 3 months. Appreciate it. There's battle greed and deck greed. Oh, okay. I'm learning so much about greed today. Why does it always attack you on turn 2? Every time. Every fucking time. Does its AI not actually know on low Ascension that it's not meant to attack you there? Maybe it's actually a low Ascension thing. You challenge me to a game of battle greed. Is that like Wizard's Chess? Sounds like it would be like Wizard's Chess. If everyone has a different definition of greed, then is greed even real? I don't have the answer to that. Ow. Ow. Feels like eventually I'm just going to peace pipe my way into an infinite without recycle. There are not many cards in this deck. That's gonna make aggregate pretty embarrassingly bad though. Reviv! Thanks for the $25 donation to support Free2Luv. Appreciate it. Keys pipe the aggregate. Maybe someday I will have to. Hyper Beam. A Meteor Strike. It's pretty sweet here. With Meteor Strike, Cursed Key feels better. Inserter is also pretty good. I think with Meteor Strike we just take Cursed Key. Greed is taking Meteor Strike. Meteor Strike's just a good card. I'm simply taking it because it's good here. Just good. $18 plus 11. Okay. I'm so appreciative of music. Imagine a world where we just didn't have music. Oof. I'm pretty sure it's capacitor. Recursion does something there too. Chaos does as well, for what it's worth, but I'm pretty sure it's capacitor. And Greed is you taking 4 claws, 4 skims, 4 turbos, all for 1, and Meteor Strike with no block, hoping you don't fight Time Eater. Okay. Why not just take block cards and then you'd win? Like, I would never do that at low Ascension. It sounds very bad. I wouldn't never do it at low Ascension, but... Would birds still chirp in a world with no music? I don't know. Huh. Now there's a recursion again. Do I want that, actually? Yeah, probably. Can probably do something with that. It's greed if you don't know the probabilities well enough to call it a misplay. So you are not sure whether it's good or not, and you're doing it anyway, and it feels irresponsible. That kind of makes sense. Sentimentally, that makes sense. That feels like it might be what people mean when they say a greedy play. At least sometimes. On a claw. I would rather have a buffer. Who are we blaming for the 0 to 20 YouTube series ending after one cycle of characters? I mean, here we are. I think it was mostly just that I didn't want to do it anymore. That would be my explanation for it ending. Personally. I think that a while ago, when win rate at max difficulty was like 50%, the stuff people are saying about low Ascension, like being with training wheels on, and you can play really greedy and not even think about it and stuff like that, like kind of would make sense to me a little bit. The win rate at max difficulty is like 80% now. Like, it's not actually that much harder to win at low or a high difficulty than it is to win at low difficulty anymore. It is still harder, but like it used to be the difference between 98% win rate and 40% win rate or something, and now it is the difference between like 99% win rate and 80% win rate. It's not as large a difference. I don't actually know if those numbers are right, but that was kind of my vibe. I said the number without proof. The reason that I think that 80% max Ascension is a reasonable number to say, or like what win rate at max Ascension might be, is that that's like what I've won at max Ascension for my last 100, 300, 250 runs or something. So, while I don't expect other people to agree with me, in my attempts to parse the world, that is the number that I am going to say. 99% and 80% is 20 times more likely to lose. Oh, true. If my win rate is 80 proof, then it's actually 40%. Good point. It's hard to imagine Sundial not being good here. I do go to another shop still. What do I remove? Aggregate? Did I actually remove aggregate? It's been doing so well. Darkness? I don't really need 2 cards that make a dark orb anymore. Clockwork Souvenir over remove? Nah. Remove's so strong here. What do you think? Father Brennan said, "Oh, we were not born in sin." They knew I'd be curious, and they answered it as the next lyric. Good for them. Are sundial and stone calendar friends? I don't know. Do I want self-repair? My turn 2 isn't always great. I don't think I want another compile driver. That might be good. Oops. So when I said my turn 2 isn't always good, I meant like ones that aren't like that. Because that one was fine. You need to learn how to survive Act 2 with defect on Ascension 18 plus. Self-repair helps. What else? Biased cognition helps. Consume. I don't think so. It's upgraded. I don't know. Seems fine to play it like twice. Okay. And a focus potion. Now the way I win kind of changes, because I'm now more focus reliant and less card spam reliant. Lol. This could be heat sinks. Defragment feels like a simpler win. Unless I get a really bad turn 1 and 2 and 3 of Act 4. Focus did play a big role there. Yeah. Ever Blizzard? Don't think so. Let's do one question mark for fun. That was super worth. It was fun? Good. I'm glad we're all having fun. No! Echo form. The question mark was a large chest, which I didn't open because I have cursed key. Maybe I should have opened it. Because I do also have a peace pipe. The game probably gave me some really sweet relic too, and then I just didn't even take it, so I'm grateful. Ungrateful streamer. I'm sorry, game. That's really on me. Greedy streamer? Was that greedy? That's what greedy means. Now I understand. Thank you. Dad branch. Ooh, recycle. Not taking the chest was RNG manipulation, so I'd get a recycle. Get rid of dual cast? Maybe? Dual cast can block sometimes. I feel like I should get rid of something that can't block ever. Beam cell? Beam cell costs 0 though. I think Beam Cell's the only card here that can't block ever. Killing enemies is blocking, kind of. Oh well. Let's do this, actually. I take a bit of damage. 1 damage. Draw extra. I was meant to play Doom and Gloom first. I'm gonna set heat sinks. Heat sinks would be good right now. I think this is fine. Win next turn, probably. Probably. How did chat play Charles go? It was a lot like this run if chat had been choosing the cards instead of me. I'll let you decide what that means. win next turn. I mean, honestly, we won before we entered the fight, but, you know. Wait. I forgot. I have Sundial too. I was doing a lot more work than I had to, given that I have Sundial. I still am. I could just play compile drivers. I'm pretty sure it's faster. Oh well. Meteor strikes are pretty fun, it's true. GG. What I took now? Doom and Gloom? Rebound? Kind of like Rebound. Maybe one of the powers? Static Discharge? Ah, Static Discharge can block. I could honestly took Meteor Strike. I think it's... yeah, that's silly. I have Recycle, I can recycle it. Don't think it's Rebound. Is it ever Zap? No. Is it an Echo form? No. Maybe. Would Rest for 4 health? Would Upgrade Buffer? Let's upgrade Buffer. You didn't even notice this was your cool. True. Blind? We could go with Blind. Ew. Not quite what I would have picked. It's okay. I think it's fine. Four. Draw 4. That's a lot of cards. It's also maybe wrong to do that. Oh well. I didn't sign up. Think today. Oh, it's 1 p.m. Wait, is Panacea here? Hello.
Hello.
Nobody in chat told me it was 1 p.m. This defect run is breaking my brain. I have to
Wait,
click on
I'm
so
hearing you
many
on the stream. Hold on.
cards.
Okay, I'm ready.
How's it going?
It's good, it's good. I see your defect has just been absolutely killing it.
My defect has been making my brain hurt a lot. You are faced with different problems at Ascension 6, like which of your 5 cards you should remove with Peace Pipe.
I see. It's been a long time since I played defect at Ascension 6, but I think I was losing most of the time when I was.
It's also been a long time for me. How are you? This is Panacea. Panacea is another Spire creator. Wanna plug your stuff a bit?
Sorry, what?
You wanna plug your stuff a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I stream Slay the Spire, Panacea 108. I'm a math PhD student, and I like to play a lot of games.
Yes, you have not only been streaming Spire recently, right?
I pretty much just stream Spire, actually. I play a lot of other games, but I like to...
But off stream.
In terms of, like, growing my stream, I like to keep it consistent.
Sure, makes sense.
Off stream, I play a ton of Hearthstone. I still do, ever since it came out, and I'd love to talk about that a bit.
Sure.
And honestly, lots of other random puzzle games, other types of things too. Really, I'm down to talk about whatever.
Tell me about Hearthstone.
Sure, yeah, so what do you know about Hearthstone, I guess? I'm sure you know what it is.
I was a Magic player when it came out, so I played a little bit of it. I free-to-played my way through Arena for a bit, but I didn't want to pay money, so I never got into Constructed. I had friends who free-to-played Constructed as well, but for me, with Constructed for those games, I like to have like the exact cards that I want from my deck. And I also like to switch up my decks a lot.
So when I first started playing Hearthstone, I was really bad at card games, and so I was just free to play. But I played for long enough without being competitive that I accumulated enough of the in-game resources that I was actually able to be completely competitive now without paying any money.
Cool.
And play all the decks. So that has been a nice journey for me. I guess, yeah, it started out like 10 years ago when I was just, you know, I really knew nothing, but I just fell in love with the game, and as things happen when you fall in love with a game, you kind of want to eventually start being competitive with it. And I think in my first year of undergrad, which was probably 2015, I joined some Hearthstone team there. And, you know, eventually I went on to sort of be in charge of Hearthstone at my undergrad and sort of get involved with the esports program. And I love esports. I love talking about games and watching games, and I also like to compete too. And so,
what does being involved in the esports program mean? Does that mean, well, you just said you love to compete, but are you also organizing the team and stuff like that? Like undergrads who are also involved?
Yeah, this was probably like 8 years ago. I would sort of get in talk with the esports section of Rutgers, and I would use them to recruit, because people would show up to esports as they come to the university. And then I would say, hey, yeah, we've got this way that you can compete. You can just find 2 of your friends, make a team, and we can all meet together and play our matches. And so that was a lot of fun, and I do miss that a lot. But yeah, so since then, Hearthstone esports has had a rough year. It used to get, 6 tournaments fully supported by Blizzard, 400 of the best players every year, compete for a couple of days. And I managed to qualify for one of those last year, which was super exciting to me. And sadly, this year, they have completely axed the funding. and now there's only 3 tournaments with 8 people. And sadly, this is not in my capabilities to be in the top 8. But
Is
in
it?
spite of this,
Are they
yeah.
invitationals or are they top 8 on merit?
So it's like it's merit.
Okay.
You get an invite by doing a variety of different things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there used to be more of a controlled invitational thing, but they wanted to incentivize more people to compete, and so they tried to open it up a bit to the general audience.
I think that is a good thing to do. I remember being very frustrated looking at Hearthstone and just seeing the same faces over and over again, which is, you know, it's fine,
Yeah.
but...
But you realize that you'll get much better players if you open it up. Because they'll have more incentive to work hard for one thing. And
yeah, a lot of the players had kind of been boosting on Hearthstone name recognition for a long time, it felt like.
for sure.
Not
yeah.
that they weren't good players, but like Hearthstone wasn't even necessarily the main game they were playing.
Yeah, so I guess this changed probably a few years back, and we had a few good years of... Okay, well, I guess it's... I also want to bring up another point. It's kind of hard to say that competitive Hearthstone is good for the players, because the game is designed for casual people, and that's what, that's what brings everyone to the game, and that's what makes them want to compete in the first place. But the devs do not, let's say, make a lot of good choices with competitive players in mind.
Sure.
And
Which,
so people...
like, that's not necessarily the dev's fault even, because they're not
Right.
intending for it to be a competitive game.
Yeah. It's interesting because on the one hand, the reason that there is so much competitive interest is because the devs focused on making it a good game rather than making it a competitive game. Yeah, so I guess that's just a sad thing. But a lot of players did get pretty depressed and burned out with the whole system because it was just so frustrating.
Yeah.
So I never really got too much into that. I qualified to one of the big tournaments in the last year of big tournaments that was sort of reasonable for me, which I'm still pretty happy with. And then I guess this year, well, I didn't have my undergrad anymore, a friend group, because they all moved on from Hearthstone, and I didn't have any within reach tournaments to qualify to, so I needed a community. And there's this podcast, Coin Concede, which is where it used to be run by Ridiculous Hat, and I think you might have known him.
Yeah, I know how. I did a podcast with him earlier this year.
Yeah, he is great. And the Discord community for Coin Concede is also great. And there I was able to find people to talk about the game with, discuss strategies, decks, basically all the stuff that was missing for me in my Hearthstone world. And if you all, as viewers, are interested in Hearthstone, I highly recommend you check out the podcast and potentially also the Discord.
I don't think I was on Coin Concede. I think I was on something else. Hold on.
Right. Coin Concede is probably just Hearthstone.
I was on episode 2 of... Well, it doesn't even say what the podcast name is. Oh no, that's my own YouTube. I'm sorry. Why didn't this... Hidden Aspects, a Hades podcast. That's what I was on, to talk about Orb of Creation, which is a little confusing, but,
Oh yeah, Orb of Creation. I saw you were playing that, and it got me excited about the game for a little while. That was fun.
It's very good at what it is. Orb of Creation.
Yeah, it's definitely better than any of the other games in that genre that I had played.
Yes. Ridiculous Hat and I were on Team Kimbrogi back when I played Magic semi-competitively. I would say that I played Magic competitively, but I didn't like paper events, so I played it competitively on Magic Online from 2003 to 2007 or 8, which There was like one invitational in that time period or whatever, which was won by Reed Duke, and then he went and played a paper tournament. But for the most part, at that time in the history of online Magic, there were not tournaments with any amount of prestige. So I like played a lot there because I didn't want to play paper events, but I didn't play in all the high prestige tournaments against the best players in the world. You know, sometimes they'd play against me online, but it was just in the context of a $50 tournament or whatever.
Yeah. I
Eh,
love that so many people enjoy paper Magic, but to me, spending that much money on cards just feels like an absolute scam.
For me, it was the cheating. For me, I don't want to have to spend energy um, monitoring my opponent to make sure that they're playing fairly. So,
Do people cheat a lot?
yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's no fun.
Magic has a fabled history of cheating problems at like the PTQ sort of level. So at the highest level, there are a few instances of very prolific cheating scandals where it's been like one person who was really good at cheating and pulled it off for a long time. But rules are enforced well enough that most people, I think, don't really try to get away with cheating at the highest level. But then at PTQs, the rules enforcement is low enough that um, there is a certain type of mindset that leads you to believe that cheating is kind of a free roll. Like, I can
Hmm.
try to cheat here and get my opponent to not call me on it, and even if they do call me on it, I just get a warning. It doesn't really matter. It's kind of like fouling in soccer or basketball, almost, where it's like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
it is just the correct play sometimes. And that wasn't very much fun for me.
Yeah, do you feel like there's a lot of accidental cheating in Magic? One of the things that kind of was intimidating me to learn the game was that I was worried that I just might not be following the rules.
Hmm. I think that's gotten more true in the last 10 years as the cards have become more complicated. When I played, I felt like I was capable of keeping control of the entire game state in my head. But I did play a lot, so I
Hmm.
knew all of the cards in the format before the tournament and everything. Nowadays, if I went to like a pre-release event or something, I would very much be relying on my opponent to help me understand what was happening. Um, yeah, I played in an MTG Arena event with Twitch rivals a few weeks ago, and like I just couldn't keep up with all of the text on the cards with the time limit that MTG Arena provides you. So I was just kind of trying to counter things which said they were uncounterable in plain text on the card that I was clicking on and things like that because I couldn't. There were like 5 paragraphs of text, too much text. It was a lot of fun though.
Yeah, I did a draft once, and I think people were annoyed with me because I actually wanted to read the cards before picking them because I didn't know what they were.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that takes forever.
Yep. Nowadays, if I draft a new set, I just decide which colors I'll be really early and then don't even read the other cards because that's about how much I can keep up with.
Yeah, I think one of the big appeals for me to just keep playing Hearthstone is that I have all the cards memorized, and
Mhm.
I don't know, I guess they're fairly simple.
Yeah. So you are still playing Hearthstone. Obviously, you stream Slay the Spire. Do you find that you play Slay the Spire much off stream as well?
No, because I feel like I should just be streaming.
Sure.
Um, I guess one other thing I wanted to mention about Hearthstone was I on
Cat would like
Twitter
to know pronouns, by the way.
yeah, you can use he him. I also don't mind anything else, but he him is good.
All right.
Um, I also just thought of something else for about Hearthstone, which I want to share, which was a positive experience in gaming for me in 2023. So I didn't have any competitive scene, and one of my old friends from undergrad on Twitter said they were looking for a third teammate to compete in some online league, I guess. And so I said, "Hey, look, I'm free and I'm so excited." And then we made a team. And yeah, so Hearthstone as a team game, you might not think, well, what do you even do as a team? But what you do is you just have 3 people on the same account and you discuss what to do together within the time limit.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's great. And you would be surprised at how much better you play with 3 Brians instead of 1. A lot of people think, yeah, Hearthstone at the top level is just luck. I mean, everyone's playing really well. Well, my opinion is that even at the top level, people aren't playing that well, and they just don't notice the mistakes they're making. And I have found that when I'm playing with other people talking with me, it's like a humongous advantage. And so we're doing pretty well. We play a game every few weeks or so against another random team. It's been, we're in the current season, we're 4 wins and 0 losses, so I'm very excited.
I really dislike this start. That's a nasty start of
Let's
Act
see,
1.
we're playing Watcher, and we are kind of forced into some garbage.
Sorry,
Do you want to share your screen on Discord
sure, yeah.
so I can like watch with less delay?
I should be able to do that. I have definitely played poker a lot like that, with multiple people talking through a hand at the same time. And yeah, you catch a tremendous amount of stuff. I also just know that from...
Fun?
Well, it's poker. It's fine. It's interesting. Doing it live is kind of rough sometimes because there can be like $1,000 on the line, and so how do you...
If you disagree, then suddenly the stakes are like your own livelihood.
Yeah, it's like fine. I haven't done it for a long
Even
time.
with the Hearthstone team, sometimes it feels like if we disagree, it's like a big stakes, but...
Yes, doing it post-mortem was always my preference. Although, unfortunately, if you do it that way, you don't get to find out what would have happened. Because you can't click the other button, it's already happened, you know?
Right. I guess as Spire players, we're pretty used to evaluating things without needing outcomes.
And you would hope that poker players would be good at that too. But sometimes it's genuinely... One of the most fascinating things in poker culture to me was the time when I started playing around about 2008, when people started realizing a lot of the stuff that decisions were being based on wasn't supported by game theory. And so you can have a leveling contest with another person where they are playing wrong because they think you're playing wrong, so you're going to play wrong to take advantage of them, etc., 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 etc. And when I started playing poker, a lot of people thought that that was what you were meant to do.
Right.
And arguably people played badly enough that if you were good at that sort of leveling contest, it was what you were meant to do. It would result in you winning the most money at the fastest speed. But over time as I played, people started to be like, well, if you just actually study how to play the game right and then play it right, you sure seem to win a lot. And that increasingly became how people played. And so I started out in my poker career, people would call leading into the pre-flop raiser. So if you call out a position, a pre-flop raise, and then on the flop you bet before they do, they would call it dunk betting and say that it meant you're a casual player. Like, very dismissive, kind of emotionally dismissive as well. Like, that can't possibly be a good play. Only casual players do that. You have to understand momentum of the pre-flop raiser and stuff like that. And as I played more and more, like, I mean, I signed up for a Poker Solver in 2009 or 10 or something when they first came out. So I knew this 100% and sort of knew it beforehand too. But more and more people started being like, well, actually, the solution of the game requires that you do this. Sometimes with high frequency. So maybe our claim that people who do it are just unilaterally bad is not correct.
Is there a lot of things in poker which actually occur with zero frequency and optimal play?
Well, there are enough things in poker that I guess that's true. Like, you should never raise 7 deuce offsuit pre-flop in a full ring game, right? For example.
Okay.
There are some situations where you should never call or never bet. There are also situations where like you should bet 1 or 2% of the time, and doing that gets you another 0.001 cents. And so people who actually play poker are like, yeah, I just don't bother.
Right.
It's fine. I don't need to remember that.
I guess I just was thinking a lot of the poker optimal play is revealing nothing about your hand. So as long as, I guess you just have to make sure that by not doing a thing, you're not revealing things.
Yeah, you end up telling people things about your hand, but you have to, because betting communicates information, and you have to bet to make money. So a lot of poker solution is trying to work out how to bet in the best way. Sometimes it's okay to reveal information about your hand, if it wins you the pot, for example.
That makes sense. Bag of Marbles is an absolutely lovely relic.
You think I get to take max HP here? We were talking about greed. Is it greedy to take max HP over heal here? I feel like it's fine. It's
What
a
does
hexagon
Watcher
stack.
struggle with more? The 5 HP in Act 4 or the dying in Act 1?
Neither?
Yeah, true.
Maybe it lets me comfortably upgrade. I don't really know what the answer to that is on Ascension 6.
Yeah, me neither.
I also don't think I know what it is on Ascension 20. It would be situational. I feel like Act 1 and Act 4 are the places my Watcher runs die.
Like, I almost always take Banana in this event if I have the room. Just because Act 1 has a tendency to, like, steal my HP for no reason.
That's true.
Like, the advanced hallway pool in this game is so freaking wild in Act 1.
Asked
You know,
Casey why Slime plus Slaver was an Act 1 hallway fight, and asked him if he realized that it was harder than, like, the elite fights, arguably, and he just laughed at me and said because he felt like it. So, yeah.
Makes
Yeah.
sense.
I'll take the health.
Yeah, I mean, it's straight from Act 2. Like, you think Snake Plant hitting you for 24 on turn 1 is hard, and then you just get hit for 26 on floor 4.
Hopefully this is lethal. What sort of puzzle
nice.
games do you like?
Yeah. I love puzzle games. I've played probably every puzzle game under the sun. My favorite, and I think maybe one of yours favorites too, is Outer Wilds.
Mm-hmm.
I actually played that game with mostly on a Discord where I was streaming myself playing it to some people I knew in person, and they were helping me decide what to do and keep track of things. And it was just an absolutely wonderful experience.
That is, I think, the only puzzle game that I go back and play more, even though I already know the solutions to all the puzzles.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Recently, like the past month or so, I have been absolutely obsessed with this puzzle game called Pathology. It's just this free, extremely minimal game where you push blocks around a 2D grid. But what has been nice about it for me is that the Discord of people that play this game is very active, and the people there are really, 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 really good. And so there's a much more room to be good because you have to optimize the solution to be the shortest possible path. So there's sort of infinite room to optimize things, surprisingly, I guess. But and I just love the experience of, you know, having a small community of people that are really good at something, and I'm learning, and they're spending their time, you know, helping me improve and talking about the game.
It's a massive streamer privilege thing. getting to hang out with people who are way better at games than you sometimes. This is a thing
True,
that I
yeah.
appreciate a lot about being a streamer.
Me too, actually. People watch my stream that are way better than me.
Uh-huh. Sounds a bit like a speedrunning community in the way that, like, it's a puzzle game, so I'm assuming it's not timed, but you're trying to bring down, like the same way that you're trying to bring down to the minimum possible number of frames in a Mario level or something like that.
Yeah, that's such a good comparison that I never thought of before. It's just if you have infinite time to think, which of course for me, I'm terrible at games that require timing, so. I used to play a lot of League of Legends because my friends in high school loved it. And I wanted to be cool, and so I played it with them. And I was just so bad. And then, even since then, I've gotten a little better. But in 2021, I think I played 100 ranked games of League of Legends. And I got less than a 50% win rate at Silver 5. And then I knew it was just hopeless. Like, there is no chance that I can ever get as good as...
May have just died. I think this is lethal.
Are we going for it?
Okay, we're good. It didn't occur to me that wheel kick could draw vigilance. It's fine. Hey, thanks for the $50 donation to Free2Luv. Sorry. Yes, I have also enjoyed some League. I do not play League as a win rate player anymore, because there was a time in my life when I did. And it was not very enjoyable.
Yeah. You have to ignore so much, and it's not fun. And then actually what happened was I kind of had wrist pain, and so I was having an actual incentive to quit the game. You know, it's just, I have not regretted quitting that game at all.
When I played it for a while earlier this year, it was very much like, it's kind of fun to click buttons, and the production value in League of Legends, I guess is what you'd call it, is very good. There are just a lot of cool things going on, lots of fun champions.
Yeah. It's also amazingly fun to watch, in my opinion.
Yes, I think I was watching Worlds or something, that's what got me into it. Not Worlds, something before Worlds. Because then I was already playing it when Worlds came around and wanted to watch more.
Just love that they have so much of an investment in, you know, having analysts that can tell you everything that's going on, and they're so good at it.
Yes, the production values of the broadcasts are awesome.
I wish so much that that could be the case for Hearthstone. I feel like my dream job kind of is like being a Hearthstone analyst for something like that. But the money just isn't there anymore. But I will say that the Hearthstone World Championship was still really fun to watch this year. There was only 8 people, but these people had worked so hard to get there this year because there was basically impossible to do. And there was I think the best game of Hearthstone that I've ever seen. There was this new player that most people hadn't heard of, CJ Kaka from Taiwan, who had qualified at the last minute by finishing rank 1 legend, like the top of the leaderboard in Asia. And for the first match, he like got really unlucky, didn't get to make any choices basically. And then in the next match, it was all the stakes are on the line. And at some point, so it's a mirror match. Both players have the same deck. It's this druid deck that goes on for a long time. It's like a control type of strategy.
They still have that, huh?
Yeah, surprisingly, with all the power creep, you can still try to grind them out. But there's this card, of course, in Hearthstone, you know, part of the reason that makes it exciting is all the random effects. And so currently there's a card that casts 4 random spells with random targets. And it's competitive, you know, because of course. So he played that card and he discarded his hand. And like as a card gamer, you know that just randomly discarding your hand is not something you want to do, like in Magic or really anything. But because it was a control deck, he didn't die right away. And he managed to crawl back into the game. And it drew out so long. And eventually the opponent was like getting really stressed and made a mistake, and then that was it, and he won. That was just a very good moment for me. And I think for all viewers of Hearthstone.
I'm trying to imagine. There were some really good moments in Magic when I cared about Magic. OMG, it's Lightning Helix will forever be a moment. But I don't know if there was ever anything that was quite that level. Discarding your hand is really bad.
I know, I thought it was over, and I was sad because I was rooting for this guy. I wanted him to have a chance. But I'm like, it's just not his tournament. I mean, he ended up making it to the finals and then losing to, like, probably the best player in the world this year. But yeah, I was upset. I was like, he just got scammed.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't give up. It was an amazing game.
Have you played Patrick's Parabox?
I love Patrick's Parabox.
That game broke my brain. I think I still haven't quite
so good.
recovered.
That and Baba Is You.
Mm-hmm. I think I got maybe halfway through Baba's You, although I haven't finished it, so I don't really know, I guess. The map seemed like it was about halfway done when I
There's some
tapped
cool
out.
meta puzzles there too if you stick with it. It is very hard though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at some point I looked up, like, I don't remember what I was looking up, but I saw a video that said Baba Is You true ending, and I was like, what? And I didn't, like, watch through all of it, but I watched enough to recognize that even after you're done with the puzzles, there's still some more stuff going on.
Have you played Snakebird?
I have not.
That is a puzzle game I will recommend to everyone. It looks very cute, but the puzzles are actually genius.
Snakebird.
Snakebird, yeah. One other puzzle game I got into this year is Bomba. The premise of this game, well, it's like Minesweeper. I don't know if you ever played much Minesweeper.
Uh-huh. Yeah. As
It
a
gets
kid,
kind of
yeah.
repetitive, right?
Does it? I just kept playing it forever.
Yeah, actually, same. But in any case, what Bomba does is it makes it so that whenever you have a pattern, like there's a 1 next to a 2 kind of on the wall, we know what to do. So you can code this pattern into the game.
Okay.
And then whenever that pattern appears, it will just automatically mark the mines for you. And what happens is that you start putting together a bunch of these rules, and then it automatically solves a bunch of puzzles.
Right.
And so the game comes with hundreds of computer-generated puzzles, and you just get to add some small rules and watch them get solved. And I think this was an amazing addition to Minesweeper for me.
But I imagine that eventually you reach a puzzle where the rules you have don't solve it, but probably they're hand-picked puzzles, so they all do have a solution. So you would have
the
to come up with
rules
a
that-
more complex rule eventually.
Yeah, that's the game, is
Yeah.
you get stuck, like your rules didn't solve a puzzle, and it shows it to you. And now you get to like think about the puzzle in your head and try to come up with a rule that will solve it.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it does, it probably solves that puzzle and a few more, and then you repeat.
Yeah, that's super cool. What is that called?
Bomba, B-O-M-B-E.
Sounds like a fun game. How much playtime is it?
Arbitrarily much, I guess.
Okay.
Like you're not going to complete the game ever.
Oh.
I think
Oh.
someone has completed all of the. Actually, no one has completed all of the puzzles, but someone has completed all of the hexagon puzzles.
It's one of those. I
Yeah.
see. Yeah, that's cool. One of my goals this year is to play a lot more Spire, but
It's a good game.
I think I'm going to aim for like 70% Spire maybe. I don't know. 70% Spire leaves 30% other things, which sounds healthy.
For me, it's like probably 70% Spire. And then most of the other things is new things that are like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes I just move on from my old obsessions and find some new one pretty frequently, but it's hard to. I always have this increasingly long Steam wish list of games that I want to play, but always play new games instead.
I don't think I'm a Steam wishlist person. I feel like my Steam wishlist is... Sometimes I will wishlist something if it's from a studio that I know, and I think it might do well on stream, I guess. But I mostly don't use that function.
So whenever I see a game that looks cool, wishlist.
Clever.
And then I never buy any games until I'm about to download it. Which means I don't take use of sales, but in my experience, the people that take use of the sales end up with many games they never play and actually didn't save money.
I think Pentagraph? I don't know.
70% is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. I can't say I've ever made quite this decision before. Often in a situation like this on a Watcher run, I am just not buying either. Because I feel like such a large part of my chance to lose is drawing a bad hand, and so I'm just trying to save money for as many card removes as possible.
Yeah. Small deck Watcher is pretty strong. Very consistent.
Yes, but also here I have a Smiling Mask, so I don't even need to save money for card removes.
True. This deck looks like it's doing good things.
Sorry, you're watching on Discord, huh? I do have it so you can mouse over on stream to actually see all the cards. It is a very, very strong Watcher deck, which struggles a little bit to block. We're at low Ascension, so I think it matters a lot less. I have one Talk to the Hand. I'm certainly not, like, married to the idea that I have to spam a billion cards. There's, like, a couple of Mental Fortresses and the deck can just play kind of fair and win. But I don't have those yet. I don't think I meant to take Perseverance. I've been trying to make Meditate Enlightenment work on Watcher a lot more recently. And so I've been taking some Protects and Perseverances at low Ascension to see how they feel. Because the puzzle for me, the thing that is interesting to me about Watcher is she doesn't have the best turn 1 of all the characters. I think her turn 1 might be the worst. I don't know. And she's so
in terms of the card pool?
Yeah. She's so strong that it doesn't usually matter. But so many of Watcher's strong cards are not good on turn 1. Unless she's strong enough that they are. Yes, Vault is good, Scroll is good.
Right.
And then the other stuff is like piecemeal. It has to combine with something else to be good. Like Rushdown, you can get to a point where Rushdown's good on turn 1, but it isn't by default a good card on turn 1.
Yep.
And so a lot of Watcher's strength is that she is so strong that you can build your deck into a point where Rushdown does become good enough that your turn 1 is fine. But I feel like a lot of my Watcher runs which I lose are runs where I don't quite manage to pull that all together, and then if I move away from that local maxima, I am rapidly finding that all of my deaths start being like bleeding out on turn 1 and Act 2 instead of dying in Act 1 and Act 4. It's an interesting puzzle. I don't know.
Watch is not exactly my strong point. I don't think I've played really much at all since I hit Ascension 20 with it.
It is also not my strong point. I have not really taken the character seriously ever.
I think I just see everyone else, you know, farming the game, and I'm like, okay, that's nice. But I never really took the time to learn how to do that myself. Just feel like it's less rewarding if everyone else is so good at it.
Talked about gaming, talked about online communities. Do you actually know Ridiculous Hat, or do you just hang out in his community?
Know him in person, but I guess we just chat a lot on the Coin Concede Discord.
Alright, cool. He is a good fellow. It's
I'm
funny
really
how
glad
he
that he
shows
got
up
the
everywhere.
job.
Yeah. Working for Hearthstone now.
Yeah, the community benefits so much from having someone like him in that position.
Yes, I hope that he is paid and valued appropriately. My experience in gaming companies has been that the people in those sorts of positions have far more value than the people making decisions about the company realize. I mean, that's
Yeah.
my bias as a content creator, I guess.
Well, it's also because you notice the people that are doing a good job, I think. Like, before Ridiculous Hat, there was someone who was good, Alkali Lake. And then before her, there was someone who was not very good, who no one knows.
Yeah, I was on a team with Alkali, so I know her. She definitely knows her stuff.
Yeah.
I went to it was a studio opening event last year. I think it was last year, maybe it was the year before. Time is weird since the pandemic. And the person in charge of us was just so incredible. Like, she was available all 3 days I was there, like all the time. She was making sure we were fed and looked after, and like paying for drinks for us out of her own pocket and stuff like that. And then I was like, oh wow, this is awesome. I feel extremely well cared for and valued and appreciated, and would love to like come back here and do another event sometime. And then she got laid off.
Oh my god.
Just absolutely blew my mind.
Yeah, the
Absolutely blew my
people in
mind.
charge don't know. I guess this is capitalism in a nutshell.
Yeah. How did we meet? Well, we've both been Slay the Spire content creators for a very long time. When did you start playing Slay the Spire? How did you come to Spire?
That's a good question. I think a friend recommended it to me. Just a person I knew in real life.
Mm-hmm.
And I had played Dominion, the board game,
Sure.
and I was like, this is like Dominion, but 10 times better. And then I just fell in love with the game. And of course, I started out terrible, as everyone, well, not everyone, but most players that are new to the game. And I think I gave up around Ascension 8, and then probably like 2 years later, I decided to give it another try, and I started having more success. I think one moment I remember very clearly is that I had looked online about Slay the Spire, and I saw your video about Metallicize versus Feel No Pain. And I just remember, like, Metallicize was my card. I knew what it did, and it did it. And Feel No Pain was this, like, major question mark. Like, what on earth is this? How do I use this? I don't understand why this is a card. And then I tried picking it, and I suddenly just realized that like cards exhaust all the time, like your video explains. And then I just fell in love with the ironclad exhausting everything, with everything about exhaust. I love thinking about what cards to exhaust and abusing the OP cards like Corruption and Fiendfire, and also having to think about what do I do after I exhaust the cards. And I love watching Dead Branch go burr and stuff. And then I just decided, and then I wanted to stream, and I said, what should I stream? I could stream Hearthstone, but if I lose on my stream, I'm gonna feel really upset. And I don't like having the rank pressure there. So I can stream Slay the Spire, which is a game I really would love to get better at. And that is kind of how I started meeting the Twitch people.
Cool. You know how long ago that was? It is so hard to... I never know how long things have been.
Spire probably 4 years ago. But I didn't have a lot of viewers for the first year. Just like a couple of my friends mostly.
Was it
And
fun
then
still?
I gave it a more consistent shot. I don't remember when, and then I started growing.
Did you enjoy streaming just to your friends? I mean, I guess you kept going.
Yeah, I mean, it gave me a sense of regularity. I think I needed some structure in my life because I just stay up playing video games all the time. And so just having that thing I would do every day was sort of important for me at the time.
And you get to still stay up playing video games. That's the best part about streaming. Except now
Yeah.
it's like for work. No, I'm working. It's fine. It's good. It's good
Well,
actually.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really consider it work. I do feel like, I'm not exactly sure how I would enjoy streaming if I did consider it work. I'm interested in it. Like, I think it might be fun, but I don't know if I'm thinking about, I'm not sure if I can predict exactly how I will feel about doing something for work that I normally do for fun.
Sure. What is your... So you said you're in a math program right now?
Yeah.
So I imagine that is basically work at the moment.
Yeah, so I have to do research. I'm gonna graduate this May, hopefully. And then, well, yeah, my current research is like, I get to code math problems, look for patterns, which is honestly pretty chill.
Sounds
so
a lot
it's-
like Bomba, the famous Minesweeper puzzle game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of similarities between my research interests and my... I think math is actually kind of amazing in that people are just paid to think about whatever the heck they want. Like, a lot of math that is done currently has no practical use. It has no foreseeable practical use. And yet no one cares. Like, you can just think about it, publish paper about some random thing, and that's completely fine. And I love the freedom, but I'm also a little nervous. Like, what if people actually find out what we do all day?
Uh-huh. Is that what people mean when they say that it has purposes for cryptography? Like, it has no purpose? Is that what that means?
Like, the math that was used for cryptography was developed, 50 years ago. And I think math does have a precedent of, like, things that were done 50 years ago turn out to be, like, extremely useful in ways no one could have predicted.
Right, yeah.
And so there's just this historical precedent of this happening over and over again. And that's what we are.
So what sort of puzzles are you solving?
So recently I've been trying to count. So my advisor showed me some New York Times puzzle about like putting the number, I forget exactly, like the number of ways to construct a certain grid that satisfies certain conditions. And so we've been looking into counting the number of legal configurations. And the computer, of course, can generate a bunch of data for us and brute force search and figure out how to do it. But then what we can do is come in and look at the computer output and sort of look for patterns there and then try to prove that those patterns are actually happening, which is a lot of fun. I feel like mathematicians in the past, you know, they were always on the same playing field. You just have to use your brain. But now with computers, we suddenly have access to so much more examples, so much more data, that maybe we can find patterns that people in the past couldn't. So we don't necessarily need to be, you know, Einstein or something in order to make progress.
Statistics had kind of a similar thing when I was studying it, where as you start off learning statistics, they teach you all about the right equations to use and things like that. And then it turns out more and more and more and more that what you do at a high level of statistics is look at computer output and try to work out what it means. Which is also fun, different type of fun.
I think it's just so much more approachable. Like, you can make progress by writing some code, and that feels satisfying. But if you're trying to solve a theoretical math problem, there's like months where people just don't make any progress. And that is really frustrating, and it takes a lot of perseverance that frankly I don't have in order to keep going. So the computer's coding aspect has been important for me to feel like I'm making progress.
I'm not sure I ever even understood that part of math. Like, you're just meant to look at this thing and then eventually you'll work it out. It just seemed like magic to me every time.
Yeah, it does feel that way. It does feel really good when you find something, but most of the time, I don't.
When you're taking discrete math 2, you looked in the textbook, and one of the later chapters was titled Counting. This will be an easy class. You thought you were wrong. Yeah? Yeah. My math experience was kind of unfortunate. My math teacher in high school so I did second quarter of college calculus in my senior year of high school, and my math teacher for it had some family shit going on and was not supported enough by the district, and so she gave over responsibility for teaching the class to one of the students, and he was great and he did as well as he could have, but he was not a teacher.
Right.
And so I just kind of didn't learn very much that class, and then I went into college and took the third quarter of college calculus, which I was supposedly prepared for, and holy crap, I was not prepared for it. So that was the end of my math career, basically.
But I feel like you do need to know some statistics for a lot of the stuff you were talking about in your videos, at least.
Yeah. I don't really consider statistics math. I don't know. I understand why someone would. Maybe it even is. But in my brain, it's kind of like just a language for talking about distributions of things and events that happen.
Yeah.
Which I guess is kind of what math is. But like, when I call somebody a tall person, I don't think I'm doing math, you know? There's and statistics is on that side of the describing the world. Or like telling someone they're tall actually literally is math. You're saying their height is a big number, right? But in your brain, you're not thinking of it as math necessarily, or I'm not.
Yeah, I guess if you were to ask me, I guess I would agree, now that I think about it. Statistics is fundamentally motivated by things that are happening in the world and describing them effectively. But math is not motivated by that. Math is more like philosophy, like people just like thinking about things. I wonder what would happen if we made this rule and tried to logic our way through it.
I always struggled with economics for that sort of thing. I always felt like economists were... There were a good number of economists in my statistics courses, and I always felt like they were approaching statistics in that way. Like, what if the world worked this way? What would statistics say about it? And I was just like, but if you look at the statistics, the world doesn't work that way. That's what the statistics are for. They're for telling you that isn't how it works. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why I never. I mean, that's kind of why I don't just do a lot of science. Is just there's no. For me, there's not a lot of what's the word? Confidence that these things that were scientifically are happening. That there are reasons. So we okay. What I mean to say is, like, in physics, we have theories for predicting the world, and they work very, very well. But underlying, we have no idea whether our theories represent any fundamental laws of nature. All they do is they just predict the world, and I feel like somehow this kind of bothers me, and that's why I like games and math more, because at least I know, like, there's no weird assumptions going on.
Games are very good at telling you the entire rule set. This is a purity. I think I'm taking
Although
purity.
I guess heuristics in games are kind of like science.
A little bit. But at least you... and sometimes you can literally look at the way the game is coded and confirm that the heuristics are about something that works the way you think it does. And even if your heuristic isn't right, even if it's like, I should always take 2 damage cards in Act 1, and it turns out actually, like, sometimes you only need 1 and sometimes you need 3 and stuff, like, your heuristic wasn't quite right. At least you are describing... At least you know that when you play the damage card on the enemy, it takes damage, you know? Whereas with
true.
physics, sometimes it's like, well, it turns out actually light isn't a wave, but it is a wave. But sometimes it isn't a... Anyway. Yes. Oppenheimer
Yeah,
was
it
my
does
movie of
feel
the year,
like-
though.
Another thing you can do with game heuristics in games is you can also use statistics to measure, like, what the heuristic actually does in a mathematical sense.
Although it's very difficult.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of wish Spire logs still existed, but I also kind of don't. But Spire logs was like an attempt to do that with statistics, which I think was really interesting, but also demonstrated the shortfallings of trying to do that with statistics, I guess. Hey, Emma.
Yeah. I think if Spire logs had a good editor, they could actually, like, help people.
I think it did help people.
Did it?
Yeah. I think people 100% learned valuable things from Spire logs, but they didn't, like, it's like learning it the wrong way. Like, they didn't get the context to appreciate what they were learning necessarily. It's like looking at the pattern in your space of, I forgot exactly what math puzzle you're looking at. Was like looking at that pattern and then thinking, oh, that's what the pattern is, and not doing the extra work to be like, why is this the pattern? Let's spend
Right.
a long time in a PhD program trying to analyze and understand this.
Yeah, I guess sometimes there might have been a few times where I looked at Spire logs and saw a card was rated higher than I was expecting and then picked it more.
I don't think it was super useful for someone who was already at Ascension 20. I think it was more, oh, hey Amy, thanks for the raid. More of a, like, if you're starting out the game, what sorts of things are there that you should aim at? At least that's
Yeah,
how
that
I
makes
saw
sense.
people using it in a way that seemed good. How's it going? Amy and friends. I am Jorbs. I am playing Slay the Spire. We are raising money this week for Free2Luv. which is a charity which funds arts programs for children. Focuses on self-acceptance and love of yourself and others. It's an anti-bullying charity. It does some mental health stuff, all of those sorts of things. And I am having guests on throughout the week. Maybe Amy will get to comment at some point. That would be really cool. You should all tell her that she should do that. Don't pressure Amy. Thanks for the raid, Amy. Amy's great though. Right now we're talking with Panacea, who is another Slay the Spire content creator. We're talking about math PhDs and currently Spire logs and data and statistics.
Hello, Raiders.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Word Thakuk. Thanks for the $25 donation to support Free2Luv. Okay, I have lost our train of thought, unfortunately. Oh, we're talking about Spire logs. Yeah, I don't know.
I did try to make a guide for Ironclad, which was my attempt at compiling my numerical intuitions, or my non-numerical intuitions into some kind of thoughts on strategy.
The game is so...
That was pretty a fun experience to try to make a guide.
Did you reach a point where you felt like it was, like, complete? Like you could show it to someone and they'd get the right idea?
Yeah. I mean,
that's really impressive.
I think that the guide currently, the guide does not reflect my current evaluations on the game super well, but I think it stands on its own pretty well, actually. And I think a lot of people were able to think about the game in a new way after reading it.
Sure. Yes, I have more and more described things in Slay the Spire by first stating like my assumptions and saying but my assumptions might change. My assumptions in believing that this card is strong here are this, and this, and if those no longer are true, it might not be the case that I think it's strong anymore, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think the guide describes a lot of my thought process when I played the game 2 years ago. And it just, of course I've gotten way better since then.
Sure.
And the guide cannot account for that by its very nature.
Yes. Yeah, I've always wondered what the best way to communicate any thought about Slay the Spire is really. Like I did my series talking about individual cards for like 10 to 15 minutes. I mostly did that because it was fun. I did tier lists like one time. They're fine. I've tended, in my experience, when I've tried to analyze Spire, to end up analyzing something else instead, because it's like, well, to teach you that, I need to teach you this first. And honestly, this is easier to make a video about anyway.
I see.
It's like teaching people what a heuristic is, for example.
Yeah.
That isn't necessarily knowledge everybody has to begin with. Interesting puzzle. How to donate? There should be a button at the top of the chat window. Or there's a button below the stream window. I guess there isn't a button on the top of the chat window. There's a button below the stream window. There's also a link somewhere. Where did it go? Let me get the link for you real quick. Where it would usually say subscribe to the streamer, it instead says donate to charity right now. I don't know what the link is. Sub button is a donate to charity button today. That's what I got for you. Hopefully
That's what worked for me.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to use. I just think one of the craziest things about Slay the Spire guides is like, you know, for most of the cards in the game, you know, at some point, great players have said, this card is terrible. Like, I never pick this card. And then, you know, years go by and someone else says, I pick this card all the time. I have no clue what you guys are talking about. And so, of course, like, a guide is fundamentally limited just by, like, the person's experiences at the time of writing it. And there's no way that it will reflect anything optimal necessarily, but it is a way that you can sort of get up to speed with what someone else is doing in a pretty efficient way, I would say.
Yeah, and you can look at it as like a solution space for Spire that does something. Like it leverages some sort of package of synergies or makes some claim about this damage card is better for solving Act 1 than that one because of how it ends up interacting with other cards further down the line. And I have found that most of the way that I get better at Slay the Spire is by understanding more of those synergy spaces, and I don't know, I haven't had a card that I never pick in Slay the Spire for a long time, really. I think Clash and Setup might have been the last two to go, but they went like 2 or 3 years ago at least. I'm pretty sure every card in the game for me has some use case attached to it that I understand, and then like my opinion of Slay the Spire has always been that in order to get better I have to find another use case for another card.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. I had everyone fill out the spreadsheet, which you also filled out like a couple, maybe 1 year ago?
Yeah.
And then I invited Zeknar to do it again now. And I mean, it's not surprising at all, but it really made the point well, is that his new ratings of the cards was almost always rating cards higher than he used to. So like all the cards he used to pick, you know, he still mostly picks them, and then it's just like, also this subset of cards is now like very picked too, including like Clash, Flex, you know, like all this stuff that, you know, newer players have a harder time using.
I don't think I would say that I regularly pick Clash, but I sometimes pick Clash.
I think he was going a little bit overboard with Clash, but a lot of people have been telling me in my chat they like Clash now, so I don't know.
Huh. How do you pick Clash?
So you also pick Warcry.
Sure.
And you also, okay, if it's Guardian, that's another reason. What else? People told me a lot of things. I think it's like, sometimes you're worried about dying in Act 1, and so it does help with that.
That is how I pick
because it's not
Clash.
a strike.
Right.
It's not a strike, yeah. And one recent run I had, which was like one of the most strong Act 1s I've ever seen, was like a Desperation Sever Soul pick and to upgrade it into like 2 clashes on the next 2 floors into second wind. And it was always playable. And I just absolutely destroyed Act 1 and got myself in a good position for the rest of the game.
That sounds like about how I play Clash too. I don't know if I would rate it very high though. It's certainly like things are not going very well, so I'm going to have to try to bail myself out with this Clash pick. More than...
How would you say it compares to like Twin Strike?
I would much prefer to have a Twin Strike.
That's fair. I think me too.
I don't want to try to play just watch your deck against Time Eater. And yet, here I am. I don't know. The downside of Clash has always to me been that it tends to run into huge amounts of problems against Gremlin Love and Sentries. And also
Yeah.
just against Ascender's Bane, like your own deck.
For sure. I mean, it's hard to say whether it makes your deck better or worse against those fights, but it definitely, if you're adding a garbage attack and it's not helping you in Gremlin Knob, like you have some serious questions.
Mm-hmm. I think if it doesn't make you worse against sentries, it makes the variance of the sentries fight very high, which is the one place that I've gotten stingier, I guess, about card picks in the last year is moving more away from variance as win rates get higher, which is just like
That makes sense.
what has to happen as win rates get higher.
That's kind of how I feel about boss swapping.
Mm-hmm. I just don't like boss swap. I just don't boss swap because I find it kind of boring. But yes, boss swapping is definitely high variance. Snecko Eye. Snecko Eye is no longer my beloved.
Actually, me too. I used to think Snecko Eye was the best boss relic for a while, and I've finally been converted to Pyramid as the more frequently the pick.
Mm-hmm. It was just all of the other cards that I started taking, basically, that made Snecko stop being good. Once I was taking cards like Warcry more in Act 1, Snecko stopped being as appealing.
I think for me, I had a really long streak of having really, really good Snecko luck, and so I kind of inflated its power in my head.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me a long time to actually update that.
Snecko's weird. Because that can definitely happen, and then it can happen the other way too, and humans are just not very good at understanding variance. So,
Yeah.
yes, I have commonly not felt confident in my Snecko evaluation because of that.
For a while, I thought Ironclad Snecko at the end of Act 1 was just a free win. And then it was for like many runs.
Mm-hmm.
And then it wasn't. And I was like, wait.
Hold up. That's funny. I think for a long time Snecko legitimately was the best boss relic. Well, there was a time period when Runic Pyramid reduced your cards drawn by 1 per turn, where I don't think any player at all actually worked out how good Runic Pyramid was, because none of us would even pick it. Like, sitting here now, I think about it, and it's like, that actually might still be okay. But I certainly pretty much never picked it at the time, so I never actually have experienced playing with it like that.
Like at the start of Act 2, it's not that huge of a downside because your hand can kind of get clogged in like 1 turn or 2.
Makes turn 1 very bad.
Right.
And it's
like
very...
avocado.
Yeah. It's very noticeable that turn 1 is very bad. Because, yeah, you walk into Act 2 and you get attacked for 21 on the first turn of it, and you only have 4 cards.
The major downside of Pyramid, I guess, is that it doesn't do anything turn 1. It's just, I feel like the way the game works is that most enemies are relatively chill on turn 1.
And then Avocado is sitting there with...
Avocado Rat,
Yep.
27.
Exactly.
Even Slavers. Well, definitely Slavers.
I've just increasingly found that the ways that I lose runs are because my turn one is bad, I guess.
But you still like pyramid a lot.
Yes. I certainly do. The fact that I take pyramid a lot might be why I only lose runs, because my turn one is bad.
That seems to make sense. Pyramid is extremely strong. You do have to get it going a little bit, but
We are up to Ascension 6 on the file, which you can see up here. Alright, does anybody in chat have questions for Panacea? I have another guest on in 35 minutes, and I'd need like a 20-minute break to
yeah, I'll hop off after this run.
you know, but I would love for you to answer any questions people have about math PhDs or puzzle games or Slay
Someone
the Spires
asks
or
if I love
Hearthstone.
Talos Principle, or if I've played Talos Principle 2. I just want to say I love Talos Principle 2. It's a puzzle game that came out a couple months ago, I think. And I left that game not only feeling like the puzzles were excellent, they're not too hard, they're really accessible, but also like a hope for humanity. Like, yeah, I really liked that one.
Okay.
Is your name from the Slay the Spire card or the worm character? Actually, both. So I will admit that in one of the... Okay, Panacea in Worm gets really, really sad. And I stopped reading because I was sad. And I didn't read all of the bad parts about Panacea as much. And so someone told me about that after. But the part that was sad before it got bad was like really emotional for me. I heard there are a handful of unsolved challenges in math where you get like a huge medal when you solve it. Yeah, there's the Millennium Problems. A lot. I mean, yeah, there's the Math Fields Medal, which is awarded, I think, every year to like big mathematical progress. And there's some Millennial Problems which are likely to give you that award. Is there an argument that 4-drop pyramid is unfun game design because it gives you fewer options of things to do? I could hear that argument. It's a weird
It was
question.
very unfun. It was
Okay,
definitely not
that makes
enjoyable
sense.
to have 4 cards on turn 1.
That's a good answer. Have you tried out the game Inscription? I was kind of turned off by the horror elements. It's not really my vibe. Good luck with your PhD. Thank you, maybe. I think there are still a few open win a check signed by Paul Erdos problems out there. Yeah. I think that's true. I forget exactly the details. Erdos was an amazing mathematician that published with so many different people that there's now a math concept called the Erdos number, where your Erdos number is like 1 if you published a paper with Erdos. It's 2 if you published with someone who published with someone who published with Erdos. And so people try to decrease their number as mathematicians, which I think is funny.
Do you have one?
Yeah, let's see. So I published with my advisor, and his Erdos number was 2. So he published with someone who published with Erdos, so that makes mine 3.
Sweet.
Yeah.
There's also the Bacon number for like how far removed you are in acting from Kevin Bacon, right? Is it the Bacon number?
You haven't heard of that.
Somebody else would know. And then you have like people who have very low numbers for both. Like Natalie Portman, I believe, has an extremely low number for both.
That's so funny. I love it.
Yes, the Erdos Bacon number is the combination of the two.
Beautiful.
Erdos Bacon number lowest. Daniel Kleitman, whose number is 1. Oh, and his bacon number is 2. I don't know who that is. Maybe I
I don't
should.
either.
Sounds like a big deal. We have reached the click on buttons part of the watch your run.
I
Although
love that part.
sometimes you still die anyway. Sometimes you'll like realize after clicking on your card that you cannot leave Wrath anymore and you're being attacked for 150. Watcher is a strange character.
I mean, probably if we just don't enter Wrath and we only have 1 beat of death, things are probably going to be fine.
I don't know if I could have won this fight without entering Wrath. I feel like probably not. I've been surprised in playing through the lower difficulties at how capable they are of killing me. Like Act 1 bosses are still capable of killing you fairly frequently.
I agree with you there.
Gremlin Knob will sometimes like you have to respect Gremlin Knob still. I haven't died to Gremlin Knob, but I have definitely been in situations where like, wow, I'm glad I took that damage card.
Do you think that more often Gremlin Knob is a problem with the easier attack pattern or like the 18+ attack pattern?
I think it will kill you with the 18+ attack pattern, but it deals more damage to you on average with the lower one, perhaps.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
Do you know much about how large prime numbers are determined to be prime? There's some probabilistic algorithms. Basically, like you can pick a large random number and do some checks, and most of the time, if it's not prime, you'll know, and then you just go with that. There is a more deterministic approach, but it's much slower, so people don't really use it. Why is e to the pi I -1? Okay. So e to the pi, or e to the blank I is like rotating a number around the origin in the complex plane, and pi corresponds to 180 degrees. And so you start from 1 and you rotate 180 degrees counterclockwise and you get to -1.
Made sense
So pi
to me.
is like an angle. Yeah. What subfield of math are you in? My advisor does experimental math, which translates to we do a bunch of coding. Fun.
Cartesian coordinates were part of the course that I did not have a teacher for. So I've always known that you can map things to a plane and kind of like just nodded my head. That probably means something. Yep.
Yeah, these imaginary numbers are not really necessary for any aspect of daily life, but they are cool.
I did once look up 7 different ways to prove the central limit theorem, and I think that was the most I've ever gotten into math. Was it the central limit theorem?
That sounds interesting.
Might have been the central limit theorem. It was something to do with the normal distribution.
Hey, Peter. No, I didn't cook anything for Christmas. My girlfriend cooked me something, which was nice.
What'd you get?
Some noodles and hot pot.
That sounds nice. We do a roast lunch for Christmas in my family. It's a Commonwealth thing, I think. So we had roast vegetables and we just had sausages for meat. I guess we didn't really do a roast lunch. We had roast vegetables. We didn't roast any meat though.
Yeah, I don't actually eat that much meat these days. I found that I
Probably
just
for the
stopped
best.
craving it, and then like,
Yeah.
you know, the environment is better off, and I don't mind.
I did a year drinking nothing other than water, and it was good for my health and an interesting experiment. And the next time I do something like that, it will be to quit meat for a year. But I haven't quite had the energy for it.
I feel like a lot of people, you know, have to spend some energy to make sure that they're not having any meat, but I never do that. I'm just like, if there's a choice, I just won't buy it, but I'm not gonna like take efforts if there's meat in front of me to avoid eating it.
Oh, sure, yeah. There's an easier way to do it.
Right. This was really good. I really appreciate the charity stream. I think this choice of charity is a good one because, you know, kids are at a point in their life where if their life gets better, then that affects many, many years of their life, and they can also go out and influence other people's lives. And so I think this is an excellent charity choice. I encourage all the viewers to donate if you can spare a few dollars.
Yeah. I also think it's a part of your life where you are very flexible to change. We can become stubborn as adults, but as a kid, you were still forming core memories and experiences and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't
I
know
agree.
if Panacea loves cat girls or not. Mayashi always asks every guest if they love cat girls.
I'm gonna
You don't
go
have
with
to.
yes.
Yes? Alright. I think we're 2-2 now. Wait, that means you didn't ask every guest, Mayashi. You missed one. Oh well. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my legs and grab a bite to eat. And then come back. I'm sorry we didn't get to play an Ironclad run. That would have been more fun.
I would have had more to say about it at least. I don't
Another time.
keep my opinions on the other characters
Yeah.
to myself mostly.
Yeah. Another time. Alright, thanks for coming on. This was fun.
Yeah, thank you. See you next time.
Yeah. There's an Inside Out 2 coming up, Ketchup Goat. I'm pretty excited about it. Alright, I skipped my break at the end of last run. So I'm gonna take a slightly longer break and probably get myself a little bite to eat. It might be 5 or 10 minutes. And then I will be right back. Twitch chat. Hello. What did you do, the Albion? What did you do? Hey, Tiffany. Good morning. How are you? Hey, Grizzly Bear Games. I got, what's this called? Chicken biryani. Biryani. From an Indian place 2 nights ago. And I feel like I already ate all the chicken out of it, so now it's just rice. Which is fine. It is nice tasting rice. Oh! There's 1 piece of chicken. Oh, the Albion. I think those might be the most times in a row that I've ever won anything on stream. Oh, for fuck's sake. It happened yesterday, too. It's gotta be because my save folder is being shared to a Google Drive, and there's something not letting the game see into it or something. Alright, now it works. Is the game gonna come back, though? "28 wins in a row." I feel like I had 27 wins in a row at something, but I don't remember what it was. Anybody else remember? I don't know what it was. FTL I had, not that many. Actually, I won my last 4 runs on the other account, too. So actually, I'm at 32 in a row. 25 Silent Ascension 15s. It might be 27. I might have done 27 Silent Ascension 15s. It's kind of funny. I don't know. There's something impressive just about, like, paying attention to something for long enough to do that, I guess. There are probably lots of other situations where I could have won 32 times in a row, but I just didn't play the game 32 times or whatever. I have undiscovered cards and relics. True. True. I didn't realize this tracked your total floors climbed. That's cool. We have all the Ironclad cards. All the silent cards. They're gonna be colorless stuff, right? Like event things. I haven't cast Wish yet. I haven't cast Alpha yet. I haven't taken Jax yet. I haven't cast Conjure Blade yet. I haven't cast Reach Heaven yet. All of them are just Watcher cards that I haven't played yet, pretty much. Hey, Macrobio boy. Thank you. This card has yet to be encountered. What could it mean? I'm surprised I haven't found a Clumsy, Injury, Parasite, or Shame yet. I guess there are quite a few different curses. Oh, also the Match and Keep game doesn't have 2 different curses yet. It only has 1 curse until the events get worse. I think that's where I often see those curses in a run. I also don't know what Pride does. It probably just can't be removed. That'd be my guess. What? Haven't gotten tough bandages out. I got the specimen though. They gave me the specimen and didn't give me tough bandages. This account is cursed. Macrobio boy, thanks so much for the $25 donation to support Free2Luv. Appreciate it. Pride is from Endless Mode. I haven't seen the Mark of Pain. There are a lot of event relics I haven't seen. Probably takes a while to get the Face Trader relics. Because I don't even take that event. And there are 4 different ones, right? Like, most of the time that I get the event, I don't take the face. I wonder how long it will take to get all of this stuff. Normal enemies are tougher. GG, we lose. Do you think Metamorphosis is good? Let's find out. Oh. Probably fine. If you don't trade faces, you'll never get those relics. Hey. Seems pretty good so far. I mean, sometimes I trade faces. I just wouldn't say that I do more than half the time or anything. Add the Snecko synergy, that's okay. I feel like we'll survive. But I like a war cry. I really want any of these cards. It does cost 0. I think the work right there is fine. Rampage? Rampage True Grit. Kind of a combo. Also just take Pommel Strike. Pommel Strike, typically a good card. I think Rampage is better against Hexaghost. And I think that's what I care about right now. It's a weird thing to care about right now. There are other things that feel more relevant to care about. I take Pommel Strike because I have Metamorphosis, I guess. I want the Juggernaut. How does this upgrade to? Oh my god. The upgrade makes it worse! My bad. You have made 43 rules in Bomba so far, and the machine has used them to solve over 400 Minesweeper grids. Cool. More free cards better than less free cards. But are they free? Or have we just simply failed to appreciate their cost? Slorp beat me up a bit. Zephyr has used litter box, and now he requires acknowledgement. Good job! Stop using the litter box. Well done. Oh, what a good dog. A good cat. Yeah. Alright. I'm sure he's good now. Thanks for the year of thank. Zambonies, thanks for the $7 donation to support Free2Luv. Hope I can do. I might want that Fiend Fire later. I might not be able to do this. I might just die here. I'm very tired. If I die, I die. I don't think I die on this floor, but I think I will perhaps die on the next floor. Not getting the free attacks in my first draw pile seemed bad. I would like to be above like 32 health at the end of this floor. I don't know if that's happening. With a good relic, and then I get another chest. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Potatoso. Tiffany! Hello!
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm well. Should I introduce myself?
Yeah, please do.
Hi, my name is Tiffany, pronouns she, her. I have a really clocky voice. It's fine. I'm of the Alice Caldwell Kelly School of Voice Training, which is that I don't wanna. I feel like I lied on my resume to get here, except there was no resume or qualifications. I just signed up. So here I am. I'm glad you got some normal girl representation.
Absolutely. You said that you had positive things to share from the year and that you would talk a lot about Baldur's Gate 3. That was your resume.
It's true.
That's a compelling resume to me.
Yeah, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 was a pretty big part of my year, and it was a very positive thing.
Mm-hmm. So tell us a bit about you and what gaming is like for you, what you do online, these sorts of things.
Okay. So I'm about as queer as they come. I am trans, ace, panromantic, and polyamorous. I have been gaming longer than I can remember. My dad has told me stories about being like a 1-year-old baby, like butt naked, playing MS Paint, standing up on his computer chair, barely able to reach the keyboard. Played Doom when I was like 4. Career gamer. And also I poop post online a lot.
A little poop posting. Never hurt anyone.
I've been a Twitch girl since like 2014. Yeah, I'm online a lot. I game a lot.
When I was a kid, one of my first memories, we went into the computer store, because they had entire stores for computers back then.
You remember?
And I was playing Captain Cosmic. It was probably like 3 or 4. And
Ooh, I don't know that one.
It's like a very early platformer.
Okay.
It was a pretty good game for its time. It was good enough to be...
Keen?
Yeah, earlier, but
Ooh.
Same sort of vibe.
Okay.
Even jankier than Commander Keen, though. I guess I don't actually... I don't know. I've seen Commander Keen speedruns, and that game is pretty janky. I've never seen Captain Cosmic speedrun. And the store employee came to, like, try to get the young child off the computer, basically. And my great aunt was in the store with me, and she told him to leave me alone and told him that I was born using a computer. This is my memory. Oh, Caster, thanks for the 3 months, and Outdoor Miner, thanks for the $25 donation to support Free2Luv. What would you say has been most positive for you in gaming and online communities this year?
The single most positive thing is that I'm a speedrunner. You mentioned speedrunning. Speedrunning mentioned. And that's been a thing I've been doing off and on since I learned the hobby existed.
Sure.
And there is no place more friendly and welcoming than a niche speedrunning community. If you find a small little game with like 2 or 3 speedrunners and you show up and like, hey, I'm speedrunning this game too, they will welcome you like family. I started speedrunning a really niche little kind of deck builder but more narrative card game, Signs of the Sojourner.
Signs of the Sojourner.
Yeah, it
I do
has
not know
all
this
the
one.
trappings of a roguelike deck builder, but instead of having battles, you're having conversations. Each
Okay.
card you play is a card you're playing to further the conversation, matching symbols. And some of the cards have text. And then after every conversation, you replace one of your 10 cards with one of the cards the person you're talking to played. So your dialect changes as you talk, and there's a whole lot of mechanics as metaphor, and it's a really nice little story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you grow up in the circles and triangles part of town, and then you start traveling to get items for your shop to help save your small town, and you go over to the squares and diamonds part of town, and then you come back home and you have trouble talking to your old friends because they're still on circles and triangles.
I have died on Ascension 7, by the way.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
When I first joined the stream, you were talking about your winning streak.
Yeah? It is over. GG Iron Lad.
I'm glad I could be there for the end of it. But I joined this niche speedrunning community, and they were just so hecking kind to me. They welcomed me with open arms. They answered all of my questions. I came up with a couple of things that I think could improve the route. So they called an all-hands meeting, got all the runners together in Discord, and we had a council, and we all like redid the route together and changed all of the route notes in their big route document. In order to make sure that everyone has the new updated route, the couple of suggestions Tiffany had. Well, I love cat girls. I'm neutral towards cat girls.
Is it a game where playing a new route requires learning a lot of different mechanical sort of tricks? Or is it more just memorizing the strategy?
Yeah, more memorizing the strategy. It's like... I also inadvertently solved a little routing puzzle that they had been stuck on for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I just showed up with the answer, which was a little fun little coincidence. But that's probably the single most positive thing, and that's not Baldur's Gate 3. I have a lot to say about Baldur's Gate 3.
Alright. I want to know what, like, prior to this year, I guess, what was your favorite game to speedrun?
Fallout 3.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I am the Fallout 3 girl. I've actually done a run of Fallout 3 80% in Summer Games Done Quick.
Cool.
I think 2016. Under my dead name.
Okay.
And I've done... It's one of the 4 Games Done Quick runs that I've done. 3.5.
Did you find that you wanted to move away from Fallout 3? My sister moved away from StarCraft when she transitioned, and I think for her it was hard to be in a community where she had being known visibly as someone else so much. So I guess
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
I moved away from Fallout 3 before transitioning, but it has been hard to go back.
Mhm.
I think a lot of the runners who currently play weren't the same like runners when I was doing it.
Sure.
I think they don't know who I am,
Uh-huh.
and like the legacy I have as one of the like really old runners
Yeah.
of this game. And I'll just like show up in the Discord sometimes and just like answer questions, and they're like, "Who's this girl? Does she even play?" Like she's right, but
Yeah.
I find routing to be the most fun part of speedruns. Solving that puzzle, figuring out how to do the thing quick. I am mostly responsible for the all quests route for Fallout 3. I did it pretty much from scratch, and then no run gets done alone, so the other runners have contributed over time to make it what it is now.
Sure.
But it was mostly me. And then the issue with really liking routing more than doing the runs is that, you know, once the route's done, you run out of things to do. So then I'll just wait for like people to start running the game again, and then maybe new categories or an opportunity to hop in. I'm like, oh, I know how I can improve things, and then I'll hop in, shave a few minutes off the route, then disappear again.
It's a tricky puzzle. I was talking to Casey yesterday about how he really likes prototyping games, which, like, if you really like prototyping games, what do you do after you have made the game prototype?
Yeah.
Interesting puzzle.
I guess the answer is just make another game.
Okay, so Baldur's Gate 3. Do you speedrun Baldur's Gate 3 as well?
I don't. So, have you seen the 80% speedrun for
No,
Baldur's
I
Gate
have
3?
not. I still haven't
is-
seen the ending of Baldur's Gate 3, so I don't want to...
Well, it is 3
Yeah.
minutes long.
It involves a lot
and-
of jumping, is my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, you jump, you kill Shadowheart and put her in a crate, and then you do it again, and then you win. That's basically it.
Okay.
So,
Spoilers, jeez. Now I know how to win the game.
So that kind of run is really cool conceptually, and I love that they exist, but they're obviously not that fun to do.
And also not very interesting to actually do the routing for, right?
Right. And I was telling myself before the game came out, like, I will just, you know, finish playing the game, and then I'll start working on the route for a larger category, something like all quests or something. And I'm coming up on 600 hours, and I wouldn't say that I'm finished yet.
Finish with the
still
game, you mean? Like, even without getting into the
Yeah.
routing stuff after?
Yeah, like there's still entire sections of like Act 3 that I haven't seen yet. Like, you know, nearly 600 hours, and I'm still finding new things every time I play.
Cool.
Which is magical. Like, it's wild that is a thing that exists in games. And so I think eventually I might work on like an all quests route, but the issue is that the game's too nice, and it'll just mark quests as completed, pass or fail. So I'd have to come up with pass state for every quest, just decide like what counts as passed and failed, and then it gets a little hard to verify runs.
I have found myself confused by that because I will like do everything wrong and then I will go to my journal and it will say quest complete and I'll be like, really? Was that?
Yeah.
That was the completion, huh?
Yeah, it's a journal up, and sometimes you'll even be quests that you haven't even started. Like you'll get a prompt that's like, "Hey, point of no return. Are you sure?" You'll say yes. Say journal updated, and then a thing will be up there, and it's like, "Sorry, Big Booty Island's been destroyed. Quest complete." Like I never even went to Big Booty Island.
Unlucky.
Things like that'll happen.
Do you play Slay the Spire at all?
I have done, yeah.
Okay.
I have a few hours. Speed Frog taught me how to speedrun Slay the Spire.
Sure, that was what my next question was going to be.
And it very neat speedrun. The main category is 4 characters, since doing just one character is a little too short. And with this kind of game, you don't want it to be too short because then the resetting for perfect luck becomes too tiring.
Mm-hmm.
But the glitches in this game is really neat. You can do all kinds of wild things.
Some of the coding is trying to hang on.
Yeah, like you can... pretty much any time the game tries to give you a card, you can just choose to not have that card. So you can avoid all the curses from events. You can go to multiple nodes at once. Fight the Act 1 boss twice for extra power. And it's also hard. Some of the glitches I couldn't do because I just can't push buttons fast enough.
I've always wondered about that. Some of them are like, there's a certain frame window, and the window is not that large. So I've never actually tried to do them, but I have wondered how doable I would find it.
There's one where when you get the Astrolabe, and you can use it to just remove 3 cards, but going to the next act before getting the cards the Astrolabe tries to give you is so hard, and Speed Frog was so patient with me. I was trying to do it for like 30 minutes.
You use like multiple different input devices as well, right? Because sometimes it's easier to do something on one device than the other.
Yeah,
or maybe
that's right.
only possible even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some things are only possible on controller because you need to input fast enough. You just have to just push A to auto-select a node instead of needing to click on it. And it's faster to select options with a controller, but sometimes you need to click on things.
So I have played up to perhaps the first third of Act 3. I don't know, because I don't know how long Act 3 is, and I don't want you to tell me.
What do you think is the deepest thing in Act 3 that you've done? Like the furthest in thing?
So the reason that I stopped my first campaign is I was at the Keep, and the bureaucrat evil guy was doing a coronation or something, and instead of going through that questline properly, I ran afoul of a guard who started attacking me, so I attacked them back and aggroed the entire Keep, and just ended up killing the boss and all of his minions accidentally.
Well, that fight's really hard, so congratulations on winning.
Well, they all came out one at a time, and a lot of them couldn't fit through the doorway and stuff. It was just kind of a mess, and I was like,
really funny.
This is not the most fun thing. So I stopped and decided to give it a wait until it was patched a bit, because I don't think that I was meant to be aggroing them. I think that was a bug. And when honor mode came out, I decided to give it another go, and I am currently like level 4 or something. I'm not very deep in honor mode at all.
Okay.
Oh no, I hit level 5. I hit level 5 and then yeah. Yes, level 5 is a large power spike, so I guess I remember hitting it now that I think about it.
Were you a D&D player before Baldur's Gate?
Yes, I have played quite a lot of 5th edition, so all the rules are pretty straightforward. I'm actually using house rules to make honor mode a bit harder for myself because it's healing.
I popped in one of your streams, I saw that.
Yeah. But also, like, I'm not a player who wants to win that much. I think a lot of people, if they, like, get to one of the big boss fights and then lose by 1 HP in honor mode, they'd be like, oh, I'm so frustrated or whatever. And for me, it would be like, wow, that was absolutely sweet and exactly what I want from a gaming experience, and now I'd like to start playing again. So.
Yeah. I think it's really nice how often Baldur's Gate lets you fail at things. And you mentioned just waiting for it to patch. How cool is it that they're patching it so often that like that's actually happening? That's not something we can take for granted with our games, especially AAA games.
Yeah, Larian's a good studio. I know one person who was at Larian for Baldur's Gate 3, and she says it was like a pretty good studio, and everything else I've seen has suggested it was.
Yeah, like I've bug reported a bunch of things in Baldur's Gate 3. This might surprise you to know I'm pretty good at finding bugs in games. And I've gotten an email back from a human being every time.
Huh. That's wild, because like that game is so popular. They must be getting duplicate bug reports, right?
Surely.
They're still responding to them. Like, even offering support for people to report a bug in a game like that is pretty intense with how many people are playing the game. I don't know. I wonder what the numbers are on how many reports they got. Maybe most people just don't bother to do it or don't even really consider that it's a thing they could report.
Yeah. I have found more bugs than I've reported. I've tried to report all the ones that I know a developer could fix once they were aware of it. Because, like, I don't want to just, like, add to the pile that, like, hey, Shadowheart kind of doesn't follow me sometimes, which, like, that seems like a lot of investigation time. But things like, yeah, when I use my Dwarven Thrower while a dwarf, some extra damage bonuses get added when they shouldn't be. That's something that they can fix.
Yeah.
I did find a bug that I'm pretty sure no one else has found. Which is that if you have the Polearm Master feat and you're wielding a quarterstaff, you walk into melee range of someone else holding a quarterstaff, the Polearm Master opportunity attack reaction prompt comes up, the one that's supposed to come up when someone enters your range. And if you click yes, I want to do that, then the enemy attacks you using your reaction.
You're basted.
I think that's a niche enough scenario that maybe no one else has been doing that.
It seems possible. I've done QA work before. It is a thankless task. It's also, yeah, it's pretty difficult to work out. It's not always obvious what things are knowable to the devs and what things are not. So, erring on the side of stuff that can pretty clearly be helped, I think, is good.
Yeah, back in 2020, I made 2 pieces of software that meet the minimum requirements to be called a game. So I am a game developer, and what I've learned is that, boy, that stuff is hard. No one's ever told you that you had to make the whole game. When you make a game, you need to make the whole thing.
Does seem
first-
kind of ludicrous.
Yeah, the first version of a 3-level platformer I sent out to a friend for testing. He messaged me back and said, "Hey, how do I close the game?" And I realized that I didn't put in an exit button, but that's a thing you need to do. Games don't come with those. And that's when I learned that game dev is hard.
Yeah. I remember a lot of the bugs that I was looking at were just like, well, nobody has tried doing this before. And so when you do it, it just doesn't work. Because why would it? And yeah. Then somebody has to actually make it work.
By the way, polyamory mentioned in Baldur's Gate 3. I think this is the first polyamory I have seen in a AAA game.
Mm-hmm.
So there is one companion who will do polyamory with, I think, there's like 2 other companions that are down. Which, accurate that it shouldn't be everyone, that it should only be some people. But it existing at all is pretty cool.
Do the other characters are okay with that?
Yeah, there's one character, one of the companions, Hudson, who will offer a polyamorous relationship, and yeah, and depending on, and some of the companions, like Lae'zel, will say no, I don't want to share.
Wow, I
Other
thought
companions-
Lae'zel would be into that.
Yeah, but other companions
surprised.
like Astarion are like, hell yes, give me the bear. And then you just have 2 romantic partners.
Oh boy. I am dating Shadowheart in my current playthrough, and it's just really killed her mystique as a character for me just immediately because she's nice to me, and I just don't know what to do with it. Like, what do you even do with that?
See, Lae'zel's my favorite because she's still super extra when you're dating her, but she just becomes a poet, starts writing poetry about you.
Aww.
But she's still the same, like, super intense Lae'zel.
What a sweetheart.
Yeah, I think Karlach was specifically made in a laboratory to appeal to me personally, and Lae'zel was my favorite.
I'm sure. There must have been some sort of research done on, like, preferences of the potential audience, because it feels like every single one of those characters is made in a laboratory for someone to me.
Well, Larian tweeted out stats not too long ago, and the top 3 romantic partners were, I think, in order, Shadowheart, Karlach, Lae'zel. And that tweet made me realize that I was in an echo chamber on Twitter, because a lot of the people I was following were tweeting out that information with lesbian pride flags and stuff. It was like, yeah, Sapphics, go. And they seem to have all forgotten that straight men exist.
Uh-huh.
It was eye-opening for me.
Funny.
There's also a trans character in Baldur's Gate 3. Only one as far as I know.
Huh. How does one know?
Well, she is hidden away in Act 3. Well, the first clue is that Abigail Thorne is the voice actress.
Sure.
We love Abigail Thorne. But she's an old friend of Shadowheart. And if you meet her, she's like, hey, me and Shadowheart, we're old friends. It's like, do you remember me, Shadowheart? And Shadowheart's like, no, I don't remember you. Char erased my memories. That's my whole thing. But do you remember the noble stock in the Underdark?
Yes.
Yeah. If you can feed it to Shadowheart,
Oh.
and it will recover some of her memories. And her specific memory is of her best friend back when she was a little Char baby, a tiefling boy. Then you meet this character, and they're a tiefling woman.
It's wild how much went into that game. There are so many situations where it's like, I'm about to do something, it doesn't seem like the obvious thing to do, and so I assume that it will just like break, or the game won't recognize it happened or something, and then instead you find out that there's another hour of content behind that one decision that you assumed nobody would ever make.
I mean, that's what makes games magical. It's like, so many things can happen in the game. And like, a lot of time things that the developers never intended. Like, because they are both story and software. You get emergent storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I may tell another story about Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, yeah.
I was playing Dark Urge. I was being bad and naughty. And I got to Last Light In. And I thought, I can't do this anymore. I can't be mean anymore. This place is too nice. It's literally a light in the darkness. I can't hurt these people. So I go in, and Tahira's like, blah blah, you're bad. And she was right, I was bad. And then the Marcus, the guy who tries to kidnap Isabel, he vouches for you if you destroyed the grove. He's like, oh, I know this person. We go way back. You can trust them. And then that's how you get in as a bad character. But you have a dialogue option there to say, hey, that guy's a true soul. Don't trust him. And you can just out him right there, and they kick him out. Which is very cool.
Mm-hmm.
But he summons a bunch of undead hands to attack you. It's like, ooh, that was mean. Zombies. He flies away. And the fight starts, and it's just like 8 zombie hands with only a couple hit points each. But all the Harpers are there too, and they're neutral. And Jaheira started casting Ice Storm to hit the hands on top of my party. Because we were neutral, and just ice storming the crap out of us. And I didn't fight back. I didn't get close to the bad people. I wanted Jaheira to like me, so I just drank all my best healing potions. She just kept ice storming, and I attacked the zombies, and then when the fight was over, she extended the benefit of the doubt. And because she spent that whole fight just attacking me, and I didn't retaliate, and I just allowed it to happen, I felt like I actually earned that benefit of the doubt. And like the moment just felt a lot more real.
Mm-hmm.
And then, a little bit later, there was a patch note saying that Jaheira will now treat neutral people in the combat as if they were allies, meaning she won't ice storm on top of your party anymore. And that made me a little sad.
Yeah.
Because that was just such a nice little bit of emergent storytelling.
My first playthrough of Baldur's Gate, I accidentally killed everyone in the Druid Grove by trying to do a quest for the kids.
Yep.
And doing it the wrong way.
I understand exactly what happened.
The number of things that happened that followed that I was not expecting, resulting eventually in my party's death. Because I didn't lose that fight. I lost somewhat later. Just completely blew my mind. It was, yeah. My favorite feeling in gaming probably is the feeling of losing and immediately wanting to start again.
Yeah. Gosh, Baldur's Gate 3 is such a cool game.
You like Magic the Gathering? Have you played with the Magic the Gathering cards?
Oh gosh. Yeah, so before speedrunning, a little bit of overlap, I was a Magic girl.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I could draw a line from joining the Boy Scouts to learning to play Magic in the Boy Scouts to just every single person I know and everything I love today. Just from that divergent point of just learning Magic and just getting into that.
Magic is good at that sometimes.
Like, I've played a lot of Magic. I was a pro player. I have 1 pro point.
Ooh.
Yeah, I've moneyed 4 Grand Prix.
Where did you get your pro point from?
They don't remember when, but it was a Grand Prix that was Khans of Tarkir limited. I went undefeated in the sealed, the first day 1, and then I think I only won like twice in the boost and the following 2 booster drafts, and I got top 64, which was good for 1 pro point.
Okay.
But yeah, I played a lot of Magic.
I feel like the Commander community in Magic now has a bit of that same small speedrunning feel, although in a much larger overall community.
Yeah, Commander's become just such a mainstream thing. I feel like it's just replaced like kitchen table Magic. Like, people aren't buying booster packs and building 60 card decks anymore. People are making their cool Commander deck. Which I remember, like, when Sheldon Minery made Elder Dragon Highlander, and playing it, like, back before Commander existed, and, like, there was a Grand Prix in Pittsburgh. It was when the modern format first came out, and I think Wizards was like trying to increase the popularity of EDH, Elder Dragon Highlander, to start making Commander products. So they had as just one of the features of the event, they had Matt Tabak and Sheldon Minery just there, and anyone could just walk up and play EDH with them. And I played EDH with the man himself, Sheldon Minery, rest in peace, and he mused about how people should play a Nathamancer more, which is a creature that does damage to a player equal to the number of non-basic lands. So he was a very mean player, which was great. he played with the goal of reducing his opponents to 0 life points. And I feel like that legacy hasn't really survived in Commander.
The legacy of being mean to your opponent?
The legacy of trying to defeat your opponents.
There is the competitive Elder Dragon Highlander community, and it does exist. I know people who do that.
I keep hearing about it.
Yeah, it's definitely not as big a deal.
Mm-hmm.
You can find streams of people playing competitive EDH though. Something that people will do on webcams.
I don't know if you've seen one of the setups for that in person. For like the feature matches at Magic tournaments, or especially something like the four-player commander game, where they'll have these like this big like plastic frame over a table with like at least 4 cameras just suspended on them, pointing straight down, and it's such an elaborate setup to capture some cardboard.
Magic's big money. So one of my really fun things last year was I went to Loading Ready Run to do a pre-release for Magic. For the first time, I got invited. They try to have a different set of guests. Like nobody who has ever been there before gets invited back again. So I guess I was close enough to Magic the Gathering to get invited. And like, yeah, it was perhaps the highest production value show I've ever been on.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. So to answer your question, yes, I've played Magic the Gathering. I love card games so much. Every card game. I've played them all. I haven't actually played all of them, but I've hit most of the big ones.
There are a lot of card games. Hard to play all of them. What's your favorite card game?
My favorite card game? I'm gonna say Yu-Gi-Oh!
Okay. I have not played
Because-
Yu-Gi-Oh!
So Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like how people think Vintage is. The Vintage format in Magic the Gathering, people think it's like, you know, you like kill your opponent on the first turn and you're like throwing all these like free cards at each other. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Truly is a one-turn game. Each player gets one turn, then after that, the outcome of the game is decided. You know, the game doesn't always end after everyone's had their one turn, but it's over.
How are the mulliganing rules?
There are not.
Oh my gosh.
You get a
How do the
there's-
tournament brackets work?
So there's 2 quirks of Yu-Gi-Oh, which is basically just everything's free, and you are just not allowed to draw cards. There are things that draw cards, but it's at most 1, or if it's 2, you have to put a lot of work in for it. So, and because there's no mulligans, it's you draw 5 cards from your 40 card deck, and then you have to win the game with those 5 cards, or you lose. And how it shakes out is, you know, people didn't like the parasitic design of energy in Magic the Gathering, where to play the energy deck, you need to just play all the energy cards. But that's how every Yu-Gi-Oh mechanic is. You'll get the Drytrons, and then Drytrons mean you have to fill your deck with these 20 Drytron cards, and then now you're the Drytrons deck. And or the Tier Elements stuff, you have to play all the magical girls, or your deck isn't a Tier Elements deck. And most Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and because you can't draw cards, they'll instead search for cards. So you have these very consistent decks where you have all these different starters that can search for your next card, and get your whole combo out. And when you learn to play a Yu-Gi-Oh deck, what you do is you go to the Master Duel Discord server, and then you find the deck that you want to play. You go to the pinned messages in that channel, and then you click on the Google Docs link and go to the spreadsheet where it has all the dozens of different combo lines for how to play your deck. and it's a wild game. And in tournaments, you'll do best of 3, and you have I think a 10-card side deck that you can change out some of your cards in between. Usually that's just things for if you're going first or if you're going second. There aren't that much in the way of silver bullets. Floodgates, which are like stacks things where it just says your opponent can't do a thing, but instead of like, you know, your opponent's spells cost 1 more, it's your opponent cannot play spells. They're very harsh, and they're so good that just playing a deck full of those floodgates is a mainline strategy. They're not used as silver bullets, they're just bullets.
Yeah, it sounds like an interestingly balanced game.
It's really intense.
How much interaction is there?
So there's hand traps, which are cards that you can play from your hand to interact with the board.
Ah, you activated my trap card. I'm
yeah.
familiar with that part of the anime.
Right. Well, actual trap cards are pretty, like, mediocre. You need to play them, and then they're not active until the next turn. If you remember, we only have 1 turn. So we don't get to use those very much. So which is why Konami made hand traps. So we can interact with each other, and you have things like Ash Blossom that will just completely negate an effect that like searches the library or draws a card. That one's huge. And something else that'll just negate a monster effect. So you have all these. So you have a few negates to try to stop your opponent from doing their full combo. And then the other interaction is the board breakers, where you have monsters that instead of needing to tribute your own monsters, you contribute your opponent's monsters. And that gets rid of their monsters very easily. You have kaijus that do that.
It strikes me that I was talking to Panacea about Hearthstone earlier, which is Panacea's favorite card game. And Panacea told me about a game which was a druid control mirror, where a player played a card that generated random spells and had to discard their entire hand, and then came back to win afterwards. It strikes me that that wouldn't happen in Yu-Gi-Oh!
No.
It's an interesting contrast.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is Pistols at Dawn. You shoot once, and then someone's dead. There's some really interesting games that happen when both players brick on their combo, and they have to play honest Yu-Gi-Oh! Where they're just attacking with monsters in decks that are not meant for that.
True honest Yu-Gi-Oh! Like our grandparents used to play.
Yeah. I remember playing unsleeved, no mat, on the sidewalk Yu-Gi-Oh! That's where I started my card game journey. And
I just killed the transient with shivs, which is not something I do very often. Just an enjoyable slay the Spire moment in the background. We have killed transient rights. Yeah, whoops. My phone.
The Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck that's all about the cake princesses. That's like, oh, their name is so hard to pronounce. It's like Malafels or something. I think they're a trap card focused deck, which means they're bad. Sorry.
What would you say is the most realistic thing in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime?
Most realistic thing in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime? Ooh. That is a good question, because there's not a lot.
I figured, but I thought maybe we could find something.
Well, in the first arc of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, they're all the way up to like fighting Pegasus and stuff. The rules are weird and different, which is that you can just play any monster and only one of your monsters gets to attack, which is not the case in Yu-Gi-Oh. There's no limits to how many monsters you can play, and also everyone can attack immediately. The very first turn, you can't attack, just only the player going first. You can attack every other turn. It's trivial to get 8,000 damage worth of monsters, which is why the games end instantly.
1,000 is a large number.
Yeah, that's how many hit points you have, and
That's how many hours I've played Slay the Spire for.
and sometimes there's things that have like attack values of like 1,250. So like they use most of that 8,000. You never see single digits. Actually, you do sometimes see single digits because there's things that like reduce your life total by like a third. Single digits do happen sometimes.
If something said raise or lower a digit on a card by 1, and a card said 37 on it, do you think you'd be allowed to make that number 47?
If it just said raise or lower a digit on a card,
Yeah.
probably you could make that 47.
Fine. This has absolutely no consequence. I was just...
Okay. But yeah, so they were playing weird rules in the first arc, and then in the second arc when they were in the battle city, and they were playing for the Egyptian god cards, Kaiba, who was running the tournament, instituted new rules, which is that they had to play the anime the same way you have to play the card game.
Is Kaiba the one who you tell that your grandfather's deck has no bad cards?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly who Kaiba is. And I think it's just very funny that at some point in the anime, they're like, okay, we're changing the rules. We have to play the same card game that we're selling to the kids.
Good for them. A little bit of integrity from a gaming company. Love to see that.
So interesting thing about Pot of Greed. There was, not recently, it was like last year, but a no banned cards tournament of Yu-Gi-Oh! No limitations. Like, you still only play 3 copies of a card, but you can play any cards you want. The like 3 best decks in that tournament were also the 3 best decks just in regular Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh god.
So like Tyrelmints and 2 other proper nouns you wouldn't recognize were the best ones anyway. But also, most decks did not play Pot of Greed because there just wasn't room.
Pot of Greed costs 0 and draws 2 cards?
Yeah, they didn't have room for it. There's too many other cards that are better than that.
You're not allowed to go above 60?
Yeah. Yeah, you're not allowed to go above 60, but
Good
also
grief.
like you don't want to go above 40. You gotta get to your
Oh, it's only
magical
40?
girls.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 40 to 60.
I see.
Sometimes you do play 60 because there's a card called the grass is greener on the other side, and it mills cards from your deck until you have the same number of cards in your opponent's deck. So then you do play 60, so you can like mill 20 cards off the top, and then
Sure, that
have
sounds like it would
20
instantly
free
kill them.
cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. But a painful choice, I think, is the card, where instead of drawing 2 cards, you search for 5 cards. Your opponent puts 1 in your hand, and the other 5 go into your graveyard. And your graveyard is the same as your hand in Yu-Gi-Oh! So that's just draw 5.
What? Where do the cards go after you play them? How
Well,
can your
they're not
graveyard be your hand?
Well, it's not literally your hand, but you know, you search for 5 cards that do things in the graveyard. There's a lot of things that activate out of the graveyard.
I have to say, Tiffany, that I question some of the balancing decisions that I'm hearing about in this card game.
Are you ready for balancing decisions in a card game? There's no rotating format.
Okay.
Like standard in Magic.
Okay.
Every single card that exists, you can play. All of them. There's some that are banned. Some you're only allowed to play 2 copies. Some you're only allowed to play 1 copy. But they're all there. So, in order to keep the format fresh so that you're not just seeing the same things over again, they just do power creep to make you play the new cards.
Of course they do.
Yeah, and then when we've had enough of that card, they release new cards that are even better.
So has the max HP available to players gone up to cover for the power creep?
It's always been 8,000.
Okay.
Which is weird, because the anime started with it at like 2,000, and then when they started moving to real rules, it was 4,000. Which I guess because they wanted to keep the anime battles short. It's just always been 8,000.
Who is Yu-Gi-Oh made by?
Konami.
Okay. Konami of the code.
Yeah, it's power creep with effects, not bigger numbers. That is true. You get more cards that can just play themselves for free. Cards that search for other cards. My favorite deck is Drytrons, which has been power crept out. It was when I first started playing Master Duel when it came out. Drytrons was the best deck. That's a bunch of sentient motorcycles that search for each other and search for stuff to do ritual summons. Then you ritual summon a bunch of fairies, and then the fairies counterspell everything your opponent does.
Sounds sweet.
But unfortunately, my motorcycle fairies are not viable because Magical Girls took over. I think the Magical Girls all got banned out or restricted to like 1 copy because Magical Girls were a mistake. So now some other thing is the best now.
This seems to be how it goes in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh's wild. There was a little while where Normal Birds was a great like anti-meta deck.
Normal birds.
Yeah, you'd have a deck that was just regular little birds.
Like you just show up with your Wingspan expansion pack?
Yeah. They're regular birds, and they only normal summoned, and they let you normal summon more, and they made it so your opponents couldn't special summon, which is mainly what you do. The flavor of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also all over the place. They don't care about any kind of cohesive story or world or setting. Everything goes. So you have motorcycles, you have Gundams, you have magical girls, you have regular birds, you have Beaver Warrior, you have...
Beaver Warrior?
Yeah, Beaver Warrior is one of the original cards. It's a beaver, he has a sword, a shield, he's got armor and a helmet. He's terrible. But we love him.
This sounds very precious.
Yeah, there is a little like niche community where they try to win with Beaver Warrior. He's like the fun card.
Okay.
And they'll like play their Beaver Warrior and like suit him up with a whole bunch of enchantments and stuff to try to go the distance with their Beaver Warrior.
I'm upset that doesn't work.
It works sometimes. To make a point in the Drytrons community about, people like, oh, I don't have 3 copies of every single one of the ultra rare cards to build the deck. I'm like, don't worry. Like, you don't need everything. I made a minimalist Drytron's deck with the fewest good cards possible and filled the rest in with like 3 copies of Beaver Warrior, 1 of each Exodia piece, you know, a bunch of like vanilla monsters. I have a win at the highest rank where I summoned a Hungry Burger.
Is that like from a partnership with Burger King?
No, that's just also one of the regular cards. It's a ritual monster. Ritual monster, you play a ritual spell, tribute materials, usually from your hand or you're in play, that have a level equal to the monster you're trying to summon, and then you put your ritual monster into play. And it's supposed to be the ritual monster is supposed to be very powerful because of all the work it takes to summon them. But Hungry Burger is just a guy. He's smaller than Dark Magician. It's just a burger, and the ritual spell to summon is called like Demonic Hamburger Recipe or something like that. The reason I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Is when you're playing serious Yu-Gi-Oh! And you have your deck where all of your cards search for your other cards, and you have this spreadsheet of all the different combo lines. You get some, and you have to win with your 5-card opening hand. You get some weird games where you don't have like the 2 cards you need to full combo, but you have some extra hand traps, or you have your Hungry Burger or whatever, and you need to win anyway with these, and you come up with some really creative and weird lines too.
That makes sense.
Win. And I have a YouTube channel, which is literally all I did is upload different weird lines I had playing Drytron so that I could put it in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Discord. And that's all it is. It's just like an opening hand and what I did with it. And a bunch of other nerds went, "Ooh, that's really cool, Tiffany. I can't believe you summoned your Chaos Ruler using a Natasha and an Ash Blossom." And if anyone in chat was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player, they would also be going, "Ooh, you did?" That's very exciting. You know, it's like a Chan-Con. It's super cool. Chan-Con's a Mahjong thing. Mahjong is also a card.
Mahjong's taking off in the Seattle area.
Is it? That's fantastic.
Yeah, I do a monthly board game meetup, and there are always people hanging out playing Mahjong.
I don't remember who
the
started
bar.
it, but at Summer Games Done Quick 2016, someone showed up in the board games room with a few Mahjong sets, and they taught everyone who would listen how to play Mahjong.
Mm-hmm.
And then it took off because Mahjong is so cool. And the board game crew, all the people who go to the Games Done Quick to play board games, just loved Mahjong, and we've just become Mahjong players, just all of us.
Sweet.
And that legacy stuck.
I have seen people playing the online game too. I think there are like 2 or 3 different
so there's
popular
2.
online platforms.
There's 2 big ones. It's Tenho, which is a very serious one. It uses martial arts ranks. So
Sure.
you have like, so if you're like and it's actually serious. So like if you're like an 8 Dan, you are like a rock star. You know,
Okay.
you can go to Japan and say, "Yeah, I'm an 8 Dan on Tenho," and they're like, "Woo, have some free ramen. Thanks for coming."
And then they have the wifey one.
Yeah, and then they have the waifu one with all the gacha stuff, Mahjong
And
Soul. That one is way more popular. Everyone
Casey-
plays Mahjong Soul.
Casey has told me that the best actual interface for playing Mahjong. This was a while ago, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting him, but this is what I remember him saying. I remember him saying that the best actual interface for playing it was in Final Fantasy XIV.
I can believe
Like,
it.
you can just play it multiplayer in Final Fantasy XIV, and that's actually the best way to play it online.
Yeah. I played a lot on tabletop sim.
Mhm.
Because I think that's I think the only decent way to play without a timer. But the reason a lot of people don't like Tenho isn't because they love the life, it's just Tenho is only in Japanese.
Yeah.
And most people don't want to learn Japanese or memorize UI elements.
Yes, my friend who got into Mahjong Soul got into it on the recommendation of a book, like, on how to play Mahjong, and the book starts with, like, you need to be able to speak Japanese to play on this platform, and if you could speak Japanese, you wouldn't be reading this book, which is written in English.
Yeah, I know exactly what book you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, but I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm not gonna take a long break. You can hang out with chat.
I would love to hang out with chat.
Yeah.
Chat, I can answer your questions. I can answer questions about card games. If you have some non-weird questions about queer identities, I can answer those too. I'm open to answering some of those. Would you like to know if you like? I don't know what that is. Is mayonnaise a card game? Mayonnaise is not a card game. I don't know what Pataroo is. How an average Yu-Gi-Oh turn 1 plays out. I love green tea. Okay. I special summon my Drytron Alpha, tributing Drytron Zeta, search for Cyber Angel Benton. I activate Drytron Drytron Zeta's ability from the graveyard, tributing Cyber Angel Benton, searching for Drytron Meteosis, and use Cyber Angel Benton's ability to search for another Cyber Angel Benton. I Z's summon Drytron Mubeta from my extra deck using my 2 Drytrons in play as material. Put Drytron Gamma in my graveyard. Summon Drytron Gamma from my graveyard, tributing the Cyber Angel Benton. Putting it. I had to ritual summon. First, I used Meteos. It has been a while since I've done this. I use Drytron Meteosis to ritual summon Cyber Angel Benton, using the Drytron Zeta from as material, the one attached to the Mubeta. Okay, now I get my Gamma, tribute the other Benton in my hand, get Diviner of the Herald. Then I'm going to use Drytron Meteosis' ability from the graveyard, reducing the attack points of my Drytron Zeta by 1,000 to return it to my hand. Now I can ritual summon my... I forgot to search for Diviner of the Herald. Oh gosh, I messed up the whole turn. I don't have any fairies in my hand. I'm not going to be able to counterspell anything. I think I lost this one. It's things like that. No, I was supposed to get Diviner of Herald and normal summon that, send Herald of Arclight from extra deck to graveyard, which lets me search for a ritual monster, and that's how I get the Herald of Ultimateness. But then because it's level 6, because it gained 4 levels from sending Arclight, I can Xyz summon Beatrice, and then that lets me send an Ava to my graveyard on both my turn and my opponent's turn, and that searches for 2 level 2 fairies, and that's how I have the fairies in my hand to discard to Ultimateness to defeat my opponent. That's turn 1 in Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm now understanding why the Yu-Gi-Oh! TV series is just like the character saying what they do, and that's a meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
Do you know a house rule set that makes Yu-Gi-Oh cards actually
Oh
balance?
god, I did
All right,
that again.
here's what you do. Ready? You start playing Yu-Gi-Oh. You draw your 5-card opening hand. You get a brick and you put it on top of your deck. You don't remove the brick till it's your draw step. Then you're allowed to remove the brick, draw 1 card, put the brick back. And that's how you make Yu-Gi-Oh balanced.
That would also probably balance like the Spire successfully. Oh, I wanted to ask you, like, how much has gaming been a part of... What is the way to phrase this? A lot of people separate gaming into, like, their social time, their hobby sort of time. But some people make gaming part of, like, a career as well, like working on games or doing QA work. You sound like you'd be a good QA tester with what you're doing at Baldur's Gate 3. Or game design, you mentioned you'd made a couple of games. So I was wondering if you had found success in trying to make games a part of your life in that way as well. Or if you wanted to.
Yeah, I've never pursued that. I went into game design just to try it out as a hobby, just to see if I could, and to learn, and I did. I learned a lot. And I think I could do a good job doing QA testing, but one, I've only ever QA tested finished games, which is very different than what a QA testing job is, where you're QA testing unfinished games. So the QA testing that actual QA testers do would be very different from what I'm used to. And the skills are probably transferable, but
I feel like you'd do good at it.
I think I could do a good job. The other thing, I've heard only bad things about like working conditions and just the job in general.
That's true.
Which, you know, there's only so many good jobs in the world, unfortunately. So, like, bad conditions maybe shouldn't be a deterrent, just on principle. But, like, I've never looked into it.
Okay.
By the way, while you were gone, I asked chat for questions, and I think I said that I like green tea, and then someone asked what a typical Yu-Gi-Oh! Turn 1 is, and then I spent the entire time we were gone. I almost made it through the whole turn. I didn't get to any of the Link summons. I was supposed to do a few Link summons there, because I have all these extra Drytrons lying around.
You can keep going if you want. I am kind of enjoying it. It's kind of like listening to a podcast. Like,
Okay.
I don't know what any of the words mean, but it's just kind of soothing.
Okay, let me go from the top.
Okay.
Okay. My opening hand is 2 cards. Want to point that out. I have 5 cards open hand. I'll only need 2 of them for my opening hand. Okay. Activate the ability of Drytron Alpha, tributing the Drytron Zeta in my hand. That special summons the Drytron Alpha and lets me search for a ritual monster. I'm going to get Cyber Angel Benton. Then all the Drytrons can activate from the graveyard. So I'm going to activate the Zeta from the graveyard, tributing the Cyber Angel Benton. That puts Zeta into play. Zeta lets me search for a ritual spell. I get, of course, Drytron Meteosis.
Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, and then when Cyber Angel Benton is tributed, I get to search for a Light Fairy. I'm going to get another Cyber Angel Benton. So I have these 2 Drytrons in play. I'm going to do an Xyz summon, which is if you have 2 monsters of the same level and all my Drytrons are level 1, you can do an Xyz summon where I get a rank 1 Xyz monster put into play with these 2 monsters under it as material. This is Drytron Mu Beta. By the way, there's an extra deck. Have a 15-card extra deck, which are your monsters like your fusion monsters that are things that you can access through special means during the game. And that's for all your like extra deck summons. So they have your Link monsters, your Synchro monsters, your Xyz monsters, your fusion monsters. Yeah, just those 4. I don't think I forgot. Yeah, just those 4. That's where all those are from. That's the other quirk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that all of your like finishers are in that extra deck. You don't need to draw them ever, so your whole deck is just.
Is that
to go get
something
those
you
out.
have to register for the tournament, or is everybody? It's like extra cards that are available to everybody all the
It's
time.
just, no, you 15. It's part of your deck list, so you pick 15.
Oh, it's like
cards.
sideboard and Magic the Gathering kind of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like. It's 15 boss monsters that you can go get basically. Anyways, we've just Xyz summoned. When Mu Beta's Xyz summon, I can get a Drytron from my library, put it in my deck, put it in my discard pile. Not library graveyard, deck discard pile. And I'm gonna of course get Drytron Gamma.
Of course.
Now I'm gonna use that Meteosis to ritual summon the Cyber Angel Benton in my graveyard, using one of the materials from the Mu Beta as for the tribute. That's a special ability Mu Beta has. You can use his materials as tribute.
Is it considered impolite for your opponent to leave?
So, yes. Okay. Also, you cannot bluff in Yu-Gi-Oh! You cannot pretend to have a card that you do not have.
Like it's illegal, or?
It is against the rules. It's against the tournament rules.
What about the trap cards? Aren't those like required to be secret?
Well, the thing is, I'm going off here. And if every single step I have to like ask my opponent for permission, it's going to take a lot longer. So if they have the Ash Blossom to stop me from searching my library, they can make me ask permission. But if they don't have it, they just have to put their hand down, say no hand traps, go for it.
Okay. I actually had an experience playing Magic the Gathering that justifies that rule for me.
Mm-hmm.
I once missed lunch break because my Arms Chant opponent wouldn't tell me that they didn't have Arms Chant in hand with 1 white mana, and I was playing a Storm deck. So I just had to go off with extra stuff floating to play around Arms Chant and ask them if they wanted to chant every time I played a card. It was very miserable for both of us.
There's a pretty famous story where during a feature match, Brian Kibler was playing against a Storm player, and Storm player was going off, and Brian Kibler wrote F6 on a piece of paper, which is the Magic Online hotkey to auto pass priority.
Yep.
Set it down on the board under the feature match camera and walked away.
Good for
Very
Brian.
stylish. But I've ritual summoned my Benton. She's just in play. We'll get back to her. Now, I'm going to get that Drytron Gamma out of my discard pile, summon it using the Benton in my hand as material, and when Gamma comes into play, it can get another Drytron from my discard pile, luckily. I have that one I used to summon Benton, so now I have 2 Drytrons in play. The Benton, this one's going to search for Diviner of the Herald. Normal summon her. It's my 1 normal summon for the turn. When she comes into play, I can put any fairy from my extra deck into my graveyard. I'm going to send Herald of Arclight. That's a level 4 Synchro monster, so she's going to gain 4 levels, becoming level 6. And then when Herald of Arclight is sent to the graveyard, I get to search for a ritual spell or ritual monster. I'm gonna get Diviner of the Herald. Not Diviner of the Herald, Herald of Ultimateness. That's my boss monster. Now, I'm gonna Xyz summon Beatrice using that level 6 Diviner of the Herald and that Cyber Angel Benton, who you know is level 6. Put her into play in defense mode because I don't want my opponent to Lightning Storm her. Then I'm going to use her ability to send an Ava from my library into my graveyard. That lets me remove 2 light fairies from my from a discard pile to banish them, send them to the banish zone. And then I'm going to do that. Let's do the Cyber Angel Benton and the Diviner of the Herald. We had to send it to use this ability. And that I search for 2 white fairies, I'll get another Diviner of the Herald, and I'll get a Herald of Orange Light. It doesn't. These ones are just going to sit in my hand. Now, I'm going to use the ability of Drytron Meteosis to reduce the attack points of one of my in-play Drytrons by 1,000 to return it from my discard pile to my hand. Wait, I did it slightly wrong. Wait, no, I didn't.
Are you allowed takebacks, or is it my turn now?
You're not allowed takebacks. Also,
So it's my turn now.
It's not your turn. I'm gonna keep playing.
Oh.
But under an old line, I was thinking that I shouldn't have sent Ava with the Beatrice. I should have sent Delta, Drytron Delta with the Beatrice, but Union Carrier is banned, so I can't go into Union Carrier anymore. They banned Union Carrier, so I guess I have to do Ava. So no Drytron Delta.
Shame on Konami.
So
Unions
continue.
start to
so
do well and
continue
boom,
as
bam.
we were. We're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna ritual summon our Herald of Ultimateness. Put it in defense mode. We're gonna use that other material on the Mubeta to do the ritual summon. Then we're going to do a link summon to get IP Masquerena using any of our 2 Drytrons in play. IP Masquerena lets us do a link summon on our opponent's turn. So that's just another option we have going into our opponent's turn. Now
Wait,
we're ready to...
Our opponent's getting a turn?
Yeah, well, now we're ready to end the turn. On our opponent's standby phase, we can only use Beatrice's ability once a turn. We're going to use it again now. Send our other Ava to our discard pile. Search for 2 more fairies. So now we have Herald of Ultimateness in play, which lets us discard a fairy to negate any effects of one of my opponent's cards and destroy that card. We have 4 fairies in our hand to do that with. And we also have IP Masquerena in play, which lets us do a link summon, which is basically just going to let us destroy any one of our opponent's cards. It's effectively what the link summon is going to do for us. So now our opponent has 5 cards they get to draw for the turn. They have 6 cards in their hand. We can negate 4 of them and destroy a 5th one. So we are very likely to win from this spot.
Although, now it's my turn.
It's true. And if I do prevent you from contributing meaningfully to the board...
How do you prevent me from doing things?
Because I can negate and destroy 4 of your cards, then destroy a 5th.
Okay.
Using my Herald of Ultimateness.
I play Miracle.
Okay.
And then I play Scroll Plus.
I think I negate the Scroll Plus.
I play Scroll Plus.
I negate the Scroll Plus.
I play Scroll Plus.
I negate the scroll plus.
I play Scroll Plus.
I negate the scroll plus.
And I play Scroll Plus.
Dang, you got me.
Alright, I have 10 cards in hand. I play Rushdown Plus. Rushdown Plus. And I play Inner Peace and Tantrum. But I have to play them whatever 8,000 divided by 6 is times
a lot.
each. So I mean, you can concede, or you can watch me play it out.
Dude, Chad is pointing out, in Yu-Gi-Oh! You're only allowed to play 3 copies of a single card.
Tricky.
Yeah. Then if it gets back to our turn, then we can get our Drytrons back from our graveyard, because they can activate once per turn. We just put them into play the graveyard. They have 2,000 attack each. And then, we can just link summon like a Nightmare Unicorn or an Access Code Talker or something.
That would be a good Act 5, a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. If you beat the heart in Act 5, you play against a Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
Yeah, so like, there is a turn 2, because the first player can't attack. So there's usually a turn 2, well, it'll be a turn 3, because your opponent's first turn is turn 2. Everyone gets one turn, and then the outcome of the game is decided. Although usually the game doesn't end immediately. Usually a turn 3 if the first player wins. Though, if the second player is going to win, they'll usually just win immediately because they get to attack. There are things that do win on the first turn where your opponent doesn't get a turn at all, but those are kind of rare and inconsistent. Konami doesn't like those.
I'm glad that Konami has somewhere where they really, set the bar in terms of game balance.
They don't want you drawing cards.
Yep.
They want your opponent to get one turn.
Yeah, these are good standards, I think, to have. If Mega Kurt had balanced Watcher that way, the game would be very different.
Are you familiar with the Pokemon TCG?
I played a lot of that Game Boy Color version of it, where you walked around and beat people and got a booster pack. It was like Chandelar for the Pokemon TCG, but I've never actually played it at a tournament or whatever.
Pokemon TCG has its own quirks, where they're the card. I don't remember the name. There's been many versions of this card, but imagine a card. It's a supporter. You can only play one supporter per turn. One of the supporters says, draw 3 cards. No downside, but you can only play one supporter per turn.
Draw 3 cards?
Just draw 3 cards. I think you have a 5-card opening hand. A Professor Elm. Yeah, I think Professor Elm does. I don't remember if you have a 5-card opening hand in Pokemon or not. But that card, draw 3 cards, unplayable. Garbage. Completely unusable.
Feels bad.
Huh. Because you can just draw way more cards.
Well, there's Professor Oak and Bill. Those are the ones I remember.
Yeah, Professor Oak and Bill were before supporters were a thing. They were just trainers. There's no limit to how many trainers you can play.
Oh.
Which is why Bill was infamous for just being pot of greed to just draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Yeah, there's Professor Juniper. 7-card opening hand, right? Professor Juniper is the one where I was playing, which was just discard your hand, draw 7 cards. Which we love that effect.
That's what Professor Oak was. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, that one's okay. That's good. Because in Pokemon, you can put a one-of in your deck, and you usually can't search for your one-of Victini to counter your opponent's Klinklang. But you can expect to draw it every game, because you draw so many cards.
Does Pokemon not have decking?
It does, but I think you shuffle in fairly commonly,
Gotcha.
so it doesn't come up a lot. But the thing that makes Pokemon special is prize cards. You draw your opening hand. If you have no basic Pokemon in your opening hand, you can show your hand to your opponent to say, haha, there are no basic Pokemon. And then you get a new hand, and then your opponent may draw a card for each time you have mulligans this way. That may is a thing. Back in the day, it was a mandatory, and there was a deck called Mulligan Mewtwo, where you played one Mewtwo and like 59 psychic energy. And you would just mulligan over and over and over again because you keep showing them a hand of 7 psychic energy and make them draw most of their deck. And then when you do get the Mewtwo, it has an ability where you can discard a psychic energy from it and then it can't take damage for a turn. Barrier. So it was unkillable. You would just stall your opponent out.
Did they perhaps change the rules so that strategy didn't work anymore? Because it sounds very bad for the game.
Yeah, that's why your opponent now your
Yeah.
opponent may draw a card.
Does the Pokemon still exist?
It does, but it's bad now.
Okay.
It's been power crept.
Being invincible forever is just no longer good enough.
Yeah. The issue with it is you needed 2 psychic energy to use that ability, and then you had to discard a psychic energy from it, but you could play a new one. You had 59 in your deck. And at the time, nothing could kill it on the first turn, because no one had an attack for 1 injury that could do it. That is no longer the case. So now your Mewtwo would just get dunked on immediately. Because ability to attack on the first turn is much stronger. But you have prize cards in Pokemon, where you draw your opening hand. Once you keep it, you put the top 6 cards of your deck face down off to the side. And whenever you defeat one of your opponent's Pokemon, you draw one of your prize cards. It's in your hand now. And you win when all your prize cards are gone. And they have Pokemon EX, which are like double Pokemon, and they're very powerful. They're like the legendaries, but your opponent gets 2 prize cards when they defeat them. But
is there something that interacts with prize cards? Like
there
I mean,
is
you
actually.
just mentioned that, yeah.
The coolest card in any card game is the Pokemon card N. It's the letter N. It's a person. It's one of your supporters. And it has both players shuffle their hand into their deck and draw cards equal to their prize cards. So at the start of the game, you're both shuffling in and drawing 6 cards. But if you're getting beaten up, and your opponent only has 1 or 2 prizes left, and now that's putting them on a 1 or 2. Now that's putting them on a 2-card hand, and you're still going up to 6.
It's like a catch-up mechanic.
Yeah, because the mechanic inherently sort of a win more thing. You draw cards for doing the good thing. But they made this card to instead make a catch-up mechanic out of it. Ash catch-up mechanic.
Why have I chosen to fight the slavers, Tiffany?
That's a good question. I'm not the best at Slay the Spire, but I always avoid every Act 2 elite. I don't like to fight elites in Act 2. I think it's hard. That's my
I'm against
personal
slavery.
strategy.
That's a good point. Floating
Pokemon
Act 2
decks.
Elites is not a terrible idea.
A Pokemon deck, you have a star Pokemon, that's your favorite Pokemon, and your whole deck is built to get that Pokemon out, and then suited up, ready to go. And then you can usually get that done on the first turn. And then, because of how prize cards work, you still need to defeat a bunch of your opponent's Pokemon. So once you've done the thing, the game continues happening for at least, like, 3 more turns. And there's a lot of mechanics to catch up, like damage on Pokemon persisting, and cool trainer cards to interact with your opponent's Pokemon, like you can sleep bomb it and put it to sleep, or you can use Catcher, which switches out your opponent's active Pokemon for a benched Pokemon. There's a lot of like interaction you can do. So
Do you
it's kind
have
of
to have
like,
a favorite Pokemon, or are there decks that are not built around one Pokemon in particular?
there are decks that aren't built around one Pokemon in particular, but like generally the most effective thing is to like have an attacker and then you play a bunch of other Pokemon, mainly to have counterplay because the game continues after you've set up, and your opponent will be able to search for all of their little like one-of cards. They will be able to draw into them, and so they will be able to find the thing that beats what you're doing. So you need to have counterplay, which means setting up a second Pokemon or having a counter for a counter. Like, I played a Rayquaza deck for a little while, and there were 2 Pokemon that were immune to Rayquaza's shenanigans. But I also played a Victini. Victini is my favorite Pokemon, and Victini can defeat those 2 counter Pokemon. So it was a Rayquaza deck, but it was Rayquaza supported by my pal Victini, the victory Pokemon. If your opponent doesn't have any Pokemon in play, they lose. That's the other win condition. So you either need to collect all your prizes or defeat all their Pokemon. What's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon?
Yeah.
I don't even remember what I used to start with. I'm a 152 Pokemon truther. I don't believe that the other ones are real.
52?
Yeah, there was Missing No. A lot of people don't remember Missing No, or for some reason dismiss it, but...
Dismiss it for technically not being a Pokemon.
It was a Pokemon.
It was an error that takes the place of a Pokemon.
Wow,
No, I know all about Missing No.
That is a harsh thing to say to
I mean,
a very important Pokemon.
I'm familiar with Pokemon speedrunning, especially the first generation. I know all about Missing No. I also love Missing No. I commissioned a Missing No Perler and gifted it to a friend because he got the Pokemon Red World record.
Oh, nice. How is that speedrun? I think I've watched a bit of it. It's like excruciatingly large amounts of resets, right? Or is this with
So-
enough glitches that isn't as big a deal?
Yeah, there's 3 categories of it that are important, and then there's some fun extra categories, like the gotta catch 'em all reverse boss order, things like that. There's the any percent, which is fake, where you start the game.
It's fake. What does that mean?
I mean, a lot of any percent categories are fake.
Okay.
You start the game, you save, and then you turn off your Game Boy at the correct time to corrupt your save. And then you have an underflowed Pokemon menu and use it to load the end of the game. And then you're done.
Sounds legit to me. Nothing to see here.
The in-game time is 0:00 when you do that. Then there's the no save corruption, which is the real glitched category, then you need to encounter Missing No in order to get your Pokemon menu to underflow, and then you go to the end of the game.
And yet you told me Missing No wasn't a real Pokemon. Just calling it as I see it.
Okay. And, you know, what is a Pokemon if not something that fills the role of a Pokemon?
I'm
But
glad
that
we
one,
agree.
like, yeah, that one's like 15-ish minutes. And then there's Glitchless, which is glitchless. That's the
brutal
super
one,
serious
Yeah.
playing it. Now, there has been, in recent years, some great advancements in RNG manipulation,
Sure.
where you can, you know, turn off the Game Boy the regular way, and then walk a certain steps, and then on the right frame, step into a piece of grass, and then you get a really nice Nidoran. You catch it. And two great things have come from that good RNG manipulation. Is one, a lot of the early game resetting, where you just have to get a usable Pokemon, is out because you can always get a good Nidoran. The other thing is that finally, after years playing, they started timing the Pokemon games in real time instead of in-game time. Because they were using the in-game time for the longest time, which was all Worcester's fault. And so you had things like 4-way ties for an in-game time of 1 hour and 51 minutes, because the in-game time rounded down to the next minute. You'd have all these big ties. Now you have seconds and milliseconds, and we don't have all these like 10-way ties anymore. That is the RNG in Pokemon. And there's still a lot you need things to go well. And Pokemon Red especially, the way to go fast is if your Pokemon is at very low health, the ding 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 ding.
Oh yeah, it
starts playing.
speeds up the fights, right?
Yeah, and then all the Pokemon don't do their little cries when they come out.
Yeah.
Things are faster, so you have to do the entire game at low health with the ding 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 ding. And it's much faster, and but very dangerous, because if your Pokemon gets hit by anything, you lose.
Yep.
And then all of the strategies are for how to one-shot your opponent's Pokemon, which is how like competitive Pokemon works, the video game. Which I have done a lot of that too. That's also a card game. It's a love competitive Pokemon.
Say that again, I got confused. Competitive Pokemon is also a video game?
I called it a card game,
Okay.
like metaphorically. It checks all the right boxes for a card game. Like how Mahjong's a card game, even though it doesn't have cards.
Sure. So the Spire is a card game, even though it doesn't have cards.
Yeah. So the competitive Pokemon, which is strategically incredibly deep. You know, Pokemon's very popular, and what people know about Pokemon is like the type chart. And then people like will make a game like Pokemon, and then they have 3 types: fire, water, and grass, and like, look at my Pokemon game, don't you love Fire Emblem? But actual Pokemon, even just for the type chart, is much deeper, because you have the double types, and you have your fire Pokemon can learn water moves, or usually not water moves, but they can learn ice moves and stuff. And so even just playing with just the types, you have a lot more to it, but then all the Pokemon have stats, and they have different abilities, and they have all these different moves, and you get 6 of them, and you can switch between your Pokemon. And in competitive Pokemon, there's a move called Stealth Rocks, which does just a little bit of damage to a Pokemon every time they switch in. And anytime your opponent switches Pokemon, their new Pokemon takes a little bit of damage. And Stealth Rocks is the most important, the most powerful move in all of competitive Pokemon, and it would be completely useless in like the single player game. You just switch Pokemon a lot. Because, you know, if like your opponent is about to do a big water attack and you have your fire type out,
Doesn't
like,
switch
you
Pokemon
don't wanna
cost
lose
you your entire turn though?
it does cost you your entire turn,
You just
but
still have
like,
to do it.
you still have to do it, right? Because like,
Do you
they're
ever
just gonna kill your
find
Pokemon.
like threefold repetitions in Pokemon where people just have to switch Pokemon every turn and otherwise they will lose and so you just draw like in chess?
That doesn't really come up in Pokemon because your pieces have hit points in Pokemon, which they don't in chess.
Gotcha. Somebody just asked if we are past turn 1 of the Yu-Gi-Oh game yet or if we're still in it.
We are past Yu-Gi-Oh now.
Okay. I think that's good to reestablish.
Yeah. I mean, I can link my YouTube channel, which is just a bunch of turn 1s of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Excuse me?
Let me find that. I have it, my YouTube channel, marked as for kids, because I didn't know what that meant. Because I uploaded my first YouTube video, and I was like, is this appropriate for children? Was the question asked. Like, yeah, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! And then, like, all my comments are disabled, and, like, I think like moderators need to watch my like 30-second Yu-Gi-Oh videos in order for them to get uploaded now or something. It was definitely a mistake.
Mm-hmm. I
There you
do
go.
have to. I need a little bit of a break between guests, and I have another guest on in 15 minutes. So I do have to
Okay.
wind this up.
Okay.
This has been really fun. I really want
Thanks.
to go watch Pokemon Red speedrunning now. That is what this has done to me. I had forgotten. I really enjoyed watching Pokemon speedrunning for a while. I think during the pandemic, there was like a month in there where it was my thing. I'm not much of a speedrunner, but I do enjoy watching speedruns. They're just cool, right? It is cool to see someone who is very, very good at something do that thing.
Yeah. And consider becoming one of those people who's really good at it. It's surprisingly easy to become the best at some video game.
I have spent long enough trying to zero Death Farewell in Celeste to not think that that's true. Yeah,
put
I
my
mean,
YouTube channel
Celeste
in
is
chat.
probably the wrong game to pick to try to become like a known speedrunner because that is such a speedrunning game. I have played Celeste and tried to go fast in my life, and it is a ton of fun.
Put my YouTube channel in chat. I'll post it in the Discord as well. Those are the really interesting lines, and you people in chat will definitely be able to understand the nuance of why those lines are interesting.
Obviously. It's Machine Omega and Agent Beef Cakes, right?
So there was definitely Hungry Burger,
Yeah, that's what I meant.
and then the Drytrons.
Yes, Drytron Alpha
They use
and
Drytrons
Omega
to summon
and
Herald of
Gamma.
Ultimateness.
Yep, obviously Herald of Ultimateness.
Yeah, exactly, you get it.
Has anyone ever gone to a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and just kind of tried to wing it, like just said that they were playing cards and hoped no one would call them on it?
Not that I am aware of. Like, what do you mean, like?
Just being like, I summon Joe DiMaggio and Jerry Rice.
I mean, you do need
And
to have the cards at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament.
I use Warren Buffett to Invent the photon. I just feel
So
like
you
you
could
could get
go
away with
to a
it.
Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and then like have a conversation with people, like people are talking about the match that just said. It was like, oh yeah, like I have Warren Buffett in my side deck for that situation. That
Just see
might
if
work.
anyone calls you on it. This is my new hobby.
What I've learned from playing so many card games is it's really easy to accidentally memorize the name of every card in your card game. Like, I never intended to, but I have seen with my real life eyes 99% of Magic cards at this point.
With your real life eyes.
My real life eyes.
99%. There are so many.
Yeah. Well, of the different copies, not every individual Magic card.
Sure. Guess I didn't think that was what you meant. There are so many of them.
There are, and I've seen all of them.
Wow.
It just happens.
Yeah. Ow.
You just play a long time, and then people keep casting them, and then sometimes you do booster drafts, and sometimes, you know, look through someone's trade binder, and they have like a Hungry Hippo in there. I'm like, wow, I remember Hungry Hippo. Ice Age was ages ago. There isn't a Hungry Hippo.
I didn't think there was
It's
a
probably a
Hungry
Yu-Gi-Oh
Hippo.
card that is though.
Well, yes, there's an entire Greek alphabet of hungry hippos in Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, sorry. Estrab has pointed out that I said that we have to wrap this up.
Yes.
I should stop.
Thanks for having me on.
Of course! It's been great. Thank you for sharing
Yeah.
your passion with us. That was lovely. That was invigorating.
Thank you.
Have a
Goodbye.
good rest of your day.
Goodbye, Jorbs. Goodbye, chat.
And I think people know where to find you.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah. Next time. Alright, chat. So I have been told that self-accountability is important. And so I meant to hold myself accountable for, like, taking a break now, in theory. Shall I do that? I don't really want to do that, is the thing. I could just keep playing instead. Just kind of seems more fun. Next up, we're talking about Marvel Snap, which is exciting. I have a bunch of friends who got really into Marvel Snap, but I personally don't know that much about it, so... Take a break after the heart? Well, I only have 8 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna get there. You also are into Marvel Snap? Believe it. Makes sense. Marvel Snap has been a really big card game for people for a bit. Hello, little cat. What is Zephyr doing to you? Zephyr is being mean to little cat. Hey, Banks. I do want. There's a German word. I learned this on Reddit this week or something, that there's a German word for I have been visited enough. I do feel that I have been visited enough, and I need like 7 minutes to become less visited, and then I'm good to go. I'm really looking forward to that, but let me sit with my thoughts for a second. Lorcana. I've definitely heard of Lorcana. I have friends who have been into it. It was like hard to find product for that or something, wasn't it? We also read that post and Germans were asking what the word was in the top responses. Yeah, I mean, you know, Reddit saying something doesn't mean it's true. If only it did. Actually, some of the things I've read on Reddit I would prefer not to be true, I guess. I'll be good to go at 5, Binks. I'm looking forward to it. My massage guy is traveling internationally for the holidays, which I think is very inconsiderate of him. I could go for a massage, but he sent me a Merry Christmas from Istanbul, and he doesn't even celebrate Christmas. What a sweetheart. Am I right? Such a sweetheart. Is he more of a Toyotathon guy? Well, the reason he's in Istanbul is that he was visiting Mecca, so I don't know. Do they do Toyotathon there? I don't think that's what they do there. That is not my understanding of why people visit Mecca. Istanbul, not Constantinople. Binks, if you wanna, in my Discord, there's a voice channel. Join this and I drag you in. If you jump in there, I will drag you in and we can start chatting. Discord.gg/Jorbs is the Discord link if you need it. So many people are so excited about games. Isn't that cool? That sat with me talking with Mutta that his big message that he wants to convey as a streamer is if you're not having fun, take a break. These games are meant to be fun. I don't think that's an outrageous claim. Friend of the trees. But he also said I had to be, like, accountable. I don't know how I feel about that. I haven't taken a break from my physical body yet. My physical body's okay. Break yourself upon my body. Yeah, I'm more worried about my brain right now. As evidenced by me entering Bane posting? I guess. Can I, I hope I can remove those debuffs. Should be good. I just need to find an attack somewhere. Do I have attacks anymore? Oh. Yeah, now we're good. Hey, Binks, how are you?
Jorbs?
How's your day going?
How are you doing? Wonderful to meet you.
Yeah, you as well. I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah, it's been a long day and a long few days for you, huh?
Yeah, but it's been good. I've never quite done something. So I did a charity week once, like 4 years ago or something, where I had
Okay.
different Slay the Spire players on, but it was like one per day, and we were mostly focused on the game.
Mm-hmm.
So this thing where I'm having people on who don't necessarily play Spire and we're not focused exclusively on the game is just like wild. I'm learning
Yeah.
so much stuff. I am not playing Slay the Spire very well, but that's okay. That's fine. That's not the goal.
Yeah, I've been listening all day and like hearing about Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic and speed running and all these different things. It's cool. It seems like you're a very curious person. You like to learn about stuff like that. Which
Absolutely.
I think is awesome.
I think that most strategy games are at least a little bit the same game.
Mm-hmm.
If you've played one strategy game, it's not like you've played them all, but you probably have some idea about what the other ones are like. And so a lot of the time when I'm talking to someone about a strategy game I haven't played before, it's like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense. I've played games like that before. So that's always fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, learning about, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm kind of similar to you in that like letting people talk about their passions is like it's like one of my favorite things about like going and meeting new people or going to like let's say family parties and stuff like that. Just having the chance to like have people, because I feel like when people talk about things that they're passionate about or they spend a lot of time on, and you're a good listener and can ask good questions, you could just kind of get them. It helps them get comfortable talking to you, and it's been just something I guess I've kind of learned over the years of like. I feel like so many people just really like to talk and don't like to listen as much, but if you can. I feel like I get the most out of conversations when I'm really just having like in-depth, asking people good questions about what they do and something that I don't know about, and just kind of like really like learning and being interested in it.
Yep, that's how input goes in to your brain.
Mhm.
If you're the one talking, all you can really do is tell people stuff you already know.
It's with Slay the Spire, and you've obviously I actually used to watch you back in. Like the beta days for it, because I was really into it when the beta it might have been right after the beta days, but it's so interesting that you've just been able to play this game for so long. Like I feel like longevity in a game, I guess it's pretty easy with Slay the Spire because the balance, and I think it's one of the like best design games of all time. But being able to have this much longevity and enjoying a game is something that's really special.
Agree. 100%. It keeps on changing for me too. I keep on realizing new things and having success doing something different from anything I've ever done before, and I don't feel like that's about to stop either. It's a very difficult game. And as much as I would like to say that I'm good at it, there are also so many ways that I'm repeatedly reminded that I'm also bad at it every time I play. So.
Well, it's like it's like anything, right? The more you learn about something, the more you realize that you don't know, or the more you like get open to the potential of like what can be with it, right?
Which is super fun.
I've played a lot of Slay the Spire in my day, but I definitely do it from a much more casual angle. I very rarely go above like Ascension like 5 or 6, and it's just kind of like my. Like I finish stream and I'm like sitting down and like watching a movie I've already seen, and I like play through like an Ascension 2 run on my phone or something like that. It's a very fun game to enjoy in a lot of different ways, I feel.
How do you feel about the daily runs?
I never really mess with them too much. I think I just it's like a comfy game for me. So like daily runs kind of add a lot of chaos to it. So I would say that the way I enjoy it is just kind of being comfy, and because now that I play it like one run a week as opposed to I think I put maybe 400 hours into it the first couple of years that I played it. Just having those comfy runs of like, oh, it's a it's a poison run where we just have tons and tons of poison stuff and skull and all these things. Do you do the dailies much, or do you more just
I also don't like them because of the chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel like I've played Slay the Spire very seriously for like 2 or 3 years. But I played it extremely seriously before then, so like my level of playing pretty casually is very high, which is, it is what it is, you know? But yeah, I like the familiarity of Ascension 20 for the most part. And the
Do you always go
dailies.
for the heart, or do you ever
Yeah, I
skip
do.
heart?
I do.
100% of the time. I beat the heart exactly one time. It's
I
hard, man. It's
always-
got so much HP.
Always go to the heart. I never boss relic swap. It's just like the way that I enjoy playing the game, so this is the way I play the game.
Boss relic swap is when you get offered at the beginning to swap your starting relic for a boss relic.
Yeah,
Correct?
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do you think that's the best one to get most of the time?
Well, I don't really know because I don't do it. I just found that some of them are really strong. So I don't know if it's like always good. I wouldn't say that it's always good, but I couldn't even tell you how often it's good really. But what I found was that enough of the time I was just getting a really strong boss relic, and it felt like I was on autopilot for the next hour and a half until I'd won the run. And I didn't want that. I wanted to have some interesting decision making. That's what I signed up for. I think
what's
Slay the
interesting
Spire has.
So good.
I think Slay the Spire has the best, like, interface basically for playing a strategy game out of all the strategy games, and I think all the strategy games are pretty similar. Some differences, but largely the same game. And so a lot of why I like playing Slay the Spire is that I like making those decisions, and it is the way to put myself in that decision-making environment with the least friction possible, so I can just be like decision-making.
Sure, that's really interesting. You know, it's funny. I remember, so in Ascension 20, because I'm very unaware. Are all the patterns set that the enemies do? I think I heard someone say that earlier on the stream, right? Or maybe
There's some 50-50s and like 33-33 splits and stuff like that. You'd get familiar with stuff, but not enough that, like Runic Dome, for example, makes it so you can't see. You never get to a point where Runic Dome has no downside. There's always some spots where you want to know what an enemy could be doing.
Hilariously, that's kind of what I was mentioning, because I remember I used to do that all the time too, the boss relic swap, but then one time I got Runic Dome. I think I got Runic Dome like 2 out of 3 times, and as someone who just has no idea what they're gonna do because I play it so casually, you just get stomped unless you get like a crazy combo where you just put on a bunch of armor and don't care. So that's interesting. Where would you consider that like a pretty big low roll for that first one?
I suspect Runic Dome is somewhere in the middle,
Sure.
but I don't
One
know
energy in
for
Act
sure.
1 is extra energy in Act 1 is kind of crazy.
Yeah, and there are ways that you can build your deck where you don't need to know what the enemy's doing that much, because you just do the same thing every turn. And so once you're more familiar with the game and can identify how to get into one of those strategies, you can minimize the downside a lot.
Sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it was just funny that you mentioned Runic Dome, because that's kind of where I was going with that. It's just I guess if you don't really know what the enemies are going to do, and you're just kind of I consider myself like a golden retriever a lot of times when I play games, where I just kind of like I'm just running forward and just figuring out what happens next. Like I think a little bit like higher level, but yeah, with that with that kind of way of playing a game like a strategy game like Slay the Spire, having no idea what your opponent is going to do is a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Yes, one of the reasons that I don't like boss relic swap is also that sometimes you just get a relic that isn't very fun to play with. Like, I don't like Choker very much, because for me a lot of the fun of a run is getting to a point where you can play more than 6 cards a turn. And
Or like a few dozen.
yeah. And one of the things that I've been finding more and more as I play the game is I'm getting better and better at building decks which really abuse card spam. But if you get Choker on floor 0, you just don't get to do that for the entire run. Mata, thanks so much for the raid!
Oh yeah, let's go Raiders.
Welcome in, everyone. I'm playing some Slay the Spire and chatting to Binks about Marvel Snap, although I haven't asked a question yet. So far, we're still talking about Slay the Spire.
Just chit chat. I do think I think you have the name wrong on the screen.
Oh yes, I do. Didn't update it. You are right. And That's right. All right. Sorry about that.
All good, but yeah, I was. I will be honest with you, George. I was very nervous reaching out to you, but you were incredibly kind. I feel like most times I do. I'm very new to the content creator space and everything like that. Most of the times I reach out, everyone's been like insanely nice, but I do still get insanely nervous. So I just want to say thank you for being so cool about me reaching out and being interested in chatting with me, even though we've never really connected before. It's really exciting to be able to be on here and to help support a good cause and get to chat with you.
100%. Everybody, not everybody, the vast majority of people in content creation are just really chill people and also very willing to go out of their way to help you out if you need something or want to connect on something. This is something that I've found a lot. Mudda, thanks so much for the $100 donation to support Free2Luv as well. That is very kind. Thank you. Mudda was on the channel with me yesterday to talk about Trackmania, which is an awesome game, which he is awesome at. So that was really fun too. Yeah, so I published a book earlier this year in March, and for that book, I reached out to other creators to interview people, and I got to a point where the interview format was pretty standard. It would be like an hour to an hour and a half long conversation. A few times, people just could not be contained within an hour, like they were too jubilant and excited to talk. I'm very good friends with some of those people now. But I was overwhelmed by how many people were interested in chatting. My book is about like abuse and manipulation and shitty stuff that goes on in the back end of the industry and stuff. So it's not like a pleasant conversation to have, but so many people were willing to have that conversation and willing to be extremely personable and vulnerable with me. And you know, I think ultimately we're in this career because we like sharing ourselves with the world. And when somebody reaches out and says that love for that to happen, generally we're all down.
Yeah, I'm 65 pages into the book currently. I think it's wonderful and very pertinent, which I think is really cool. If anyone especially is just doing any content creation or big or small, I would absolutely recommend it. It's really cool because I feel like there's very few deep dives of people who actually have experience and understanding in the industry and who've actually been through it with content creation. I feel like it's a really small niche, and like I don't know, I'm sure a lot of the other books that you might find in the space just like don't come off as genuine, I would guess. But I've really enjoyed it. You know, like I said, I've kind of or like I mentioned when I reached out to you, I had like no following like 18 months ago, and I've kind of blown up to be able to be full time now. And just reading some of your experiences like early on with working with different orgs and people that you've met, and your view of how people, the different types of people in the industry, people who are actually in it because they care about content creation, and people who are just in it because they're venture capitalists and they're trying to find a way to be in a cash grab or different things like that. It's really interesting. I'm excited to continue on with it. It's really good.
Sure. And the story of someone who has started content creation like a year and a half ago and succeeded is interesting to a lot of people too. So I'm interested in how that happened for you. It's been a long time since I came up in the streaming space, as it were. So I remember what I did, but it's a different world out there now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think the biggest thing is you kind of have to make it. You have to get lucky, I think, in content creation at the end of the day. I think that there are examples of people who can, who've kind of brute forced their way in the nicest way of saying that possible, just with sheer work. But I do think, it's all about getting lucky, but putting yourself in a position to be lucky, which is, I think, a really big thing in the space. So as far as Twitch and YouTube, how I got involved in it, do you know Northern Lion?
I don't think I've ever collaborated with him on anything, but I certainly know him. We know a lot of the same people too and stuff. Yeah, we're in the same sort of corner of the internet.
He has put out, I think, about 2,000 Slay the Spire videos over the years. I know he was insanely involved. And I'm sure some people in your community have kind of have come from Northern Line, as he was someone who really I think helped elevate Slay the Spire in its early days, which I think was awesome, because I think the game deserves every bit of sales it's ever had and everything like that. But yeah, I got really into him about like a decade ago when I was finishing college, and it was funny. I had no idea about Twitch or YouTube or watching people play games. I probably like heard of it and thought it was weird, and then I got a new 3DS, like the newer one, and it had one of the only games that was like an exclusive new 3DS game was Binding of Isaac. And then I just Googled Binding of Isaac, and I saw a Northern Line video, and then I was just like, oh, this is really fun to watch this dude. And then like over like 2 years, I just started getting like really into watching streams and watching YouTube videos, and I extended into like other games that I really liked. And Twitch and YouTube really became just kind of like a nice like comfort thing for me, like a really fun thing to watch while I'm gaming and watching someone else game. And just a lot of like cool things like that. And it was something that was like a part of my life, but never really something I got too much more into. And then in 2020, you know, with quarantine happening and everything like that, I was living alone, and it was hard, you know, not really having many creative outlets and many ways to talk to people. I joke that I think I talked to my dog more than any other human over the course of like a few months, which was kind of making me fit stir crazy and singing songs to him.
I remember a moment where I thought about it for a second, and I thought I probably saw human beings more often on Twitter or Instagram in pictures, which are like usually like filtered, or at least like them looking really good, you know, than I did in real life. like I would see people out the window of my apartment, and when I went to the grocery store, and when I went on a walk, but I just wasn't seeing other human beings very much, and it was messing with my brain. The pandemic was hard. It was hard for a lot of us.
Hard for a lot of people, yeah. I mean, I was pretty lucky where my job was pretty easy to work from home, so I didn't have too much of the, I guess, really like fallout financially from it. So I was very fortunate in that regard. But yeah, I mean, I think that it's something that I think that you know, a lot of people and you know, I think organizations like Free2Luv, to you know, bring it back to the charity we're trying to highlight today, is just caring about mental health and really brought that into the spotlight for a lot of people. Of you know, it's important to find active ways to care about yourself, and you know, active ways to take care of your mind when you know, things aren't going exactly how you want it to.
Maya has told me I have to have self-accountability, which is a foreign concept to me, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm going to try to do him pride. Also, by the way, did people just say he got the world record just now? That's super hype. Super hype. Congrats to Mata, if that is true. He's been going for a world record on a track for...
Oh, that's awesome.
I don't know how long he's been hunting it, but for at least a few days.
That's so awesome. I really love to I really like to hear that. That's great. We love a world record.
Yeah.
I wish Trackmania is never something I got super into. I did watch some of it, but racing games has always been, as a gamer, I feel like I get into games and I like understand them and I do well with them very quickly. And then anytime there's a racing game, like Mario Kart is the only thing like my casual friends can just crush me in, and any kind of racing game, it's just like my brain just doesn't work. I'm just bashing into walls and running all over the place. So I feel like it's a game that I would like, games like that or racing games I would enjoy, but it's just, I feel like every gamer has like one of those like subsections of games where it just doesn't click with their mind. But
yes. But that's okay, because games are for having fun. You don't have to be good at them. If you're having fun smashing into the wall, then you're doing better than someone who isn't having fun, like setting a world record. Like that's just how games work. Yeah.
But yeah, the way that I tried to do an outlet was through the pandemic was starting to stream and starting to like make YouTube videos, and it started really you know, small. You know, one of my friends, Gasu, is actually here supporting in chat. We were doing like super mega baseball together, where we'd stream together and play to 2 or 3 people, and I was just recording like YouTube videos for like random games. Like I was playing like Spelunky and Wizard of Legend and all these like random little roguelites.
Wizard of Legend, I loved.
Did you really?
I got into speedrunning Wizard of Legend actually.
Really?
I forgot. That's probably prior to Celeste. I think that was the most recent game that I was like, I'm going to try to play this fast. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I loved Wizard of Legend. People always ask me what my favorite roguelite is, and I say that usually, and a lot of them are like, what is that? And because I feel like it never really got too much into the light, but oh man, dude, the fast pace of that game, and like
it's so fast.
And I would do randomizers every time, so I'd just like have like random arcana like on, then you just kind of have to like figure it out. Man, I love that game. I gotta jump on and play that game again sometime soon.
I think there's a second one.
You know,
either
it is,
already
and it's
or
not by
soon?
the same people.
Oh, okay.
And it's a
That is good.
completely different art style. I don't know. It's not out yet. I'm keeping my eye out. I'll definitely give it a try, but it's, I don't know. It seems weird, like watching like the trailer and everything like that. It just seemed like it didn't seem like it was gonna hit the same itch. But I hope it does. But yeah, I mean, there was just kind of like a creative outlet that I tried to have, even though I was talking to no one for the most part, as most people do starting content creation, where it's just maybe one of our friends or something who would show up and watch, or a random lurker that would show up. It was like a really good outlet to be able to talk and speak our mind and have a stream of consciousness. And it was just it was something that I got into purely as a hobby, and just something to kind of get my mind off of it. So I did that for, I think it was about 2.5 years. Getting to, I think I had like, I must have put out like 200 YouTube videos and, streamed several hundred times, and just not really making any progress or anything like that. But it wasn't really about that, obviously like growing would be nice, but it was always something to do. But then in May of last year, the trailer for Marvel Snap came out. And I don't know, did you play much Hearthstone, or are you more just kind of like familiar with it?
I played a little free-to-play when it came out. I was a Magic the Gathering player, and it was a big hype in that scene. I was on a team that was, like, had a lot of the known Hearthstone players on it, like Slissa and Alistraza and Nicolina and Collins and Shady Bunny. So I have talked to lots of people who are very good at Hearthstone, and even like collabed with them.
F2K, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I know a decent amount about Hearthstone, but I would not say that I know what the cards do or that I'm good at it or anything. Yeah.
So Ben Brode is he was, I think, the game designer of Hearthstone, and he was like really big on that team. And then he left after a while, and he put out like a lot of really interesting videos, and he seemed like a really amicable, very, very, very just cool dude in general. And he left Hearthstone and to start his own company, and it took him 4 years to actually come out with what they're actually doing. There's like little bits and teasers.
Did he make Marvel Snap?
He did, yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that connection. Huh.
So that's what kind of like hooked me onto it. Is like, I saw a trailer for this new Ben Brode game. It's a Marvel game. I enjoy Marvel and a lot of the movies and everything like that. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. And then a beta came out, and I jumped on the beta, and I started doing content for it. Like the very first day of beta, I remember putting out a tweet to my 60 to Twitter followers at that point, saying like, hey, would you guys be interested in watching this game? And one person said yes, so of course I did. So I started streaming and making content for it, and like I said, you have to get lucky, but you have to put yourself in the position to be lucky, right? So I'd done this 2.5 years of just talking to no one on stream and not really having a chat, so I kind of felt like I got pretty entertaining, and I'd learned some video editing to be able to make very simple, straightforward YouTube videos. So I was kind of the very first person who day one started putting out YouTube videos very, very quickly about the early cards and decks and everything like that. And then out of nowhere, videos started getting 100x the views they would get. Instead of getting 4 or 5, they'd get 400 or 500. And it was something that I felt like I really loved the game. So do you? I know that you said that you're kind of familiar with Marvel Snap, but do you know much about like the game and how it works in general?
I know that there are lanes, I think, and that's about it. I really don't know
Yeah,
much.
fair. So what I really love about Marvel Snap is that what I've always found is that I like kind of small games that don't take very long. So like Hearthstone, sometimes the quick games can take 5-10 minutes, but sometimes you get stuck in these like control mirrors that take, a half
Sure.
hour to 40 minutes, right? And, it's game of Slay the Spire. Even the fastest people in the world can do it in like 5 minutes, but, sometimes they can take a half hour, a whole hour, multiple hours to do. I think a half hour is actually probably really fast even.
Yep.
But what I've always liked is games like Rocket League, which is a game that I really love, where it's like, there's this 5-minute game. It's a 5-minute game experience. You get done with that game, you can queue up your next one. So if you have a really terrible game or it's bad, then you can jump over and do something else. Or, I played Pokemon Unite a lot, actually, right before Marvel Snap, which was like a MOBA, like a League of Legends or a Dota 2, but completely trimmed down and just exactly 10 minutes every single game. Just super, super fast paced. So, if you get destroyed, you can retreat at 5 minutes and then just go on to the next one. But you can still get a lot. So I've always liked that bite-sized game. And that's really what Marvel Snap is. A game of Marvel Snap takes, it can take as little as 30 seconds if someone, snaps and, or if someone retreats on like turn 1, which can happen. And it also, it's a 6-turn game. It can be a 7-turn game. One card in the game or one location in the game will extend it to 7. But at max, you're looking at like a 6 or 7 minute game. So that's what really drew me to it, is that it's something that you can do, when you go to the bathroom, or like if you're just sitting down on the bus and you have like a 8-minute bus ride. You can queue up a game of Marvel Snap and play it. So
I've been playing chess for that recently.
Yeah,
I also appreciate that in a game.
5 minutes, 3 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes on the bus works pretty well for me. Sometimes I got into time scramble, and if they're on PC and I'm on phone, I'm dead. But that's fine. I'm not really caring whether I win or not that much.
Sure, it's just about going through the experience. Yeah, chess is amazing, man. Chess. How the heck did they figure out chess so long ago to just be this beautiful, perfect game? I'll never understand. It's wonderful. But so I really like that aspect of it. One thing that you would really like about it is that there's a snapping mechanic. And what that means is that, unlike other card games, you don't get a win or a loss at the end of the game. You bet a certain amount of cubes over the game. So it starts at 1, and each person during the course of the game has the chance to double the stakes of the game. So it's called snapping. And then the game, your opponent has to choose to retreat or stay in that game. And then at the end of that turn, the cubes go to double. They go to 2. And then your opponent can snap that game. And then you can choose to retreat or stay in. And then the cubes go to 4. And then if the game resolves and it goes through turn 6 with no one retreating, it doubles again. So it can go from 1 cube all the way up to 8 cubes. So it kind of has a lot of like that poker mechanic to it of, not really... just like, it's not just who can win this game. It's, can you use proper timings of your snap to maximize the amount of game that you get for every game? Because there's decks that can have, a 44% win rate, but be some of the strongest decks in the game because you surprise people and get really big wins, and you win really big, but then you can just kind of like retreat and take like 1 or 2 cube losses in it.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I did not know about that.
Yeah, I think that's probably the reason that the game is why I love it so much, is because there's that kind of added layer to a card game like that, where there's just like this extra level of strategy while maintaining really a simple level. And then you mentioned there's lanes, so there's 3 different locations that come up every single game, and each location either affects that lane or can affect the game in different ways. So there's some level of randomness to the game. So, they could be as simple as everything played here gets +1 power, or it can be, cards cost less, so both you and your opponent can play cards for cheaper. So there's that level of just having a bit of randomness and a bit of difference in every single game, because every game you have to play to locate. Some locations you can only play on certain turns onto it. So there's that level of a bit of like randomness and RNG that you can kind of take advantage of it, and adds a wrinkle to the game as well. So it's this very, very, very small, simple game, but it has all these layers of added complexity that could be really, really cool to it. So that's kind of why I fell in love with it, and I think that passion really showed in what I was doing with the game, because you know, there was a couple other creators and stuff, but I was, you know, I rose pretty fast as one of the first people was really, you know, putting in a lot of work and getting more cards. So like, you know, as your collection level rises, you get access to more and more unique and different cards. So just adding, you know, these different layers to it and going up. And I was one of the first people to really like be continuously exploring it for people who are interested in the beta, which is a lot of fun.
Sure.
And yeah, so I was still working a job back then. I worked in sales for quite a while. I was working tech sales for like digital marketing, and then I ended up moving and working at a third-party logistics company, helping like e-commerce companies hold their goods and ship them out, and working in sales with that. And it was pretty hard because, you know, I was putting in so much work to this because I was seeing, you know, my input was finally getting a lot of output and response with people, and I was seeing growth. And then so that was like May through August. I was just working really hard, you know, working my full-time job and then doing that. And then I got laid off literally out of nowhere from work at the end of August last year.
Cool. So you had the moment. Am I gonna do this for real?
Yeah, it was. First of all, they would because there was a lot of tech layoffs around that time, and there was whisperings of it, but everyone was like, "No, we're totally fine." And then one day they just emailed, you know, 30, I think it was 33% of the company, and then just out of nowhere, just done.
Grief.
And yeah, I was very fortunate that my company actually, you know, with their layoffs, they took care of people really well. I was compensated very, very well for leaving, and you know, I hadn't been doing too much, so I had. Kind of that time, yeah, and it was just like you said, it was the moment of, okay, well, I'm gonna give myself 6 months, and at 6 months, I'm gonna see, is this something that's actually sustainable and something that I can do, or do I have to go back and get another job? Because like, even if I didn't make another dime, I could get through these next 6 months and be okay with things.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and then I just, you know, kind of went all in and started streaming like I was streaming full time and putting up more YouTube videos. The game had its full release in October of that year, and then it went from kind of this niche community who was following the beta to they had a huge marketing run with it, and just got a bunch of people on board. And it became something that was immediately like pretty sustainable through YouTube and Twitch and everything like that, just because the audience had kind of, you know, 10x'd overnight, which was really cool.
Oh yeah, I had a really weird experience with that where I was still streaming as a hobby when my channel blew up with XCOM. I had been working on an XCOM mod, and then it released, and I wanted to show it off to people, and my channel blew up. And so like I made the flip to streaming full-time, like already knowing that I was basically making more money than I needed already to get through the year. And I have a great appreciation for the fact that I got to make the switch that way, because like not everybody does 100%. And
yeah, it's hard. It's a fickle industry. You know, it's hard to have longevity in it, and it's it's always scary because like right now I guess I'm a little concerned because I'm kind of, everything is all in on this one game. I'm trying to slowly find ways to branch off and do other things, but you know, you never know. Like there was news that the publisher Newverse, which is like part of ByteDance, which is a Chinese company, just got completely shut down like a few weeks ago, and everyone was just kind of panicking, like, oh, what's going to happen? It doesn't seem like there's anything really that's going to happen with it. It's probably going to get sold off or something like that. And
this is the Marvel Snap publisher?
Yeah, the Marvel Snap publisher. But you know, Second Dinner, which is the team that developed it, came out and said, you know, we're not going anywhere, and they're going to find something else, or the company might get sold, or the company might branch off, or something like that. But you know, it's like, it's just always weird in like an industry like this, where you know, you could get your Twitch banned, or you can get your YouTube banned, and then like out of nowhere you go into panic mode, and you hear all these like weird horror stories about you know, people who have like weird things that happen on their YouTube that like that definitely didn't happen, but there's just there's very few avenues of
Do you know
getting
the
stuff like
story
that.
of Mixer?
I
That happened
do know
right
the
before
story of
you
Mixer.
started. Yeah, that kind of blew my mind. I didn't really
I mean, the
know
people
anybody
who
who streamed
got
from Mixer.
contracts
Yeah.
made out like bandits, which
Oh yeah,
is insane.
definitely did.
And an insane situation for them to go to somewhere, take this big risk to go to somewhere, and then like it's scared that it's closing, but then it's like, oh, you just get all the money that you were going to make over the next
You
5 years, and you can
don't have to
immediately
do
go
the
back.
work.
It's like, all right.
God, yeah.
But yeah, it's so weird, like watching things happen in different areas in the space, trying to open up and everything like that. Someone in the chat says Mixer, the one by the casino company. No, that's Kick, which is like the new one that's trying to be kind of disruptive and signing a lot of people.
I have no idea what to think about Kick.
I think it's I don't know. My opinion on it is I think it's good for the industry. There's always good for an industry to have competition, right? I don't think I would ever support Kick or do anything on Kick because of how it's backed. But it's hard. It's hard to there's a lot of people who are very judgy of people who go over to there or try and make it over there or take a deal with them, and it's like I guess like being in the industry now, it's like it's hard to blame them because when you're getting told like, hey, I have this contract that you can have that gives you like this guaranteed livelihood for X amount of time. It's something that's very, very rare in the industry. So it's hard to say no to that.
That's there was a point in my streaming career where I was like, well, I'm like really making good money here, and then I looked at what I was doing. Because I had taken some stuff like that. Like I was doing some behaviors that were because I was worried that I wouldn't be able to make it in streaming. And I realized I didn't like them. And so there was definitely like a year or so of my streaming career where I was just like, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. I don't think I was a bad person. It's just like, as a content creator, a lot of the stuff you don't really feel like you even have agency over. Like the idea of not running ads on my YouTube, for example. I don't really like running ads on my YouTube, but it was always just like, well, you have to do that. That's how your YouTube makes money. And I eventually turned them off as much as I could. I think they're turned on again. I don't know. YouTube ads are weird.
Yeah, they took away a bunch of options because you used to be able to say like, oh, I want to do this kind of ad, I want to do it this way.
I had exclusively pre-rolls. I was okay with exclusively pre-rolls, and then all of a sudden that just kind of wasn't a thing anymore.
All or nothing. Yeah. I would get rid of all non-skippable ads because I don't know. I would just always get very annoyed whenever I would watch a non-skippable ad, and I was looking at it and it was costing me, I don't know, like 10% of ad revenue when I switched off of it. So I was like, I'm okay with that. Maybe it keeps some people along, But yeah, they took away all of the agency of it. It's all or nothing, and exactly how we want it or not. Now it's like, well, it's kind of just a part of being in the industry. You can't like, what am I gonna say? No, like I don't know.
It always feels like that thought experiment where you can press a button to make somebody else in the world suffer pain, but you get paid like $5. That's always what it feels like whenever I click on put ads on this YouTube video. What a great feeling.
It's weird. It's weird for sure. Do you think a lot about one thing I've had to really wrap my head around with going from having 2 to 3 people watching me to I do dual streaming now on YouTube and Twitch, and I usually get around 1,000 between the two. Do you ever think about like how many people that is, like if they were in the room with you?
Well, I can't really comprehend it. I've done some live events where I was like, yeah, I think like maybe 20 people will show up. I did a book reading recently. It was like maybe 20 people will show up, and then like I think probably like 100+ people showed up, and like the room was full when I got there 15 minutes before it started, and then everyone was like standing and then getting turned away. So yeah, I do not appreciate the size of my audience. Like intellectually, I don't think,
Mhm.
or probably really emotionally either. I know that I don't appreciate it intellectually. I couldn't really say if I do emotionally or not because I don't know what it's meant to feel like to have, you know, 1,000 people watching you do something. What is there something that's meant to feel like? I don't know.
Yeah, because it's like, humans are meant to have that many people around them, right? Like, like from a just like a primal sense, like having that many people like looking at you is very
Mhm.
funky, and it's always so interesting because it's a very introverted and extroverted thing at the same time, right? Because me and you, we're both sitting by ourselves in a room, right? But it's getting to so many people, and it's signal boosting, and then maybe that stream like you goes onto YouTube and has 10 times that many people who are watching it live watch it afterwards, and it's just it's a very funny thing that I've always thought about. It's like there's 1,000 people watching the stream right now. Like that would fill like a damn big theater, and it's very interesting to think about different things like that. Yeah, I try not to though. Yeah, in the same way. I feel like you kind of have to not, or at least not I guess visualize it exactly.
I don't really know what I do about it anymore. For me, it was weird with dating. Started dating again recently and doing like online dating where I was meeting people who like really didn't know anything about me and trying to explain what I did. And because then you're exposed to somebody else deciding what they think about it, which is a whole different weird thing. And then you have to decide whether you're okay with what they think about it. Like I had to like decide, am I okay with like talking about someone I'm dating to my audience? I don't know. Like, what does that even mean? I had a while as a streamer where I worried about my safety. Like I was worried about getting recognized near where I lived and stuff like that. Because like conceptually that could be bad. But what's like the chance that something like that happens and is bad? I don't really know. Some number.
Yeah, some number. It exists for sure. I mean, every interaction I've had with people in real life has been overwhelmingly positive, and
Yeah,
just
me too.
been like incredibly nice and cordial. But yeah, it's always that kind of like lingering thing in the back of your mind if something like that does happen, or if someone you rub the wrong way is yeah, I don't know. It's certainly interesting to think about. I think that yeah, I try and be as safe as I can. You can find my name out there, but I don't really, use my full name with anything that I do. And, people know what city I live in, but they don't know. I never give up any specifics or talk about any like restaurant or things that I go to that's really near me, just to be safe. But yeah, I think both of us are also. I think both of us are also very privileged being men in this space because I feel like women have a much worse time dealing with things like that, which is something that is just I don't know, tough to deal with, and it's always hard hearing female creators that I know in the space hearing their side of it, which seems a lot different, and hopefully over time that continues to get better little by little. I guess that's the hope for most people.
Yes, one of the reasons I wrote the book that I wrote was that I had an experience which was already sort of stressful for me, and I was trying to make sense of it, and I went to my manager, who is a woman working in the space, and she was present for a lot of the events and was like, what was this stuff like for you? And holy shit, it was a lot worse for her. And I just didn't really even know. Even working with her the entire time, like, what's she going to do? Like,
yeah,
bring it up a whole lot? I don't know.
Yeah, what can you do, right? It's sad and too taboo, probably in many ways, which is tough. It's not great. Yeah, like I said, I'm at the beginning of your book, and I think I saw a little bit of it so far, but I know it delves a lot deeper into it later. So, but yeah, I guess I guess with like content creation, I did have a couple things I wanted to just kind of like, I guess, hear your opinion on it. Well, like, just what are your overall thoughts on like longevity in content creation, and like, what do you think that you've done to like be able to move to the point where now, like, basically, you know, I see you streaming like a lot of different games, and I'm sure like so many people have come to you and started watching you because of like Slay the Spire or you know, other things that you're very well known for. What do you think are some of the things that you adjusted, I guess, through the middle of your career with trying to find longevity and being able to get to the point where you know, people are don't just see you as the Slay the Spire guy, but are you know, very open to watching whatever you want to play and watching you for you.
I feel like people still see me as the Slay the Spire guy. A lot of people do.
It's fair.
There's no easy answer. It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a question a lot of people want there to be an easy answer to.
Mm-hmm.
But the answer is that you just have to do other things too. Yeah. Hopefully you can find a way for that to be fun for you and for the people who are watching you. So I just set a goal at the beginning of last year that I didn't want to play as much Spire, so I usually was spending 70% of my time on stream on Spire, and I flipped it to 30% this year. Not entirely on purpose or anything, that's just like how the number ended up being. And I noticed I was having a lot of fun. Explored what it was like to stream other games, and it actually like kind of renewed my interest in Spire. Was one thing that I noticed. I noticed that the reason that I had streamed a lot of Spire was that I loved the hell out of this game.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that I got out of that was like, I kind of like to actually stream more Spire. But now I have like more context about why do I like Spire, etc. Also, a nice thing about Spire, this is a game that runs on my PC and it's single player. So a lot of the reasonable concerns one might have about Marvel Snap going under if the publisher goes under or something like that. And that happens with multiplayer games. Multiplayer games go from... I was really into Storybook Brawl, for example. Storybook Brawl went from being a game you could play to being a game you couldn't play, like, over the course of a month, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that happens on multiplayer games, but it's never going to happen to Slay the Spire. I can just play this game forever if I want. And I might. I was once an XCOM streamer, that's true. I was once known as the XCOM streamer, and the reason that people now know me as the Slay the Spire streamer is that I tried out other games other than XCOM. So, you know, sometimes as you're exploring, you'll find something that really clicks for you and stick to it, like I did when I found Slay the Spire. Other times you'll find games that are really fun for you to play, but aren't as fun to make content for.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like games like Baldur's Gate 3, I love playing them, but I don't like making content for them as much. Games like Outer Wilds too, like there are a lot of games where I want the experience to be mine, and having somebody else alongside suggesting things to do or having the experience be theirs. It's like fun, but it's not really what I want every day of my life for my job. And then you'll find games that you really like streaming, but nobody likes watching. Which is like, I would love to just stream Orb of Creation every day, probably, but I don't think that would be great for my channel. You know,
What is Orb of Creation?
it is an incremental game. So, you know, idle games, like Universal Paperclips. It's like that, except that you're always doing something. You're always like learning a new spell and working out how to cast it, which sort of feels like a fighting game because you'll learn combinations of spells that make the most stuff, or you're always learning about a new resource and unlocking the ways to generate it as quickly as possible, which feels kind of like a strategy game because you have to understand what makes the resource and work out which resource you can give up to get it right now. Or you're researching something, which feels kind of like a 4X game where you're unlocking new abilities and passives and stuff like that. And it just keeps going. And this takes like... I told my friend yesterday 12 hours and he said it was longer than that. But like maybe like 16 hours or something, where idle games will be like weeks sometimes. Idle games don't necessarily respect your time. Incremental games tend to respect your time quite a lot more, where they just, because you're constantly doing stuff, I guess it's more dev time to make it so constantly doing stuff it takes a long time.
Yeah, I've seen some idle games where like the numbers that are on the screen like are just unfathomable to the human brain. It's just like in the trillions and quadrillions and all that stuff, and it's like, all right. Well,
You eventually switch to scientific notation in Orb of Creation. It's a good time.
I love that. Well, that's good advice. I really appreciate that. It's I completely feel for you on it, wanting games to be your own, and that's something that. You know, like when Tears of the Kingdom came out, I've loved Zelda for a really long time, and people are like, oh, are you gonna stream? Are you gonna stream? It's like, nope, that one's mine. That one's mine. I'm gonna sit. You know, when I have time, I'm gonna sit down on my couch and shut up and just sit there and be mesmerized by what's happening. You know, it's a game where I don't want to feel like I have the need to be entertaining, and I could just kind of do it for me. And I do. It's actually interesting, like streaming and being a full-time content creator. I've actually found a lot of love. For finding new games that I can play outside of stream, and I've kind of had like a different like mindset about them. Like I feel like I've completed more games this year than I have like ever. Like I played all the way through Armored Core 6, and I found like the new Ratchet and Clank game. I played all the way through that, and just finding like these different games that I can like enjoy off stream. I think that definitely is important. I'm happy I kind of caught on to that early, because I do feel like there's people who feel like if they're playing a video game and they're not streaming it, then they're at a loss. And
Yeah.
I really try and work my mind to not feel like that, because I think that it can. I think stuff like that can catch up to you, and you start to lose, like you just start to drain the ability to have fun playing games, because it's just like everything turns into work.
Mm-hmm. I have not found that I finish many games, but I certainly play a ton of games off stream. A lot of the time it will be a game that I played on stream, and I'm like, I want to try that by myself without people yelling at me or whatever. I mean, I love you, chat, but sometimes, you know. So, yes, I have a lot of experiences like that where it's more about just like trying it out for a bit on my own, and then it's like, oh yeah, that was fine, and then I move on.
Yeah, games. I don't know, man. It's a good time to be a gamer right now. There's plus like I don't know. It's so many things, especially if you're like PC gaming. You can find you know, very cheap, or like games that are free that you can find that it can become a very, you know, hobby that's not something you have to sink a lot of money into, and there's so much variety out there, and you know, you can even go back to games either from your childhood through, you know, emulation or anything like that, and finding all these different ways to play and experience games in a different way nowadays. That I feel like there was a lot of, you know, you don't have to go to GameStop or something to try and find a new used game. You know, there's just a million different ways to download it and get access to it right away.
For sure. And sometimes I'll go back to a game that I played as a kid, and I'm like, wow, this game was just really easy, and I was not good at games as a child. But other times I'll go back to a game that I played as a kid and be kind of overwhelmed that I ever was able to beat it as a child. Like, that's a really fun experience for me, seeing the difference between different games that I remember, and how they feel to play as an adult.
Oh, 100%. I went back and played like Star Fox 64.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, some of the later levels in that get so chaotic and are so hard to beat. I remember I beat it so many times as a kid. And I was a really bad gamer when I was a kid. I was really not good at a lot of games, and like just like seeing some things like that. And then I went back and played Final Fantasy again as an adult, and I remember I must have put like 30 like 100+ hours as a kid into trying to beat Final Fantasy, and I got to the point that I got stuck at in like 4 hours or something as an adult. It's so crazy to go back and like you know, when you can like look things up or like have like an actual like answer as to like what these things are. It's so different. What have there been any games that have like really surprised you this year that you've like picked up and tried like off stream in particular, or maybe something that you played a little on stream and a little off stream?
I knew I was gonna like Baldur's Gate 3. I did
Mhm.
not expect that everybody else would love Baldur's Gate 3 as much as everybody else has loved Baldur's Gate 3. That game like really blew up in a huge way. So I was not expecting that.
Do you play it by yourself or with people?
I have played it with people a very small amount. I've mostly played it by myself.
Gotcha. Yeah, I got a few hours into Baldur's Gate 3, but I definitely want to. I want to go back and do it. I'm really bad with like lore in games where you have to read a lot. And
Oh, I love
Baldur's
the
Gate 3.
reading.
Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of that, so that kind of like hindered me a little bit. But it does seem like the writing is really interesting, and from everything I've heard with just how the story can change based on every decision, and like how the like tree of what can actually come from like different decisions you make throughout the game. I mean, it seems kind of next level compared to most things.
Yes. Yeah, and so I knew I was gonna love it because I know one of the people who was an initial writer on the project, and
Oh, wow.
I just she's gonna be on the stream later this week, and I just know that I love her shit, and she told me it was good, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna make sure I have 100 hours in my schedule for that game, and 250 hours later, I'm still not through Act 3.
That's great. Yeah, it seems like a heck of a time sink for sure. Did you play Tears of the Kingdom at all?
No, I did not. I was not a Nintendo kid, so I've never sunk my teeth into the Zelda stuff, really. Just wasn't a
see
game
that.
that I grew up on.
Yeah, I've kind of found nowadays, like, any game that's more than like 20 hours, it is a prayer if I'm gonna finish it. Like, I've really been seeking out games that are kind of like under that 20-hour mark to get from start to end, because I feel like that's a good enough time to like get introduced to all the mechanics, really get an experience without having to feel like any kind of grind. But yeah, I think I put 60 or 70 hours into Tears of the Kingdom, and I just always come back for more, and it's just always like more and like new things and interesting things that you can find, and it's a really, really beautiful world that they built.
That makes sense with your Marvel Snap thing too, where 5-minute games.
Yeah, it's it's interesting. I'm just really happy that with Marvel Snap I haven't burned out on it. It really is a game that I can keep coming back to, and I think a lot of it is being able to be like creative with deck building. It's like as far as like card games that you've played in the past, do you kind of like just find a deck and then build it and then play it, or do you kind of like experiment and do your own thing? I don't know if you've done too much outside of Magic.
In Magic, I was always building my own deck. That was the part of
Okay.
Magic I found fun, much more than playing the deck. It was building the deck, which is probably one of the reasons I gravitated toward playing online, because I could get the cards just by trading online. Didn't have to like go to
Sure.
an event or order anything or whatever. If I decided I didn't like them, I'd get rid of them again an hour later, which happens sometimes. So yeah, that's always appealed to me. I've never been a like download the best deck and play that sort of person.
Yeah, and I think that's very prevalent in games, and I think a lot of people really enjoy that. They want to find a deck to play and get the experience of it. And I was never too much of a deck builder. Like, I did a little bit when I was playing Hearthstone. I did some deck building, but I always just really like to kind of take other people's decks and maybe change like one or two things about it or things like that. But being a content creator in Marvel Snap and being one of the first people to really go into it, I kind of had to become a deck builder because like
Sure.
it was kind of like pioneering some things, and one of the first people to get access to certain cards and everything like that. And I think that aspect of it is really what's given it longevity for me, because even the decks are really small. It's 12 cards and you can only have one of each card, so it's very, very trimmed down deck building from other things. But there's about 300 different cards out there, and there's always different ways that you can combine things and combine strategies that maybe aren't as popular to be able to like showcase them or show that you know, I think a lot of people with card games get burnout whenever the meta has like 3 or 4 of like the best decks, where it's like if you want to be as competitive as possible, you kind of have to play one of these like 3 or 4 decks. And I've never really even when I wasn't deck building, I would like to find decks that were different when I was like net decking or finding other people's decks. And I think that that's a big thing that people can get stuck on with games, is getting over that barrier of, yeah, maybe your you know, win rate is going to be a couple percentage points lower, but the satisfaction of putting a deck together and seeing it succeed or seeing the things work is really, I think, the thing that has been able to give me longevity with being able to pick it up and continue to play it every single day on stream, because you get to have that creativity, you get to, I don't know, I guess just do something different every single time, which is really fun, and it keeps things fresh, and it just really helps on the burnout side, I would say.
Winning is massively overrated too. Winning is one of the least important things in gaming, but is presented as one of the most important things in gaming.
Do you I feel like that's a person by person thing, because there literally just are people who only have fun when they're winning and never have fun when they're losing. And I don't think I could be that kind of person. I talk, people ask me on stream a lot, you know, how do I have longevity? You know, things are going bad, I haven't been doing well this season, like how do I keep playing? One of the things that I always tell people is, like, you have to learn to love losing in multiplayer games. You have to learn to find good things out of losing a game. Now, if you're super competitive, it can be, you can keep it very technical and say, oh, I'm gonna find why I lost and then try and incorporate that and make myself better. But I think that really just like finding appreciation for your opponent is important. Saying, like, you know, if you get stomped by something that you weren't expecting, you know, instead of being like, oh, that's BS, like that's unfair, saying like, wow, that was really awesome, like I can't believe they did that for you. That you know, that person crushed it. That's great. And finding these ways to get joy out of it. So, you know, it's not a sum neutral. You know, if you win 50% of the games and lose 50% of the games, the 50% of the games are good, 50% of the games you lose are bad, then that's like kind of net neutral your experience of playing that session. And it's very hard to get enjoyment out of it, or to expect enjoyment out of a game when you 50% of the time you're playing it, you're going to have bad feelings towards it. So I think that learning to love losing is probably one of the biggest lessons I try and I guess show to people, and not getting tilted and mad when you lose, but even just like audibly laughing if it's a fake laugh when you lose, often I think can like help in like a really weird like mental way.
I came to this belief from poker. And it was a belief somewhat of necessity, because people would tell me that poker was a zero-sum game, and tell me that the only way that I could possibly be enjoying myself was if somebody else was not enjoying themselves, and stuff like this. And it's just completely wrong. But if you come into gaming with the idea that the only way to have fun is to win, it logically holds based on that premise. But the reality is that playing poker, like, a lot of the people playing poker are not solely interested in winning money. They're there to like socialize, to have fun, challenge themselves, to learn. There are all of the normal reasons that people play games that aren't for money still exist in poker. And yes, I have struggled through my life to explain that to people sometimes. And I wish that people thought more about that and about the assumption that they're making about what gaming is if they think that winning is the important part of playing a game. It's a pretty bleak assumption to make.
Yeah, it's hard. I've never really understood. I think it comes to different personality types and different ways that you think about things to an extent. But a lot of people just aren't open to it. You know, like a lot of people aren't open to experiencing things. So, like for instance, in Marvel Snap, there's a location that swaps your deck with random cards and swaps you and your opponent's deck with random cards. And a lot of people say it's their least favorite location because they want to play with the cards in their deck. And I love it. I always get excited when I have those games because you don't know what's going to happen every time you know the turn passes and a card pops out of your deck. It changes your strategy. It changes what you want to do. Everything like that. And I think that you know when people complain about it and say, oh, it's like sick location, like, oh, this is terrible, worst location of the game, I just say let yourself be open to the fun of that side of it. Like if you're if that's your mindset, is that it's the worst location of the game and it's terrible, you know, like even if you like strongly believe that and you want to play with the exact cards that you put in your deck, even just allowing yourself to be open to the fun that a game like a something like that can happen in the game, and that's going to be partly, it's not going to get taken away, right? It's part of the game, like it's going to be there whether you like it or not. At least allowing yourself to be open to the experience and to be open about you know, finding fun and finding interesting lines that you can do about it. And, you know, even if you end up losing, like laughing because your opponent got completely broken cards and you got terrible cards. It's just gonna help you not get burnt out, and it's gonna help you find more enjoyment. So just being open to that side of things, I think, is a big step for a lot of people. That they can make to open, and you know, maybe you get open to it and it ups your enjoyment just 1%, and you still hate it. I think that 1% is still important.
Yeah, we wake up in the morning for 1% here in strategy gaming. 1% repeated over the course of a year or something is a big number.
It's a lot, even though just those like little incremental changes in mindset can really help you. 100%. For instance, like in Slay the Spire, I never played this. I don't even know this character's name. But the Wanderer, is that right?
This is a popular mod character named the Watcher. Yeah.
You say a popular mod character?
Yes. The joke of this character is that it's balanced about as well as a mod character is. Yeah, this is the Watcher.
Yeah, like maybe you know, I could be open to play it, because I think I've literally played this character one time and I was like, this isn't comfy, I don't get it. But you know, like allowing myself to be more open and experience it can lead to more enjoyment through Slay the Spire. Maybe find, you know, maybe it's my favorite character, but I don't give it any kind of because it's not that comfy thing. It's not something that I give any attention to or care to. But trying to find different things like that, you know, at games, I think really opens things up for that.
Yeah, give the Watcher a go. Just fine. Just fine. I'm growing to
I see you
appreciate
putting out
the
about
Watcher.
600 damage on what I think is maybe turn 1 here or turn 2. That seems pretty fun.
It's interesting. I think this character, on release, it was a lot weaker. And I think a problem with it, I think the devs would agree with me. I think a problem with it was that the way that you lost felt really bad, because the character is all about small combinations of like 2 or 3 or 4 cards working very well together. But there's so much variance in the game, so you don't have that much ability to guarantee that you're going to put those cards together. And so throughout development, all of the numbers on the cards just got buffed, so that even if the combo didn't come together, your deck was still functional. And the result is now you just kind of don't lose very much on the character, and when you win, you feel like a superhero. It used to be that you needed to put together this combo for your deck to work very well, and nowadays, like, even if you didn't put it together, your deck would still be pretty strong. When you put it together, you know, you're overpowered.
It's interesting.
It is interesting. There's, I mean, it is an example of a spot where the way that the character felt was more important to the balance of the game than whether it won or lost a lot, I think. Which happens sometimes. And in a single player game, it's not symmetrical. So like, it doesn't really matter if the character wins 50% of the time or some other number in a single player game.
Yeah, and I'm sure they try and, you know, obviously, when players feel super powerful and crush through a game, it's a lot better than, you know, if they get sunk and get buried in Act 1 3 times in a row, and it's probably what I did, and then put down the character forever. So yeah, it works out like that. Do you have like a 100%? This is my favorite character in Slay the Spire.
No, I have a lot of appreciation for the game having different characters.
Mm-hmm.
And if it only had one character I could play, even if that character were my favorite, I would still like it a lot less than I do with it having the variety. The variety is what I keep coming back for.
Definitely. It's crazy how it's like how like keeping all the enemies balanced for 4 different, wildly different characters and strategies. It's something that's really. When was the last balance patch for Slay the Spire? It's like a crazy long time ago.
At least a year ago. Probably like a year and a
Yeah.
half ago. I had to guess.
Have they said that they're never touching it again, or are they open to changing things again?
I think they've pretty much said that.
Yeah.
When the game got released for Switch and phone, it became a lot harder to make changes to it because there's so much porting and localizing and stuff like that to do on every single change.
Mm-hmm.
But there haven't been any significant changes since then.
Yeah, because it's probably on like 8 different consoles and PC and iOS and Android and everything like that. For sure,
It's on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I
And
think I owned it on 4 different things. I know I have it in PC, PlayStation, Switch, and Android. I think.
And they made it on. They made it in Java, under the mistaken belief that if you code something in Java somewhere, it will run on every platform, which just is not actually true, it turns out. I have just talked to Casey about all of this yesterday, so it is all fresh in my mind. I feel very like, oh yes, I know all about this right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard you. I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but you mentioned being on Ridiculous Hats
Yeah.
Hades podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a game that you have played a lot?
No, he had me on to talk about Orb of Creation.
Oh, interesting.
You'd have to ask him why. I mean, it was because he and I both really liked Orb of Creation, and he wanted to talk to me about it, and he didn't want me on his Hearthstone podcast because it is very obviously not Hearthstone. He was like, we can just do it on this one.
It's
That's my
crazy.
understanding of it.
Hats went from like I think he had 5 podcasts at one point, now down to just a couple. Now he works with Hearthstone, which was I don't know. I think he might be my favorite Twitter person ever. He's always like just responds in like 6 seconds whenever people like even mention him. It's he's a very interesting dude. I actually he was on I was on a Marvel Snap podcast with him around global launch last year, so I actually had the chance to have a conversation with him too, which was really, really cool. And it's just so cool seeing like him actually get a job at Hearthstone and find someone who has kind of been like one of the ipso facto like community managers to become like officially that. I think that was super amazing to see.
That was really cool to see. He and I go a very long way back, and he has always had that personality, and he has it in person as well. And yeah, super happy that he has found a sensible place for himself in the world of gaming. But I think what he's doing now is like, yes, he is very, very good at what he does right now.
100%.
In my opinion. I'm sure it's a very hard job.
Moderating a card gaming community?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so interesting seeing like that negativity in the space because Marvel Snap has the double down of being a mobile game, which does have some definitely dubious monetization practices, which is rough, and then also being a card game, so the community is it's really hard sometimes because I try and be I talk about like why I'm so positive about people call me a shill all the time, and people say all these things just because I think in general I tend to I just tend to focus on the positives of things. Just
Haters gonna hate.
For my mental health, if nothing else, because I think that focusing on negativity is a really it's an easy train to get on because there's always something to be mad about. There's always something to be outraged about, and it causes a lot of emotion. And that's what a lot of people get out of online spaces. But positivity has always been something that's really important to me. And I had a big switch in my mindset, like a little bit after college. I think I used to be a much more negative person and much less empathetic person, and trying to focus on positivity and empathy and having that be the focus of what I talk about. It's just something that's important for me, and I find it to be honestly, I find it to lead to more interesting conversations in general. I think that just always trying to find something to hate on is boring, whereas if you're trying to find something to enjoy out of something, I think there's a lot more to be pulled out of that. But it's very weird being in a space that's a mobile game, card game, and being a personality in it, and just having to deal with all these people all the time who are just doomers about everything and just complaining about every single thing that happens. While trying to, I used to be a lot more snippy about it. That's something that I've tried to pull back on a lot because I think I would fight fire with fire a little bit, and I've kind of learned it's never something that's good. But just trying to be a positive voice in that community to try and focus on things that are good, I think has always been something that I've wanted to do. And it's weird to, some people, like I said, they'll look at it and like say like, oh, I'm shill, or like, oh, I don't want to focus on the negatives because I'm invested in the game. And I am, like there is obviously a bias that I have towards the game's success. But I do just think that the focusing on the positives of things is, like it just leads to more interesting conversations. And it's, I think it's better for everyone's mental health to be honest when things are really bad, and be open about that when it is something that's really not good. But just in general, trying to focus on the positives has always been something that's kept my mind in the right place in this space.
I think kind of definitionally, hating something can't really bring you positive joy. Saying that I don't like jazz music is never going to make me enjoy music. Like, if I can instead say, like, jazz music's not usually my thing, but I found, like, a couple of musicians in there that I actually really like, and there's this, like, fusion band that does some jazz with some other stuff that I like a lot too, then I'm actually enjoying something. Whereas if I'm just saying I hate jazz music, like, well, that's just a dead end in my life. So, yeah, I think that that's really important. That's one of the reasons that I'm doing this week. I think that that's a really good way to wind down the year, is to take some time to be grateful for the good stuff that happened. Because, I mean, we sure hear a hell of a lot about all of the bad stuff that happens if we are in any online space. That is something that you're going to hear about over and over again. That's like one of the reasons that I wrote a book, honestly, was that there were conversations that come up every like 3 months in online spaces where I was like, well, we just had this conversation 3 months ago. Do you not remember what we worked out about it? Does nobody remember? And like, a lot of people didn't. A lot of people are having the conversation for the first time. A lot of people didn't learn the lesson when it came up last time. And it's like, well, this is going to happen every 3 months of my life for the foreseeable future. I would like to have a really good answer to it written down that I can point people to, so I don't have to have the conversation over and over again and lose my mind. Yeah. May says hating has brought her much joy. I think liking gossip is a bit different from hating.
Everyone likes to sip the tea now and again. Everyone likes to sip the tea. I mean, I think it's the biggest negative to online algorithms is that outrage brings more engagement. The algorithm doesn't care about positivity or negativity. It cares about engagement and keeping your eyes focused.
Yeah.
So I feel like people feel that the world's a lot more outraged and angry than it actually is at any point because of what they're seeing all the time. Which is, it's always important to have that reminder of that's why, right?
Yeah. I am winding down for the evening. Okay. Do you have anything in particular that stands out to you as like a really great thing that happened in your life this year? Gaming or online spaces?
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously, like moving into full-time and being able to secure saying that I'm comfortable being a full-time content creator is a dream that I think a lot of people have, and I try and pinch myself every single day and getting to that point where, you know, I've created a business and that business can sustain me and you know, sustain our household and not put me in the point where, you know, I'm in any bad situation is something that's an unbelievably amazing thing that that has happened in my life this year that I never ever thought could happen. So I mean, I think that as far as like an overarching thing, that's just amazing, and it was never something that was the point of getting into online content creation. It was I just have to consider myself lucky and happy that people keep showing up, and that this is something that I can keep doing. But as far as like a specific thing, you know, as a very casual gamer, you know, I've never been watched for Marvel Snap as like the best person out there. I'm more just like most people watch me for my personality and building interesting and different decks and everything like that. But the beginning of this year, they had the first ever official tournament for Marvel Snap, and they brought 20 content creators all together. And everyone in your like community could like vote for you and get access to like an exclusive variant of a card in the game that kind of signifies you. And I kind of went into it being one of the big underdogs that no one would talk about for winning it. And I just had this amazing moment where it was kind of this interesting like speed run type tournament where we weren't playing against each other. We were all playing in this mode in Marvel
Sure,
Snap where
trying to get
you
as many
try
points as you could in 2 hours
yeah
or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, and there was like a speed run with it, and you have to win 5 times in a row to complete it, and I did that one time, and I was like in like third or fourth place, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. And then I looked at the timer and I said, well, if I snap and double down on turn 1 every single turn or every single game immediately, I can maybe squeak out one more run. And I went and I like had the most insane stretch of 5 games snapping on turn 1 every single time, and ended up finishing like right before the time to get the time that ended up winning the tournament. So against like 19 other content creators,
Oh,
as someone who
very
came in
cool.
as like a huge underdog, I had just this beautiful moment with me and my community of watching, you know, just like this unfolding circumstance of events to lead to me winning that tournament, which was absolutely amazing. So that was as far as like a personal thing, that was just an absolutely insane experience that I was able to have,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
yeah, just really helped me continue to enjoy the game.
I had a tournament kind of like that from MTG Arena Twitch Rivals. They had a
Yeah.
pro and a casual player teamed up with each other,
Mm-hmm.
and I was Caleb D MTG's casual player. I'm gonna rate him after this stream, assuming that he's live. I don't know if he is yet or not. And so he invited me to be his partner, and he had me on the easy decks. Basically, we had a pool of decks we could play, and he was like, "Play these ones; they're pretty easy to pilot." And I was going along with it until we got toward the end of the tournament, and then I was just like, no, I'm going to start playing the hard decks now. I played a lot
Mm-hmm.
of Magic 15 years ago. I kind of vaguely remember how it works. I didn't know any of the cards, so I was like reading the cards as I went, and often having to make a play before I finished reading them because you're on a timer in MTG Arena, you know? And
Mm-hmm.
for the finals of the losers bracket, he and I both play a game against the other team. I'm playing against their casual player, he's playing against their pro. And we tied. I won and he lost, I think. I think so, yeah. Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, and for the tiebreaker, one of us played against one of them. And so they sent out their pro, of course, but I was like, nah, Caleb, you're gonna let me play it. And it was for like $100, so not a huge amount of money, but like not $0. He was like, you know, I just don't think that's really the right play. But eventually he let me coin flip him for it, and I won the coin flip, so I was allowed to go. And he was like, okay, you're gonna play the mono red aggro deck. That's my request. And I was like, I'm gonna play the most complicated deck in the deck pool. So I did. And I played against like pro Magic player, like a real person who read all the cards before the tournament and knew what they all did. And I punted horrifically in front of a large live audience 3 times, and I still won.
Oh my gosh,
that
that's
was
amazing.
that was just one of the funniest tournament experiences that I've ever had. It's also such a like I used to struggle so much with competition in games. I just did
Mm-hmm.
not like it, could not work out how to enjoy it. It was all about winning to me and all about making the right plays, and I'd get really hard on myself if I didn't make the right plays than if I didn't win. I think I was always
Sure.
pretty good about being okay with losing if I felt like I was playing well. But if I didn't feel like I was playing well, I was usually pretty upset with myself. And it's just so refreshing to see that I have gotten through that part of my life and I can just like playing games now.
That's why I'm really happy that you found that. That's an awesome just forcing your partner to let you go out and play is so good. I absolutely love that, man. And yeah, I mean, I think we talked about that a lot today, but I think that yeah, loving losing and being okay with going out there and being competitive, but having fun with it, win or lose, is so important. I'm happy that you found that.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna raid Caleb. Thank you for joining me, Binks. This has been great. Do you want to plug your stuff in chat, Twitch and YouTube?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, through my links, if you guys watch Marvel Snap, I do daily uploads on YouTube with different decks and everything like that. And you can check me out on my Twitch channel there as well. But Jorbs, thank you so much for having me on, man. It was an absolute pleasure, and this was a wonderful conversation. I'm really happy that we got to have this.
Yeah, great to meet you. Have a
Great
good
to
one.
meet you as well. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your evening, and I'll be around for the rest of the streams.
Oh, thanks. All right. Bye-bye.
Cheers.